Clipper Audiobooks presents The House of 100 Whispers by Graham Masterton, narrated by Catherine Press. Chapter 1. As he reached the top of the staircase, Herbert heard a door opening. He paused, one hand on the newel post, listening intently. The full moon was shining so brightly through the diamond-patterned windows that there had been no need for him to switch on the landing light.
"Who's there?"
he demanded. He was trying to sound authoritative, but he could feel his heart beating against his ribcage, and he was breathing hard. After 42 years, he had become inured to the musty old oak aroma of All Hallows Hall, but he could smell it strongly now, almost as if the house was sweating with anticipation. He heard a creak of floorboards behind him, and he turned around. But there was nobody there. Only the dark oil portraits of the Wilmington family that hung around the landing, staring back at him balefully through 400 years of walnut-coloured varnish. He hadn't intended to come back into the house, not after dark. Whenever the moon was full, he left All Hallows Hall for 3 days and went to stay at the Marine Hotel in Paynton. This time, though, he had forgotten to take his accounts book, and he was already 2 weeks late in filing his annual tax return. He waited a full minute longer. The only sound was the wind whistling sadly down the chimneys. But he had been living on Dartmoor for so long that he was used to that constant wind too, and he no longer found it eerie.
"Oh, well," he said. "Whoever you are, you miserable reprobate, enjoy your weekend."
With that, he took the first step downstairs. As he did so, though, he heard footsteps running towards him. Before he could turn around again, he was hit on the bald spot on the back of his head with what felt like a hammer. He pitched forward and tumbled down the first flight of stairs, his arms and legs flailing and his accounts book flying, so that he was surrounded by a shower of bills and receipts and train tickets. He collided with the panelling halfway down the stairs, striking the left side of his forehead against the skirting board and jarring his shoulder. Stunned, disorientated, he tried to climb up onto his hands and knees, but he lost his balance and tilted sideways down the second flight of stairs. He fell head over heels, so that he felt and heard his spine crack. When he reached the hallway, he lay with his cheek against the threadbare Agra rug, staring at a faded yellow lotus flower. His heart bumped slower and slower. Footsteps came slowly down the stairs from the landing, and Herbert's receipts and invoices were kicked aside like dead leaves. A figure appeared at the top of the second flight, silhouetted against the windows. If Herbert's neck hadn't been broken, and he had been able to look up, he would have recognized this figure by his hair, shaved up at the sides, and then gelled up into a point like a shiny shark's fin. The figure stood looking down at Herbert for over a minute, as if he were reluctant to go down to the hallway to check his pulse, but still wanted to be sure that he was never going to get up again. After a while, though, he climbed back upstairs. If Herbert had still been conscious, he would have heard the squeaking of floorboards as he crossed the landing, and then the soft, faraway click as he closed the bedroom door. Chapter 2. Rob was sitting in front of his computer, frowning in concentration, when the phone started to warble.
"Vicky," he called out. "Can you answer that? I'm right in the middle of grilling Timmy's sausages. And I'm right in the middle of a whiteboard animation. I can't leave it, even for a second."
Vicky didn't answer, but the phone went on warbling, and eventually Rob heard her leave the kitchen and walk through to the hallway. She picked up the phone, and he could just about make out her saying, "Really? I see." After that, there was a long pause, And then she said, "Yes, all right, I'll tell him."
"Mummy,"
wailed Timmy.
"I'm hungry."
"I won't be a moment, Timmy," said Vicky. She came into the dining room, which Rob was using as his studio. Rob didn't look at her, because he was drawing a woman walking a dog down a tree-lined street. "Who was that?" he asked her. Then, "Damn." He had lost his concentration and smudged the dog's tail. "Margaret Walsh, from Makepeace and Trot." "That's my dad's solicitors. What did she want?" "Damn!" "Your dad's dead." Rob kept on staring at the screen for a few moments. Then he sat back and turned around and said, "He's dead." "He was booked into the Marine Hotel in Paynton. That's what she said. But he didn't show up. The hotel rang him, but he didn't answer, neither his landline nor his mobile. In the end, they called the prison, but the prison couldn't get in touch with him either, so they sent 2 officers round to his house. His car was still outside in the driveway, and his front door was open. They found him lying at the bottom of the stairs." Rob turned back to his computer and switched it off. He would have to go back to the beginning with that animation, but he felt too numb to continue. He had often wondered how he would react when his father died. Sometimes he thought that he would be relieved, even elated. Herbert Russell had been selfish and short-tempered, and a harsh disciplinarian. To give him his due, he had occasionally been capable of unexpected acts of generosity, giving out hampers to his wardens at Christmas, or donating money to local charities. But Rob had always suspected that he had been trying to convince both his family and his prison staff that his bullying was beneficial for them, and that one day they would thank him for it. Either that, or he had been trying to make sure he didn't compromise his chances of being admitted to heaven. "Where is he now? Did she tell you?" "They took him to Derriford Hospital in Plymouth for a post-mortem. What with his death being unexplained and everything. And the police are looking into it. They think he might have been attacked by somebody breaking into the house." "Really?" "He had more than his fair share of enemies, too. Well, you would do, wouldn't you, if you were a prison governor? Especially a prison governor like him." Vicky came up to him and stroked his wavy brown hair. "You're not upset, are you? Not just a little bit? He was your father." Rob reached up and took hold of her hand. "The only thing that upsets me is remembering how miserable he used to make my mum. And we'll have to have a funeral. And that means getting together with Martin and Catherine, God help us. And Grace. Well, I don't mind Grace, so long as she doesn't bring along that ghastly Porsche." He stared at his blank computer screen. He could see his ghost reflected in it, and he looked so much more like his late mother than his father. It had been his 39th birthday only a week ago, but he could have passed for 10 years younger. Vicky had once said she had fallen for him because he resembled Lord Byron, with his dark curls and his slightly hooded eyes. For his part, Rob had fallen for Vicky's soulful violet irises, and her pale, dreamy face, and her braided blonde hair, and he had loved the way she wafted around in flowing ankle-length dresses, like a pre-Raphaelite artist's model, although there was nothing soulful or wafty about her personality. "Did Margaret Walsh tell you if he wanted to be buried or cremated?" "No." "In that case, I'll have to wait, won't I?" "Wait for what?" "Wait to find out if I can dance a jig on his grave, or if I have to flush his ashes down the toilet." "You're not that vengeful, Rob, and you know it." "Actually, you're right. I'm not. If there was one thing I learned from Dad, it was how to be kind. One smile is more effective than 1,000 shouts."
"Mummy!"
called Timmy. Chapter 3. It was foggy when they arrived in Samford Spinney, that chilly white Dartmoor fog that can take until midday to clear. Even then, it can still be seen clinging in the hollows and over the leats, the narrow channels that were dug across the moor to bring water to forges and farms and houses like All Hallows Hall. "This place never ceases to give me the creeps," said Vicky, as the square tower of St. Mary's Church came into view behind the trees. "There's never anybody around, and it's so grey." They had driven for the past 5 miles along a single-track road with high granite walls on either side, which always made Rob feel claustrophobic. His claustrophobia was only compounded as he turned into the gateway of All Hallows Hall, and there was the manor house in which he had been brought up. After he had left home to go to Worthing College of Art, he had never returned, except 2 years ago to visit his mother when she was dying of cancer. His father had rarely been there when he had visited, and even when he was, he had shown little interest in Rob's life or his career. "It gives you the creeps," he said. And then, "Thanks, Martin, I love you too." His brother Martin's bronze Range Rover was parked diagonally across the narrow drive, so that he had to park his own Honda close to the wall, giving him barely enough space to open his door. He turned around to see if Timmy had woken up yet. Timmy had been sleeping in his car seat all the way from Exeter. "Timmy? Timmy, we're here." Timmy opened his eyes, yawned, and then peered out of the window with a frown. "Oh, it's Grandpa's house. I thought you said he was dead." "He is, but we had to come here to decide what we're going to do with his house." "We're not going to live here, are we?" "No," put in Vicky, before Rob could answer. "Definitely not." "Well, we'll see," said Rob. "What do you mean, we'll see? If you think I'm going to live way out here in the middle of nowhere at all, surrounded by a whole lot of bleating sheep, then you are sorely mistaken." They climbed out of their car. The fog made All Hallows Hall look even more forbidding than it usually did. A stone arch led from the driveway into a paved courtyard. In the centre of the courtyard stood a fountain, with a headless cherub perched on top of it, coated in thick black moss, and the walls all around were lined by rectangular lead planters, every one of which was thick with dead grass and decaying weeds. "I thought he had gardeners," said Vicky. "When he was governor, he could get prisoners to do it for him, and he didn't have to pay them. When he retired, he just let it all go to pot." The main house had been built in 1567, out of local granite with a slate roof, and it was overgrown with rusty-coloured ivy. 2 large granite barns had been added in the 17th and 19th centuries, which made the courtyard feel even more enclosed. Rob looked up at the window that had once been his bedroom, and it looked smaller and darker and more secretive than he remembered. He used to have nightmares that there was another boy, sleeping under his bed, and he wondered if that boy was still there. "I'm thirsty," said Timmy. "Timmy, for God's sake, you're always something. If you're not thirsty, you're hungry. If you're not hungry, you're tired. And if you're not tired, you're bored." "Oh, leave the poor boy alone," said Vicky. "It's all right, darling. We'll find you something in a minute. Your grandpa must have left something in the house that you can drink." "Apart from scotch," said Rob. "I very much doubt it." As they approached the porch, the oak front door opened and Martin appeared, with his wife, Catherine, close behind him. "Aha! You remembered where the old house was, then," he said in his usual trumpeting voice. Martin was at least 3 inches taller than Rob, and bulkier, with curly hair that was prematurely grey for a man of 44. His cheeks were already rough and red, like Herbert's had been, and his eyes were the same pale citrine colour. He was wearing a maroon cable-knit sweater, which gave him the appearance of a city dweller who assumed that this was what country people usually wore. Catherine was skinny and petite, with a bleached blonde angular bob, permanently narrowed eyes, and a sharply pointed nose. She could have been quite pretty if she didn't always look so sour, with her lips tightly pursed. She was wearing a beige Burberry cardigan, which Vicky guessed must have cost at least £700.
No, I'd totally forgotten where it was, said Rob. That's what sat-nav's for, isn't it? So that you don't have to remember where you spent your unhappy childhood.
He was quite aware that Martin was making a sarcastic comment about the fact that he hadn't been down to Samford Spinney to see their father since their mother's funeral. Martin came out and gave him a clumsy hug. He smelled of bitter wood smoke and some expensive aftershave.
How's it going in the arty-farty business? Making any money yet?
Oh, a few bob here and there. I'm doing some animation for Oddman and some dancing leprechauns for Tourism Island. How's life in the city?
I could say obscenely profitable, but that would be an understatement.
Catherine and Vicky had exchanged no more than tight, polite smiles. Vicky said, "Shall we go inside? It's freezing out here and Timmy's thirsty."
By all means, come on in. I've just lit the fire in the drawing room. Dad's solicitor should be here in half an hour or so. What's her name? And Gracie said she'd be here about 11. She's catching a taxi from Tiverton.
They entered the hallway. Its walls were panelled in oak so dark it was almost chocolate-coloured, and its granite floor was covered by the faded reg Agra rug that Herbert Russell had been staring at when his heart stopped beating. Martin turned around at the bottom of the stairs and said,
They found him right here, apparently. His skull was bashed in, although they don't yet know how that happened. Could have been a burglar, or perhaps he smashed his head on the banisters as he fell downstairs.
"Martin," Vicky scolded him, "not in front of Timmy."
Oh, I'm sure Timmy's heard worse than that, haven't you, Timmy? A fortnight, do you?
Martin, he's only 5. We're still on Super Mario. Martin led them into the drawing room. It had always been gloomy in here, because the diamond-leaded windows were small for a room this size. Most of the furniture was Jacobean, upholstered in brocade, with barley twist legs, although a wing chair with a worn leather cushion stood close to the fireplace, and this was where their father always used to sit. Herbert's throne, their mother, Florence, used to call it. The fireplace itself was huge, like a granite bridge, with a cast-iron basket that was big enough to roast a hog. Martin had stacked 3 large ash logs into it, and the kindling underneath them was crackling sharply. Rob looked around. The same paintings still hung on the walls. Dreary landscapes with overcast skies, mostly of Dartmoor and the Walcombe Valley. One of these paintings Rob had always found deeply unsettling. In the middle of a dark grove of trees, 20 or 30 figures were gathered, all wearing white robes with pointed hoods, as if they had assembled for some pagan mass and were waiting for Satan to put in an appearance. "Let's see if there's anything to drink in the kitchen," said Vicky, and took Timmy out through the door on the right-hand side of the fireplace. Martin, meanwhile, sat down in Herbert's throne, briskly chafing his hands together, while Catherine perched herself like a kestrel on the arm of the throne beside him. Rob remained standing on the other side of the fireplace, staring unfocused at the logs as they started to smoulder. He had promised himself that he wouldn't allow Martin to irritate him. But it wasn't easy. Everything Martin said and did got on his nerves, even the way he crossed his legs to expose his yellow socks.
"Bit early for a drink," said Martin. "But later on we could shoot down to the Royal Oak at Meavy if you fancy it." "Let's get this house business over first, shall we? How much do you think All Hallows is worth now?" "Oh, not a lot more than 1.5 million, I'd say. Dad couldn't get planning permission for the upper field, could he? And let's face it, this is the arse end of the back of beyond. That's assuming we put it on the market, of course." "Why wouldn't we?" "For a start, one of us might want to live here."
"Well, Vicky and I certainly don't. Don't tell me that you and Catherine do."
"You couldn't possibly commute to the city from here. And Petunia's still at school at Tormead, isn't she?" "Gracie might want to. Who knows?" "Why would Gracie want to live in an 8-bedroom house with 3.5 acres of land to take care of?" It's not even as if she and that Portia will ever have any children. They might adopt. Plenty of gay couples do. Get real, Martin. They're going to adopt 7 children. Besides, I can't see Portia leaving her job, whatever it is. Gender equality furor for Islington Council or something like that. Well, yes, but it seems a pity to sell it. Historic houses like this are always a good investment. We could let it out, couldn't we? I suppose so. But it would probably cost more to keep it up than we could charge in rent. And we'd have to install smoke alarms and fire doors and God knows what. I can't think who on earth would want to rent it. Vicky came back into the drawing room. I found Timmy some tonic water in the fridge. Now he's gone exploring. Martin doesn't think All Hallows is worth more than 1.5 million, said Rob. Only as little as that? Oh well, I suppose you can't complain. You'll get 500,000 each. Now, hold on, said Martin. We haven't seen Dad's will yet. Surely he's divided his assets equally among the 3 of you. We don't know yet, do we? Gracie was always the apple of his eye. Rob was about to say that, yes, Herbert had doted on Grace, but at the same time he had made it no secret that he had favoured Martin over Rob. Maybe it was because Martin had inherited his bullish looks and had chosen to pursue what he considered to be a pragmatic career in finance. He had shown little or no appreciation of art and had dismissed Rob's paintings and drawings as daubs and doodles. Even Van Gogh was poverty-stricken while he was alive. Then again, Herbert's preference for Martin could be connected to a blazing argument that Rob had once overheard from his bedroom window when he was about 13 years old. His father had shouted at his mother, "Of course she's nothing like me, and we both know why that is." He had never dared to ask his mother what his father might have meant. Chapter 4. Grace and Portia arrived shortly after 11. Martin opened the front door for them and helped them to carry in their overnight case, and then he ushered them into the drawing room. Rob immediately had the impression that the 2 of them had been arguing. Portia was usually holding Grace's hand, or wrapping her arm around her waist, and giving her affectionate but also proprietorial squeezes. I love her, and she belongs to me. Good trip? Asked Catherine, still perched on the arm of Herbert's throne. Bloody awful, as a matter of fact, said Portia. Some idiot had decided to throw himself in front of a train at Tisbury, and that held us up for over an hour. I honestly don't know why they don't build a special branch line for people to commit suicide, so they don't inconvenience the rest of us. Dad's solicitor will be here in a minute, said Martin. I asked her about funeral arrangements, but she said they won't be releasing his body until they've completed the post-mortem, and that's going to take at least another 3 or 4 days. I suppose we could hold a funeral service here at St. Mary's, said Grace. I know Dad wasn't religious, but it's close to the prison, isn't it, if any of his old wardens want to pay their respects. Not religious, said Rob. That's the understatement of the century. The only god he worshipped was himself. I don't know, said Martin. The last time I came down, he seemed to be quite worried about something. He asked me if I thought he'd led a good life. Oh, you mean he was worried that he might go to hell? He gave me that impression too, once or twice. Any chance of a cup of tea? Asked Grace. Vicky went up to Grace and gave her a hug and a kiss on the cheek. Of course, Grace. How are you? We haven't seen you since that Leonardo exhibition. We've been busy decorating our new flat, said Portia sharply. We've made a start, but we still have so much to do. In other words, thought Vicky, don't expect to see us for quite some time in the future, either. Like Rob, Grace strongly resembled her mother, but she had more of her father in her than Rob. She was tall and full-figured in her olive faux fur-coloured anorak, with coppery hair and green feline eyes, and a squarish chin. Vicky could picture her leading an army of Scottish rebels over the border, wearing an impressive iron breastplate and waving a claymore. In reality, though, she was gentle and softly spoken, and shy.
Portia was wearing a brown leather biker jacket and tight black leggings and brown leather boots. She was pretty and slim, with large hazel eyes and a little turned-up nose and short black razor-cut hair. There was no question who was the dominant partner in their relationship. Rob and Vicky knew from experience that if they wanted to invite Grace and Portia to visit them, or even to find out what either of them wanted for Christmas, they had to ask Portia. "I'll help you," said Grace, as Vicky went back towards the kitchen. "Does anybody else want tea?" Before she had reached the door to the kitchen, it suddenly burst open, and Timmy came out. He stopped and looked at them all in bewilderment. "What's up, Timmy?" asked Rob. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Who's that upstairs?" "There's nobody upstairs, darling," said Vicky. "We're the only people here." "There had jolly well better not be anybody upstairs," put in Martin, rising from his throne. "The last thing we want is squatters." "You saw somebody," said Rob. "What did they look like?" "I didn't see them, only heard them." "Oh, yes? And where were they?" "In one of the rooms, right down at the end, by the coloured window." Martin turned around and said to the rest of them loudly, "He must mean the stained glass window," as if none of them could guess. "I was looking through the different coloured glass, so that the garden went red, and then it went blue, and then it went yellow." "And that's when you heard them? How did you know it was more than one? What, were they talking?" Timmy nodded. Rob had rarely seen him look so serious, with his wide eyes and that little sprig of hair sticking up at the back of his head. "Did you hear what they were saying?" Timmy said, "No, I couldn't. I pressed my ear up against the door, but they were whispering." Martin turned to Rob. "Right. I think we'd better take a shufti, don't you, Rob? Can't have uninvited guests." Rob and Martin climbed the stairs to the first-floor landing. Rob hadn't been up here since the day he left for art college, and he had forgotten how low the ceilings were, and how the floorboards creaked, and how strongly the corridors smelled of oak and wood polish and dried-out horsehair plaster. 2 corridors led off from the landing, one directly ahead of them, with 3 bedroom doors on the left-hand side, and the large stained-glass window at the end. The other led off to the right, with another 5 bedroom doors and a door at the end to the bathroom. "I still find it hard to believe that we'll never see Dad again," said Rob, pausing at the top of the stairs. "I keep thinking that at any minute I'm going to hear him shouting up at us to stop making so much bloody noise up here." "I think a lot of people misjudged him," said Martin. "He meant well. He didn't have such an easy childhood himself." "Just because he didn't have an easy childhood himself didn't mean that he had to take it out on us. Or Mum, God bless her." "Well, let's go and see if we've got any unwelcome visitors, shall we?" They walked along the corridor towards the stained glass window, and Martin opened each of the first 2 bedroom doors. They had dark oak dados all around them, and stained glass windows too, although these were much smaller and glazed with diamond patterns in red and yellow and green. Ventilation and a little more illumination came from skylights in their sloping ceilings. Both were street grey with lichen and bird droppings. There was nobody in either bedroom, only antique beds with faded cotton quilts, and bedside tables with dusty lamps on them. "Shh," said Martin, cupping his hand to his ear. "Do you hear any whispering?" They waited in silence, their faces lit up by the harlequin patterns of coloured light shining through the stained glass. The window depicted Walcombe Valley, under a dark blue sky, with a leat running through it. Beside the leat, with his back turned and his arms spread wide, was an impossibly tall man wearing a long black coat with a high collar turned up. All around him, bristling black hounds were standing in a circle on their hind legs, their fangs bared and their red tongues hanging out. According to the previous owner of All Hallows Hall, the man in the black cloak was Old Jewer, which was the Dartmoor name for the devil. The story went that on certain nights of the year, Old Duo would mount a huge black horse and take his pack of ferocious hounds out hunting across the moor, searching for young women who hadn't been able to reach home before it grew dark. Whether it was true or not, the window had apparently been installed to make old Duo believe that he was respected by the owners of this house, and so that he wouldn't come snuffling around it, looking for souls to steal, especially the souls of their daughters.
"I'll bet you it was the wind that Timmy heard,"
said Martin.
"Or maybe the plumbing. The front and the back doors were both locked when we got here. And the burglar alarm was still on. I can't see how anybody could have got in."
"Martin, there's no wind. And the plumbing has never sounded like whispering. It sounds more like somebody slaughtering a pig." Martin opened the last door. There was no bed in here, only an assortment of half a dozen spare chairs, some of them stacked on top of each other, and a wine table crowded with tarnished brass candlesticks and inkwells, all of which were draped with dusty spider's webs. Under the window there was an oak window seat, with a hinged lid covered in cracked green leather. Rob went over and lifted the lid. It was full of nothing but legal documents, all rolled up and tied around with faded red ribbons.
"See? Nobody here. It doesn't look as if Dad's been in here for years."
"Oh well. Maybe Timmy imagined it. He does have quite an imagination. He won a prize at school for a story he wrote about a bad egg that fell in love with a bullying centipede."
"Takes after his father, then. Always making things up."
Martin closed the door. But as soon as they started to walk back along the corridor, Rob heard what sounded like a man's voice, talking in an urgent whisper.
"Stop, Martin. No, stop. Can you hear that?"
Martin stopped and listened.
"No? What?"
It was definitely somebody whispering. Martin waited a few moments longer. But then he said,
"No. I can't hear anything."
"Really? I'm sure it was somebody whispering."
"Did you hear what they said?"
"No, they weren't speaking loud enough. But they sounded, I don't know, panicky."
"Oh, come on, Rob. I think you and Timmy have both caught a dose of All Hallows-itis. You remember that old woman who used to live across at Wormold's farm? She used to tell us this house could drive anybody who lived in it maze as a brush."
"You mean old Mrs. Damerel? She was a couple of sausage rolls short of a picnic herself." Downstairs, they heard knocking at the front door.
"Come on,"
said Martin.
"That'll be Dad's solicitor. Let's go down and find out who's inherited what."
Rob followed him downstairs. Knowing my luck, it'll be the headless cherub. Chapter 5. When they came downstairs, they found that the drawing room was hazy with acrid smoke. The logs in the fire were well alight now, but it looked as if the chimney was blocked. Catherine was flapping her hand in front of her face, and Timmy was coughing.
"God, that's Dad all over," said Rob. "Too tight to have the chimneys swept."
"I can't breathe,"
Timmy squeaked.
"Open the windows, will you, Rob?"
said Martin.
"I'll go and let Ms. What's-her-name in."
The smoke was billowing out of the fireplace, thicker and thicker. Rob managed to force all the windows open, even though some of them were jammed with decades of rust and dirt, and he had to shake them several times before they gave way.
"We'll meet in the library,"
Martin called out.
"Let me put this bloody fire out first,"
Rob called back. He went through to the kitchen. The last time it had been modernised was in 1911, and it still had a monstrous black iron range and reddish marble worktops and high copper taps over the sink. Long-handled ladles and whisks and spatulas were hanging in a row from the ceiling, all tangled together with cobwebs. Rob found a grimy white plastic bowl in the bottom of the sink and poured water into it. The taps juddered and knocked because there was air trapped in the pipes, and as usual, the plumbing started to groan like an animal in pain. Once the bowl was full, he carried it into the drawing room and tipped it slowly over the fire. The logs sizzled and poured out smoke, and when Rob breathed in, he felt that he was going to choke. But at last the fire was out. With all the windows open, a chilly draught gradually cleared all of the haze away in a series of shudders, although the drawing room still smelled strongly of charred wood. Rob dropped the plastic bowl back into the sink, and then went through to the library, which was on the left-hand side of the hallway. It was less than half the size of the drawing room, with bookshelves on two sides and a small stone fireplace. The window overlooked what had once been the walled kitchen garden, but which was now a jungle of dead thistles and drooping grass. Margaret Walsh was already sitting at the oak writing table in the middle of the library, with a leather-bound folder in front of her. She was a sturdy, big-bosomed woman, in a red tweed suit with red and white feathers in her trilby hat. She looked as if she had dressed to go out on the moor, shooting grouse. Grace and Portia were sitting on the two-seat leather sofa next to the fireplace, holding hands, so whatever they had been arguing about, they seemed to have made up. Vicky sat in an upright chair by the window, while Rob and Martin remained standing. Vicky had buttoned up Timmy's yellow jacket again and sent him out to play, and Rob could see him in the kitchen garden, swishing a stick from side to side to knock the heads off dead thistles.
"Well, you're all here. Good,"
said Margaret Walsh and opened up the folder.
"Before I go into detail, I have to tell you that your father changed his will 2.5 years ago, and changed it quite radically."
"Don't tell me you left everything to the dog's home," said Rob.
"No, not exactly. He had £28,000 left in his Barclays Bank deposit account, but an overdraft of £3,700 in his current account at Lloyd's. He also had considerable debts. He owed approximately £13,000 to HMRC, £6,300 to Ladbrokes the bookmakers, and £4,250 to Paddy Power."
Martin had been counting in his head.
"You must be joking. That leaves only £750, 250 each. You can't even buy lunch at the Ivy for that."
"The very last time I saw him, he swore blind to me that he'd given up gambling," said Grace. Portia gave her a quick, sympathetic hug. "You still have the house to share between you, don't you?" said Catherine. "If you can find the right buyer, you may be able to sell it for quite a bit more than £1.5 million."
"Well, not exactly, I'm afraid," said Margaret Walsh, turning over a page in her folder. "Originally, All Hallows Hall was going to be divided equally between the three of you, Martin, Rob, and Grace. But when Mr. Russell altered his will, he specified that after his death, it should be held in trust." "Held in trust?" Martin retorted. "Held in trust by whom? And how long for?"
"Held in trust equally by the three of you for 13 years. During this time, you will be equally responsible for its maintenance, repair, council tax and utility bills, and so forth. Should any of you pass away before the 13 years is up, the surviving trustees will continue to bear the costs until the trust comes to an end."
"But what happens when the trust comes to an end?" asked Rob. "Can we sell the house then?"
"When the trust closes, the freehold of the house passes to your son, Timothy, who by then will have reached 18 years old."
"To Timmy?"
Martin demanded, almost shouting.
"What about me? What about my daughter, Petulia? And what about Grace, come to that?"
"I'm sorry, Mr. Russell," said Margaret Walsh. "That is what your father stipulated in his will, and I've already drafted the trust instrument."
"But this is absurd," Martin protested. "Why should we be expected to cover all of the expense of keeping the house up when we're going to get no benefit out of it? And why, in God's name, did Dad decide that he was going to give it to Timmy and not share it out between all of us?"
"I'm sorry, Mr. Russell, but that's what it says in his will." "The only circumstance in which the title to the freehold would be shared between you is if Timmy were to pass away before his 18th birthday."
"Fat chance of that happening. Not unless we club together and buy him a car when he's old enough to drive and send him off to Postbridge."
"Oh, Martin," said Grace. She knew he was referring to the local story about the hairy hands, a ghostly force that was supposed to seize control of drivers' steering wheels as they sped through Postbridge, which was only 13 miles away. It was said to cause them to veer wildly off the road, crash into a wall, and die.
"I don't care,"
Martin told her.
"Dad always told me that when he died, he was going to bequeath All Hallows equally between me and Rob and Gracie. In fact, he even confirmed it to me in a letter, and I believe I still have that letter somewhere. If I can find it, I'm going to contest this will. And even if I can't find it, I'm going to contest it."
"It does seem a bit odd, I'll admit," said Rob.
"A bit odd? What do you mean a bit odd? It's bloody ridiculous. If you ask me, Dad was losing his marbles. I mean, did he tell you why he wanted to change his will? Did he appear compos mentis? I can't understand it. He never even seemed to like Timmy very much. In fact, he always seemed to regard him as nothing but a flaming nuisance."
Outside, Rob could see that it was starting to rain, and that the wind had started to rise. He went over and opened the window, and called out to Timmy to come inside. Timmy threw his stick away and came stamping his way back up the weedy garden path.
"What about the contents?"
asked Grace. "The paintings and the furniture?"
"And there's at least 2 antique dinner services and 2 canteens of solid silver cutlery." "Yes," put in Martin. "The paintings alone are worth a fair bit. The one with all the people in hoods, it's not signed, but it's supposed to be a Northcote. If it is, it's worth thousands, tens of thousands even."
"Your father specifically says that all the contents of the house should be kept intact, and that nothing should be separately sold off."
"What about renting? That would help to cover the cost of its council tax and its upkeep."
"As trustees, any of you are free to live here, or use it as a holiday home. But under the terms of the trust, you are not permitted to rent it to anybody outside the family. Your father was adamant about that." They heard the kitchen door bang as Timmy came in.
"That does it," said Martin. "I'm definitely going to talk to my solicitor about this. And I'm going to have to talk to Dad's doctor. I'm sure he must have been going doolally."
"I can't comment on that," said Margaret Walsh. "When your father changed his will, his affairs were being handled by Walter Besley, our senior partner. But he's retired now. I took over his affairs only 9 months ago."
"In that case, I'll go and talk to him, too. Dad must have been losing it. I mean, honestly, this will makes no sense at all. I'm certainly not going to pay for the upkeep of a property I'm never going to own."
"Well, even though I'm Timmy's father, I have to confess that I agree with you," said Rob.
"I'm not ashamed to admit that I could use the money right now, even if it's only a third of the selling price. And like you say, there's the contents, the paintings and so forth. And even the furniture must be worth a fair amount. They're all genuine antiques."
Margaret Walsh said, "I've brought a copy of the will for each of you. Once you've had the chance to read it through, I'll apply for probate, identify your father's assets, and sort out any liabilities and inheritance tax and whatnot. Let me know in due course if you decide to contest the will. But of course it could be a very long, drawn-out procedure. And expensive, too."
"I'm beginning to wonder why we bothered to come," said Martin. "Do you know what time we had to set out this morning? 5:20.
Rob said,
"Listen, why don't we all go down to the Royal Oak, like you suggested, and talk this over somewhere warm and comfortable?"
Margaret Walsh handed out copies of Herbert Russell's will, and then they all left the library. Rob went into the drawing room to close all the windows and to see if Timmy was there, but there was no sign of him. He went into the kitchen, but Timmy wasn't there either.
"Timmy,"
he called out, going back into the hallway.
"Timmy, we're going out now for something to drink and something to eat."
There was no answer, so Rob went to the bottom of the stairs and called out again.
"Timmy, we're all going out now. Come on down."
He waited, and then he turned to the rest of the family, who were all putting their coats on. "He didn't go back out again, did he?" "I didn't hear him," said Grace. Rob went back into the library and looked out into the kitchen garden. Timmy's stick was still lying on the path, but there was no Timmy.
He must be upstairs. He's probably shut himself in one of the bedrooms and he just can't hear me.
Rob climbed the stairs to the landing. Even up here, it still smelled of wood smoke. He opened the doors to the 3 bedrooms that led to the stained glass window, but Timmy wasn't in any of them.
Timmy! He shouted. Come on, Tim, this isn't funny. We're going out.
He went along the corridor to the bathroom, opening one door after another and leaving them open. He even looked under the beds, and he couldn't help thinking about the sniggering boy that he had always imagined was hiding under his own bed. He went into the bathroom, too, with its huge antiquated bathtub on lion's claw feet. It was chilly in there. The rain was pattering against the frosted glass window, and a tap was dripping. But those were the only sounds, and Timmy wasn't there. Rob went back and searched each of the 8 bedrooms again, opening up the tall oak wardrobes and even pulling out the drawers from the tall boy dressers. Some drawers were filled with sweaters and socks and wrinkled underwear. Some were empty. But Timmy was hiding in none of them.
Any luck, Rob?
Martin called out from the hallway. Rob went to the top of the staircase, the same place where Herbert had been standing when he was struck on the back of the head.
No,
he said. His throat clogged so that he spoke in not much more than a whisper. Then, louder, so that Martin could hear him.
No. I can't think where he's gone.
Chapter 6. They went outside into the fine grey drizzle. Margaret Walsh said, I'm sorry. I'd help you look for him, but I have to meet a client in Plymouth at 1:30. That's okay. He'll be around somewhere, said Vicky. He's probably hiding in one of the barns to scare us. He's always been a mischief. Rob crossed the courtyard to the smaller barn. The wide oak door was fastened with a rusty padlock, and the only windows in it were 4 narrow slits that were at least 5 meters high. Timmy loved Spider-Man, but there was no way he could have climbed all the way up that sheer granite wall.
Timmy!
Rob called out again.
Tim, this isn't funny anymore. Come on out.
He went across to the larger barn. Although the door had no padlock on it, its hinges had collapsed years ago, so that it had dropped down to the ground and couldn't be shifted except with enormous effort. However, there was a narrow triangular gap in between the side of the door and the doorpost, and it was just possible that Timmy could have squeezed through it.
Give me a hand here, Martin,
said Rob. The 2 of them rammed their shoulders against the door and kicked it, and at last they managed to force it half open. It was dark inside, because the only 2 windows had been covered, for some reason, with Hessian sacking. The whole barn smelled of mouldering hay.
Timmy, are you in here? Come on out if you are. You're not in trouble, son. Just come out.
Rob took out his phone and switched on the flashlight. He shone the beam from one side of the barn to the other, but apart from the dank heaps of hay, all he could see was a stack of plastic milk crates full of empty whiskey bottles, a few gardening tools, and the skeleton of an old Scott motorcycle.
No, not in here. He must be hiding in the garden somewhere. Maybe the garden shed.
They left the barn and walked around the side of the house. The shed was at the end of the kitchen garden, but like the smaller barn, its door was padlocked. Rob peered in through the dusty window, but he could see only spades and forks and shelves with tins of weed killer.
So where the hell is he?
Said Martin. It was beginning to rain harder now, and he turned up the collar of his coat.
Don't tell me he's run off into the field.
Vicky joined them. Rob, I am really worried now. I know he's a little devil, but this is not like him at all. He would have jumped out and said boo by now. They went through the gate of the kitchen garden and into the field. From the back of the house, the field rose steeply uphill, and on a clear day the sinister granite peak of Pew Tor could be seen over the hedgerows. When he and Florence had first moved to All Hallows Hall, Herbert Russell had arranged with a local farmer for sheep to graze in this field. But some kind of obscure argument had blown up between him and the farmer, and now it was nothing but overgrown grass and Japanese knotweed and brambles. Rob had never found out what the argument was, but knowing his father, it was probably something petty. Perhaps he had imagined that the sheep were looking at him disrespectfully.
"No, I can't see Timmy anywhere here," said Martin, shielding his eyes with his hand. "He couldn't have gone all that far, could he? And he's wearing that bright yellow jacket."
"But that's the thing," said Vicky. "He took his jacket off when he came inside and left it in the hallway. He's out here in all this rain with nothing but his jumper."
"I think we should search the house one more time," said Rob. "There's so many nooks and crannies. He's probably hiding in the larder or one of the cupboards in the library and giggling his head off because we can't find him."
They went back into the house, wiping their muddy shoes on the front doormat.
"Timmy!"
Rob shouted,
and Vicky echoed, "Timmy, come on out. You won't have ice cream with your lunch if you don't come on out."
They waited for a few moments, but there was utter silence. The long case clock in the hallway had probably wound down days ago, because they couldn't hear the endless weary ticking that had been an integral part of their lives at All Hallows Hall.
"Timmy! Can you hear us?"
Rob bellowed, cupping his hands around his mouth.
"Timmy!"
There was still no answer.
"Well, let's go through the house top to bottom," said Martin. "If you girls search the downstairs, Rob and I will take the upstairs again. We'd better go up into the attic too, Rob, though I can't see how Timmy could have managed to climb up there, not without the ladder."
"Oh, God," said Vicky, taking hold of Rob's hand. She had tears on her eyelashes. "Please don't let anything terrible have happened to him." They separated, with Vicky and Catherine going back into the library, and Grace and Portia making their way round to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Grace opened the doors of the range and peered into the ovens. She remembered Herbert threatening to roast her brothers alive if they misbehaved, and she wondered if Rob had told Timmy about it. But the ovens were cold and empty, and crusted with years of burnt-on food. Grace doubted if their father had cooked anything since their mother had died. Portia was looking in the larder. The middle shelf was crowded with glass jars of herbs and spices, coriander and chives and cayenne pepper. She picked one up and read the label. "Best before 9th of the 8th, 07. Then she picked up a half-empty bottle of Heinz tomato ketchup. "Best before 17th of the 11th, 09. Wow. It's like everything's antique in this house, Gracie. Even the food." They opened every cupboard in the kitchen, even the eye-level cupboards around the walls, which were stacked with dinner plates and mugs. A narrow scullery led off the kitchen, its granite floor heaped with Herbert Russell's muddy old walking boots. There was a small space under the sink, covered by a soiled green seersucker curtain. Grace tugged it back, but there was nothing behind it except for a sink plunger and a bottle of Harpic drain cleaner. "If you ask me, your little nephew's taken himself off for a walk somewhere," said Portia. "In this weather. I climbed out of my bedroom window once in the middle of the night and went for a walk in a thunderstorm, barefoot and wearing nothing but pajamas. I was only about 7. I was soaking, but I loved it." "But that's just like you. Timmy's naughty sometimes, but he's not bonkers." Portia narrowed her eyes in mock annoyance. "Who are you calling bonkers? After what you did with that courgette?" "I was drunk. I can't even remember." "Maybe you can't, darling, but I'll never forget it for as long as I live." In the library, Vicky and Catherine opened all the cupboards under the bookshelves. Most of them were filled with old copies of the Prison Service Journal, as well as photograph albums with mock crocodile covers, and accounts books bulging with receipts. In one of the cupboards, Vicky found a black and white photograph of Rob's mother in a silver frame, face down. The glass was smashed, so that it looked as if she was staring out from behind a spider web. Catherine pulled out some of the books on the shelves to check behind them.
Perhaps there's a secret compartment. You see them in some of those spy films, don't you? I can't really see Timmy having the strength to pull out a whole bookcase, Catherine. You never know. There might be a secret mechanism. Even if there was, how would Timmy have found out about it? All right, there's no need to get tetchy. I'm not being tetchy, Catherine. My son's disappeared and I'm going out of my mind with worry. Oh, come on, Vicky. He'll be all right. If he's not hiding in the house, he's probably gone off exploring. There's nothing to explore around here. Only the church and the graveyard. You know what kids are like. They find everything fascinating. Well, yes, but not in this weather. Upstairs, Rob and Martin had checked every bedroom again, just in case Timmy had been hiding under a quilt or behind a door, and they had somehow managed to miss him. Then they dragged out the heavy old wooden stepladder and positioned it under the trapdoor in the corridor ceiling that gave access to the attic. There's no way he could have got himself up there, said Rob. What did he do, fly? And then shut the door behind him? Of course he couldn't, Martin agreed. But you know what they say about leaving no stone unturned. You wouldn't want to go up there in 10 years' time and find his skeleton. Martin, for Christ's sake. I know, sorry. But you know what I'm trying to say. Better to be sure now than sorry later. Rob climbed up the stepladder first. One of the cords that held its legs together had frayed and broken, and the stepladder swayed and creaked with every step. He pushed up the trapdoor so that it fell sideways with a clatter, and immediately he smelled stale air and mould. He took out his phone and switched on the flashlight, pointing it left and right. What's it like up there? Asked Martin. Musty. I doubt if anyone's been up here in years. Rob heaved himself up through the trapdoor and stood up. The attic floor was completely boarded over, and the rafters had been covered with plasterboard, stained with brown patches of damp. There was a light switch on the joist next to the trapdoor, and he turned on the 2 naked bulbs that hung from the ceiling. Martin pulled himself up after him, grunting with effort. God almighty. I haven't been up here since I was about 12. At one end of the attic stood the rusty iron water tank, and all the noisy ancient plumbing, groaning and shuddering as usual. But at the opposite end, Rob was surprised to see at least a dozen suitcases, chaotically heaped up one on top of the other, as well as 3 or 4 khaki haversacks and 2 bulging duffel bags. What the hell is that lot? Asked Martin. I don't remember seeing them before. All that used to be up here was our old toys and Gracie's cot. Rob went over to the pile of suitcases. Some of them were leather and looked expensive, even though they were scratched and battered. All of them carried luggage labels around their handles, and he turned one over and read it. Ronald May, HMP Dartmoor, Tavistock Road, Princetown, Yelverton, PL20, 6RR. He picked up another label. This one carried the name Mohammed Bakri. The next belonged to Thomas Friend. Yet another belonged to Lukas Sokolovsky. These are all prisoners' belongings. What are they doing up here in Dad's attic? He picked up one of the suitcases, laid it down on the attic floor, and clicked open the catches. When he lifted the lid, he found that it was filled with neatly folded clothes. A navy blue jacket, at least 5 shirts of different colours, socks and underpants. There was even a black leather wash bag, with a razor and a toothbrush, and a Gillette stick deodorant inside it. He opened up another suitcase and another. They were all filled with men's clothes. One of them had 2 pairs of good quality leather shoes in it, wrapped in tissue paper. I don't get this at all. It looks like these prisoners were all packed up to go away somewhere. But if they didn't go away, where did they go? Back to the prison? But if that's where they went, why did they leave their suitcases here? We can easily check with the prison, said Martin. If they did go back, maybe some of them are still banged up there, and they can throw some light on why Dad kept their stuff. Rob looked around. Meanwhile, there's no sign of Timmy up here. We need to go back down and start searching around the village. I only hope he hasn't gone anywhere near the well. That's covered over, isn't it? Yes, but he was really fascinated by it, the last time we brought him down here, just before Mum died. He'd been reading some fairy tale, and he kept asking if trolls lived down there.
Chapter 7. They buttoned up their raincoats and lifted the 3 large umbrellas out of the elephant's foot umbrella stand by the front door. The smoke had cleared out of the drawing room now, so that Rob could close all the windows, but the house was so cold that they were stamping their feet and rubbing their hands together to keep warm.
First priority after we find Timmy is to call a chimney sweep, said Martin, and maybe go into Yelverton and buy ourselves a couple of electric heaters.
They left the house, opening up their umbrellas, and walked along the driveway to the steep winding road that led up to St. Mary's Church in the village. The wind had risen, and it was drizzling almost horizontally now. Vicky's umbrella was blown inside out with a loud clap.
I'm trying to think like Timmy,
said Rob, as he helped her to bend the spokes back again.
He might have gone to the well, but then again he might have gone to the churchyard. You remember how interested he was in some of the statues and the carvings on the gravestones? You know what boys of that age are like, full of morbid curiosity.
I'm praying that you're right, Rob, but I still think he would rather have stayed indoors, playing Angry Birds on your phone.
Look, if he's not in the village, I'll call the police. It starts getting dark by 4, so we need to find him before then.
They reached the intersection of 3 narrow lanes and the triangular green in between them. 4 large houses stood on one side of the green and 2 on another, and that constituted the village. The houses looked empty. Their front gardens were overgrown, their fences were broken, and their walls were streaked with damp. The well stood in the centre of the green with a mossy tiled roof. Its borehole had been covered over years ago with a heavy oak lid, although an old wooden pail still rested on top of it, with a rope attached to its handle.
He couldn't have fallen down there, said Rob. He wouldn't have been strong enough to pick up that lid, for starters. And even if he had, he couldn't have put that bucket back on top of it, could he?
He didn't allow himself to think that some abductor might have dropped Timmy down the well and replaced the pail afterwards. That was Grimm's fairy tale stuff.
All the same,
said Martin. He rolled the pail off to one side, and then he heaved the lid up high enough for them to be able to peer down inside the shaft. Rob shone his flashlight down it, but all they could see was the massive tangled roots that had grown between the brickwork, and the glint of water, at least 20 metres below. The air smelled like bad breath. But there were no trolls, and no Timmy. Martin lowered the lid.
Right then, the churchyard.
The 6 of them crossed the green and went through the lich gate that led into the churchyard. The church itself was built of granite, with a tall square tower at its western end, dappled with grey and orange lichen. The graveyard sloped steeply downhill, with 20 or 30 gravestones leaning at various awkward angles, as well as 2 grand Victorian mausoleums closer to the church, one of them for several members of the Wilmington family. Apart from the pattering of the rain on their umbrellas, the churchyard was silent. Rob hesitated for a moment, and then shouted out,
Timmy? Timmy? Can you hear me, Timmy?
His voice sounded strangely flat, and there was no echo. Neither was there any reply. Vicky said, "We'll go and look inside the church." Together, she and Catherine walked along the path that led to the church doorway, followed by Grace and Portia. The crunching of their shoes on the gravel was curiously muffled. Meanwhile, Rob and Martin made their way between the graves. Rob had a chilling premonition of finding Timmy lying between the curbstones in front of one of the graves, white-faced, his jumper soaking wet, his hands laced together. Martin stopped and read out the inscription on one of the memorials.
Lieutenant William Staines, 1817. Resurgant. What do you think that means? Resurgant? That means I shall rise again, said Rob. Oh. I was never any good at Latin, not like you. So you're going to rise again, are you, Lieutenant Staines? I won't hold my breath.
He moved along to the next memorial.
Elizabeth Chase, 1864. In Coelho Quies.
Rob stopped beside him. Roughly translated, that means peace in heaven.
She'll be lucky. What with all those angels sitting on clouds and strumming away at their harps.
Vicky and Catherine came back out of the church. Vicky shook her head.
We looked everywhere, she called out. Even the toilet in the vestry.
The graves along the second row were obviously much older. Some so old that their inscriptions had been either weathered away or completely obscured by lichen. But at the end of the row there was a larger headstone with an inscription that was still mostly readable.
Matthew Carver. Can't read the date, but it looks like 16 something. Stat ad hoc tempus. That's something about time, isn't it?
What? Said Rob. He was growing increasingly stressed, his eyes darting all around the graveyard for any sign of Timmy.
Tempus. That's something about time, isn't it? Like tempus fugit.
Rob turned around and frowned at the headstone.
Time stands still, that's what it means.
Vicky and the other 3 women, meanwhile, had been looking into the 2 mausoleums and searching the weedy, overgrown area at the back of the church. As Rob and Martin reached the end of the 3rd row of gravestones, Vicky came back up the path in tears, and Rob went across to hug her.
Oh, God, she wept. Where is he? Please don't let him be hurt.
Come on, darling, he'll be all right. He's just wandered off somewhere and got himself lost. He's definitely not here, though. I'm going to call the police. He took out his phone and dialed 999, and the emergency operator answered immediately.
Our 5-year-old son's gone missing around Samford Spinney. We've been searching for over an hour, but we still can't find him. We're getting seriously worried.
Hold on a moment, sir, and I'll put you through to Crown Hill Police Station. As he waited to be connected, Rob looked down to the lower end of the graveyard, where the granite wall was overshadowed by oak trees. At first, he couldn't be sure, but when he lifted his hand to shield his eyes from the drizzle, he thought he could make out a figure standing there, wearing a grey overcoat and a trilby hat with a wide, drooping brim, similar to the hat their father used to wear when he let his 2 Staffordshire Bull Terriers, Max and Bullet, out of their kennels and took them walking on the moors. He was about to point out the figure to Martin when a voice said, "Crown Hill Police, how can I help you?" Quickly, trying not to sound panicky, he told the duty sergeant that Timmy had disappeared, that they had searched for him everywhere they could think of, without success. Next to him, Vicky kept her hand pressed over her mouth to stop herself from sobbing out loud. When he looked down to the end of the graveyard again, the figure had gone. Maybe his stress had led him to imagine it. The wind was blowing the trees so that every now and then a gap appeared between them that resembled a human shape.
The police should be here in less than 20 minutes, he announced. We'd better get back to the house to meet them.
Chapter 8. The rain had cleared away by the time the police arrived at All Hallows Hall, although a blustery wind was still blowing, and a silvery sun kept playing hide-and-seek behind the clouds. 2 squad cars were parked in the driveway, as well as a van with 3 officers in dark blue overalls, and a dog handler with an Alsatian.
"Well, you've come out in force,"
said Martin as he opened the front door for them.
"Sergeant Billings,"
said the leading officer, in a strong Devon brogue. He was stocky and short, with a buzz cut that was going grey at the sides, and a broken nose like a jug handle.
"When a young person goes missing, the sooner we start looking for them, the better. Especially this time of year, when it gets dark so early."
"Come in," said Rob. "It's our son, Timmy, who's missing. He's only 5, but he's quite grown up and independent for his age."
"We've searched the whole damned house from top to bottom, and the church," put in Martin. "We've even looked down the well, God help us. And my good lady and I were supposed to be heading back to London by 3. Has he ever gone missing before? Did you have an argument with him, or tell him off for something?"
Rob shook his head. Never, and no. We don't have to read in the riot act very often. But when we do, usually he sulks and shuts himself in his bedroom and plays video games. But that never lasts for long. He's not the kind of kid who bears grudges, especially when it's tea time and there's beans on toast. Do you have a picture of him? Rob dug his wallet out of the back pocket of his jeans and took out the latest photograph, which he had taken when they were on holiday in Portugal. Thanks. And do you have an item of his clothing for the dog to take a sniff at? Here, said Vicky, picking up Timmy's yellow jacket from the back of the chair in the hallway. Sergeant Billings turned around and called out, Jones, do you want to fetch Axel in here? A lanky, ginger-haired dog handler came across the courtyard with his Alsatian. At first, the dog was eagerly trotting forward with his tongue hanging out like a pink silk cravat. But as it neared the front door, it slowed down, and when it reached the first step of the porch, it stopped. Its ears and its tail stood up erect, and its fur bristled as if it had been electrocuted. Axel, come on, boy, snapped its handler, tugging at its lead. He managed to drag the dog a few more inches forward, but almost immediately the dog scrabbled its claws on the granite steps and pulled back again. Axel, what the flaming nor is the matter with you? Come on, boy, now. Get your skates on, Derek, called Sergeant Billings. We haven't got all day. We've got a little lad to find before it gets dark. Axel's handler pulled at the dog's lead again and again, but it still refused to move. It's no use, Sarge. He won't budge. Something spooked him. What? Something's frightened him. I don't know what. He's never done this to me before. Can't you give him a dog biscuit or something? He's scared shitless, Sarge. A dog biscuit's not going to make any difference. Sergeant Billings turned back to Vicky. Well, I don't know. For some reason, the dog doesn't want to come into the house. If you can hand me that jacket, I'll take it outside and see if he'll sniff at it there. Vicky gave him Timmy's jacket, and he took it over to the dog handler, who had retreated with his dog now to stand beside the headless cherub. The dog handler bunched it up and held it under the dog's nose. Okay, said the dog handler. He's got that now. Take a look around the garden first, Sergeant Billings told him. Meantime, we'll give the house another search. I can tell you, Sergeant, we went over it with a fine-tooth comb, said Martin. The boy's not in there. We even looked up in the attic just to make sure, even though there's no way he could have climbed up there. Is there a cellar? There is, but for some reason it's been bricked up. It was bricked up before we came to live here. Very good, sir. I appreciate that you've gone through the house already, but we have to make a thorough search ourselves so that we can record that we've carried it out. And, no offence, we can sometimes spot something that a civilian might have overlooked. All right then, fine, go ahead. The police officers trooped into the house, and once they were gathered in the hallway, Sergeant Billings split them up and sent them off to different rooms. If he's not here on the property, sir, he'll have left his scent outside, and Axel will pick it up, I can assure you of that. He's the best tracking dog we've got, by far. It's been raining buckets, though, said Market. Won't that have washed any scent away? Not so much that Axel can't follow it. I've even known him follow a trail when there's snow foot deep. The family waited in the drawing room while the police searched the house. Because it was so cold, they all kept their coats on, although Vicky couldn't stop herself from shivering. They hardly spoke, but sat and listened to the heavy footsteps above them as the officers went into each of the 8 bedrooms. Through the latticed window, they could see the dog handler circling around the garden, with Axel sniffing the pathways and the grass borders. The dog handler disappeared from sight, but after a few minutes they heard him calling out to Sergeant Billings from outside the open front door. Sergeant Billings went to see what he wanted, and they heard them talking together in the porch. Eventually he came back into the drawing room, holding up a polythene evidence bag. Inside it, they could see a claw hammer with a wooden handle. The hammerhead was tarnished almost black, and frayed string was tied around its handle. Axel just sniffed this out,
Apparently, it was wedged down the side of the retaining wall by one of the flower beds, so it's hardly surprising that it wasn't discovered when we searched the place before. You know, after Mr. Russell was found fatally injured.
What does that have to do with finding Timmy? Asked Rob.
Well, nothing, sir, but it might throw some light on what happened to Mr. Russell. I've seen the preliminary report from the forensic pathologist, and she suggested that he was probably struck on the back of his head with a blunt instrument of some kind. He had a circular indentation in the parietal bone, which would suggest it was a hammer. So we'll be taking this away with us to run some tests on it. You never know.
But what about Timmy? Wasn't there any trace of him?
Sorry, sir. No. But Constable Jones hasn't taken Axel a full circuit around the house yet. Don't you worry. Like I said before, if anybody can track where your little lad's straight off to, he can.
You really think that hammer could have been used to murder our father? Said Martin.
It's not for me to say, sir. But a fingerprint and DNA test should tell us, one way or another. I don't know the full facts of the case, but I do know that there were no signs of any intruder, no sign of forced entry, and no footprints. So this might give us an idea of what actually occurred. On the other hand, maybe it won't. Maybe it's been lying in that flower bed since your father fell downstairs.
Sergeant Billings hesitated, suddenly realising what he had said.
Sorry. My apologies. Bad choice of words there. What I meant was, maybe it's been there for donkey's years.
One after the other, the police officers who were searching the house returned to the hallway to report that they had looked everywhere without finding any sign of Timmy. A few minutes afterwards, the dog handler called out to Sergeant Billings again, and Sergeant Billings went outside to talk to him. He came back with a serious face to say that Axel had picked up Timmy's scent from the time when he had been knocking the heads off thistles in the kitchen garden, but nowhere else. If he had left All Hallows Hall and wandered off, he would have left a trail that Axel could follow, but there was none.
What if somebody picked him up and carried him away? Said Vicky. He wouldn't have left a trail then, would he?
Rob said,
He came back into the house, darling, and closed the kitchen door behind him. We heard him. He took off his jacket and hung it on the chair.
How could anybody have got into the house and carried him off without us hearing them? And surely Timmy would have shouted out.
You say you heard him closing the kitchen door when he came in, said Sergeant Billings. But did you hear him go out again?
No, said Rob.
Not that we were really listening out for it. We just assumed that he'd gone into the drawing room to play one of his games on my phone. Still, it's pretty clear that he's not in the house, so he must be outside somewhere. There must be a reason why Axel couldn't pick up his scent. Maybe you're right, sir, and the rain did wash it away.
So what can we do now? Asked Vicky. Can we get a search party together?
Me and these officers will divide up the immediate area between us and conduct a systematic search. If that doesn't bear fruit, then, yes, I'll call for extra officers from Crown Hill, and we'll extend the search area more widely. I might well call for another GP dog, too. It's going to get dark in a couple of hours, and it looks like it'll rain again, so we better get a move on.
We'll come out and search too, said Rob.
Just tell us where you want us to look.
They all went outside, except for Vicky, who stayed in the house in case Timmy came back. As they trudged up the driveway, Rob could hear Portia arguing with Grace, telling her that she knew how much she cared about her missing nephew, but if they stayed here much longer they would miss the last train back to London. Grace's reply was unusually brave.
What if we leave and they find him drowned in a leat or fallen down a quarry? What do you think I'm going to feel like then?
Portia didn't answer that, but snapped open her umbrella because the rain was starting again. Big, heavy droplets that pattered into the gravel, like a dog trotting quickly to catch up with them. They split up and searched until it grew dark, and the rain became so heavy that the leat started to overflow, and water ran across the fields. Rob walked along the narrow hedge-lined lane towards Horrobridge for over an hour, calling out Timmy's name again and again. When he reached Walkhampton Church, Sergeant Billings rang him and advised him to go back to All Hallows Hall. It was pointless him continuing in total darkness. He would call Dartmoor Search and Rescue at Tavistock, a team of more than 30 volunteers with years of experience in finding people who were lost and injured on the moors. They would immediately send out a team experienced in night searching. But if they hadn't found Timmy before it started to grow light tomorrow, they would call in more volunteers and fan out over a wider area, all around Semford Spinney. "Let's hope your lad's come to no harm, and that he's found himself somewhere to shelter." They all returned to the house, soaked and exhausted. Vicky had lit the range in the kitchen and left the oven doors open so that it was warm. She had also phoned Mac Vac, the local chimney sweeping service, and they had promised to come round early in the morning and clear out all of the blocked-up flues. "I don't know why you bothered, quite honestly," said Catherine. "It's not as though any of us are going to be living here." "It's still up to us to look after it, Catherine," Vicky told her. "And Rob and I are going to be staying here until we find Timmy." Sergeant Billings said, "I'll see you tomorrow around 7. Give us a call immediately, won't you, if the little fellow shows up?" Once he had gone, Martin stood in front of the range, warming his hands. "Well, we'll have to stay here too, at least for tonight. I'm too knackered to drive all the way home, especially in this weather. What should we do about eating?" "The fridge has been cleared out," said Vicky. "But I looked and there's still food in the freezer. I'm not at all hungry myself, but even if I was, I don't think I'd fancy eating my late father-in-law's steak and kidney pie." "I'll tell you what," said Martin. "I'll call the Rock Pub in Yelverton and see if they'll do us a takeaway. Their steaks and their pies are terrific. When they're ready, I can whiz over and collect them." He looked up the Rock's menu online, and they all chose what they wanted to eat. Grace asked for a chicken salad bowl, but Portia was vegan, and so she opted for the butternut squash risotto. Rob went for the fisherman's pie. Vicky insisted that she didn't feel like anything to eat, but he knew she might be tempted to share it with him. Martin ordered the Devonshire rump steak, cooked rare. Catherine wanted nothing more than crushed avocado on toast, with a hen's egg. They didn't need to order any drinks. 16 dusty bottles of jail ale were stored in the bottom of the pantry, as well as 7 assorted bottles of red and white wine, and a half-empty bottle of Jameson's whiskey. It was past 8 o'clock by the time Martin returned from Yelverton with their food. While they were waiting, Vicky had gone upstairs to choose which bedroom she and Rob were going to sleep in, and make up the bed. Although Rob guessed that she was also looking yet again for any sign of Timmy, even though she must have known it was fruitless. They ate their supper in the kitchen, hardly saying a word to each other. They were all tired and depressed, and they all felt that the legacy of All Hallows Hall was weighing down on them like some grim, unwanted responsibility from which they would never be free. Rob thought it was like having to look after an elderly relative with dementia, who neither recognised them nor appreciated the care that they gave him. Herbert Russell had dominated them when he was alive, and he was still dominating them, even now that he was dead. "What if we can't find him?" said Martin, cutting into his steak so that the diluted blood ran across his plate. "Don't even think that, Martin," Rob snapped at him. "Of course we're going to find him." "Well, yes, sure, of course we are. But I was only wondering what the situation would be, as far as the house is concerned." "Martin, I don't give a flying fuck about the house. Our 5-year-old son is lost out there somewhere in Dartmoor in the pouring rain, and right now that's all that matters. I don't care if the house collapses around our ears. In fact, I hope it does. It's like Dad personified." Martin said nothing, but pushed another piece of steak into his mouth and shrugged. Rob was almost tempted to say, "You're like Dad personified too. All you ever care about is you." Chapter 9. Rob had wound up the long case clock in the hallway, so that as they lay in bed he heard it strike 2. "Are you still awake?" he asked Vicky. "I can't sleep. I can't even close my eyes. I won't be able to sleep until we've found Timmy." "Listen, try to have a nap at least. You're going to be exhausted otherwise. Timmy may be naughty sometimes, but he's not stupid. He's bound to have found himself somewhere to shelter. My guess is that he got himself lost and some passing motorist has picked him up and taken him home for the night until they can find out where he came from.
They would have called the police, wouldn't they?
I don't know, darling. I'm just hoping for the best. They lay for a while without speaking. The rain was still pattering against the window, and they could hear it pouring into the downpipes with a sound like a choking child. They had chosen the second largest bedroom, at the end of the corridor next to the bathroom. Martin and Catherine had taken the master bedroom opposite, while Grace and Portia were sleeping in the bedroom at the top of the stairs that used to be Rob's room. Grace and Portia had to share a single bed, but they said that they liked to sleep snuggled up closely together. Rob wondered if they would have the same feeling, that a strange boy was hiding underneath their bed, listening to them breathe. He shivered, because the room was so cold and the patchwork quilt that covered them was damp, and smelled damp. The clock chimed 2:30. Gradually the rain eased off, and the moon began to shine intermittently through the gap in the curtains. It was then that Rob heard whispering. He wasn't sure at first if Vicky had fallen asleep at last and was whispering to herself. But when he lifted his head up from the pillow, he realised that somebody was whispering in the corridor right outside their bedroom door. He strained hard to hear what they were saying, because they sounded hurried and anxious, like the whisper that he was sure he had heard in the room next to the stained glass window. He didn't think it was Grace or Portia, because the whispering was low-pitched and slightly hoarse, like a man. Maybe it was Martin. But if it was Martin, what was he doing out of bed at this time of the night, and who was he whispering to? Rob sat up so that he could hear more clearly. Vicky turned over and said, "What's the matter?" "Can you hear that?" "What?" "That whispering." Vicky listened for a moment, and then she sat up too. "Yes, I can. Who is it?" The whispering went on, and the whisper sounded more and more desperate with every passing second. Then they heard another whisperer, who sounded threatening, as if they were warning the first whisperer to keep quiet or else. "It's Martin, it has to be," said Rob. "Martin and Catherine having one of their Barneys." He reached over and switched on the bedside lamp, which flickered and crackled before it popped on fully. He swung his legs off the bed and padded across the room, dressed only in his shirt and sweater and socks. He pressed his ear against the door, trying to make out what the whisperers were saying, but their voices were still indistinct, and so he opened it. The corridor was dark, but not so dark that he could see there was nobody there. The whispering abruptly stopped. "Rob, who is it?" Rob leaned out of the doorway and looked along the corridor as far as the landing. The moonlight brightened for a moment, and then dulled again. "It's nobody." "What do you mean it's nobody? Somebody was whispering, even if it wasn't Martin and Catherine." "I know it sounded like it, but it couldn't have been." Rob closed the door and turned around. "It must have been a draft, or maybe the plumbing." "No, it wasn't. It was whispering. Whoever it was must have heard you opening the door and made themselves scarce." "They couldn't have. I would have seen them. I would have heard their footsteps, too. The floorboards are much too creaky." "Perhaps they've hidden themselves in the bathroom." "Oh, and I wouldn't have heard them close the bathroom door." "You could at least go and check." Rob blew out his cheeks in exasperation. "All right, if it makes you happy. But I swear to God there's nobody there. You know what this house is like, full of all kinds of weird noises. It could have been mice running along behind the skirting boards." "Rob, mice don't whisper. Not like that. That was definitely two people having an argument. You know it was." Rob opened the door again and went along to the bathroom. It was chilly inside, with only the sound of the bath tap dripping. He tugged the light cord and looked around, but there was nobody there. His dead father's toothbrush was still on the shelf above the basin, its bristles splayed, too parsimonious to buy himself a new one. He went back to the bedroom. "Even if there was somebody there, darling, they're not there now. All we can do is try to get some rest. They'll start searching again as soon as it gets light. Vicky punched her pillow and lay her head back on it. I wish we'd never come. I hate this house. I hate Dartmoor. I just want Timmy back safe and well so that we can go home and never, ever come back. About 20 minutes before dawn, Grace came tapping at their door, carrying 2 mugs of tea and half a packet of hobnobs in her cardigan pocket. We thought you ought to have something inside you, even if you're not hungry. Did you sleep at all? I think I might have dozed off a couple of times, said Vicky. How about you? On and off. Don't tell her I told you, whatever you do. But Portia kept snoring. And I'm sure I could hear some people whispering outside our door. I didn't want to get up and see who it was because I didn't want to wake Portia. And it stopped after a while anyway. We heard the same, Vicky told her. Rob took a look outside, but there was nobody there. You always thought All Hallows was haunted, didn't you, Rob? You used to think there was a boy just like you lying under your bed. Did I tell you about that? I don't remember telling anybody. Yes, you did. You always used to kneel down and look under your bed before you got into it. You did it every night, and one night I asked you why. Anyway, Grace, thanks so much for the tea, said Vicky. That's all right. If you want a top-up or anything more to eat, we're down in the kitchen. I expect the police will be here soon. Almost as if it had heard her, Rob's phone rang. He picked it up, and it was Sergeant Billings.
We'll be with you in about half an hour, sir. We've got a couple of dozen volunteers from Dartmoor Search and Rescue to help us, and if necessary, they should be able to muster some more later.
That's brilliant. Thank you, Sergeant.
We'll find your little lad. The weather forecast looks fine. It's not going to rain any road, so that should help.
Vicky was sitting up in bed, holding her mug of tea in both hands. She looked white and exhausted, and her eyes were filled with tears. Rob went and sat down beside her and put his arm around her shoulders. They're sending out a search and rescue team, and I'm going to pray. Who to? You don't believe in God? I've just been converted. At least, until we find Timmy. Chapter 10. An orange sun was rising dimly through the fog as the Dartmoor search and rescue teams arrived in the driveway in 2 Land Rovers. There were 15 volunteers altogether, including a dog handler, all wearing crimson parkas. They varied in age from teenagers to pensioners, serious but friendly, mostly men, but with 2 women among them. And their team leader came up to Rob and Vicky to introduce himself. He was in his mid-40s, with a weather-beaten face and pale blue eyes that seemed to be focused on some distant tour. He spoke with a strong Devon accent.
Everybody you see here is trained and experienced in searching for missing people, he said. And we have all the equipment, radios, GPS, and first aid if it's needed, which we sincerely hope it won't. You have a picture of your boy we could take a look at. Sergeant Billings says he's 5.
Rob handed him his photograph, and the team leader handed it around. His name's Timmy. He's wearing an oatmeal-coloured jumper and brown corduroy trousers.
What's his personality? Quiet, is he? Or a bit of an angle twitch?
Oh, quiet most of the time. But he's like all kids. He has his foot-stamping moments.
I get you. And have you something that Barney could have a smell of?
Vicky was already holding Timmy's yellow jacket over her arm. She gave it to the team leader, and he beckoned the dog handler to come over. Barney was a black and white border collie, and his amber eyes had the most riveting stare that Rob had ever seen on a dog. He took a deep and enthusiastic sniff at Timmy's jacket, a connoisseur of what tragedy smells like.
We'll start from the house here, since this is where your son went missing from, said the team leader. If Barney can pick up his scent, all well and good. If not, we'll be spreading out all around Sandford Spinney. Our volunteers here have a brilliant understanding of all the terrain around here, and they know the most likely paths that he might have taken. We can't do an aerial search just yet because of the fog, but if it clears before we've located him, we could consider it.
He's been out all night, said Vicky. He's going to be frightened and soaking wet and very miserable.
Of course,
the team leader told her, laying his hand on her shoulder and giving her a reassuring smile.
But in all the 7 years since I've been a member, We've never yet failed to track down a single missing person. We'll find your boy, don't you fret."
After 20 minutes, the dog handler came back to the team leader to say that he had circled all around the house and had only picked up Timmy's scent in the kitchen garden, just like the police dog handler. There was no trace of him leading away from the house.
"Well, no worries. Sometimes the dogs find it hard to follow a scent in wet weather, and this driveway is all shingle, which doesn't help. We'll just have to get out there onto the moor and carry out a systematic search on foot. He's only 5, so his little legs couldn't have taken him that far, not in the dark."
Rob and Martin and Grace each joined one of the 3 search and rescue teams. Vicky and Catherine would stay in the house in case Timmy returned, and to wait for the chimney sweep. Portia had volunteered to borrow Rob's car to drive into Tavistock and buy food and wine and 2 electric fan heaters, as well as a fresh inhaler for Grace's asthma. The dampness in the house had made Grace short of breath, but she was determined to stay here until Timmy was found.
"Portia, he's my little nephew, and I'm never going to have a child of my own, am I?"
"There's always IVF," Portia had retorted, but almost immediately she said, Sorry. Yesterday she had made no secret of her impatience to return to London, but whatever argument they had settled between them, it was apparent that she had made some concession to Grace. She had made no mention of it this morning, and on the whole she was being much more conciliatory. As the day went on, the fog thickened, rather than clearing, and the search parties looked like ghostly shadows as they walked down the lanes and crossed over the fields and climbed up the steep granite tors. They called out, "Timmy!" over and over, and then they would stop for a few moments and listen, but there was no response before darkness began to creep over the moors. They combed woods and hedgerows and ditches. They followed the Grimstone and Saltridge Leat all the way up to the windy Post Cross, peering into the running water to make sure that Timmy's drowned body wasn't trapped below the surface. They looked as far as Merivale in the north, and Whitchurch to the west, and even as far as the Burrator Reservoir to the south. They talked to the few local people they came across out on the moor, and knocked on several doors to ask if anybody had seen a small boy wandering out on his own, but nobody had. Rob was beginning to wonder if some passing motorist might have come across Timmy, picked him up and driven him away. For what purpose, he dreaded to think. Eventually, at about 5:30, they returned cold and weary to All Hallows Hall. Although they had given up for the day, the search would continue through the night, with replacement teams who specialised in looking for missing people in the dark. The search area would be widened too. The chimney sweeps had visited that morning and cleared out the flues in the drawing room, the kitchen and the library, and Vicky had lit fires in all of them. For the first time since they had arrived yesterday, the house felt welcoming and warm. Rob collapsed into Herbert's throne by the fire. He had wanted to go back out onto the moors after a short rest, but when he was climbing over a pile of rocks under Pew Tor, he had twisted his ankle and it was starting to throb. He switched on the West Country News on television and silently prayed that there would be no items about a 5-year-old boy found dead around Samford Spinney. Vicky brought him a bottle of jail ale and stood beside him, looking bereft.
"What if they never find him? What then?"
"They will, darling. We can't give up hope."
"Tell me this is all a bad dream. Tell me we never came here."
Rob tried to stand up, but winced and sat back down again. Vicky knelt down beside his chair and rested her head in his lap. He stroked her hair, but that was all the comfort he could give her. Martin, meanwhile, had gone through to the library to see if he could find any notebooks or diaries that might throw some light on where their father had been killed. The police had taken all the invoices and receipts that had been scattered on the stairs when Herbert Russell was found dead, as well as his laptop, and had yet to return them. When Martin had been helping to search the house for Timmy, however, he had lifted the lid on the window seat and found 6 or 7 dog-eared Racing Post diaries, as well as other books. Now he lifted them all out and set them down on the writing table, and he saw that they were Herbert's accounts books for the 9 previous tax years. He sat down and began to leaf through them, the diaries first and then the accounts. The diaries had no day-to-day accounts of Herbert's life. They were crammed with nothing but notes about race meetings and odds and horses that he must have fancied. It made him feel strangely abandoned to see his father's idiosyncratic handwriting again, with its thick upright strokes and its heavily crossed T's. His father had always made him feel valued, much more than Rob or Grace, and had constantly promised him that he would be someone special when he grew up, someone who took no nonsense from anybody. He had lost count of the number of times his father had said to him, "Remember, no matter how much anyone disagrees with you, you're always right and they're always wrong, full stop." Most of the entries in his accounts book were mundane. Travel expenses, TV license, car maintenance, firewood from Liz's logs in Yelverton. But then some of the credits were more mystifying. PP £11,230, LB £3,226, and then some much larger credits. JD 1729515, £128,000. BDF 2367838, £347,500. When Martin added up all of these obscure credits, he reckoned that in those 9 years Herbert Russell had been given over £7.5 million, and that was on top of his prison governor's salary. But apart from their initials and their reference numbers, there were no further details of who the donors were, or why they had given him so much money. Martin jotted down the figures on a torn-off sheet of paper, and then went through to the drawing room.
"Rob, I don't know where that Margaret Walsh got her financial statements from, but according to Dad's own account books, we should all be reasonably rich."
"Spag bol, all right?" called Grace from the kitchen.
"Yes, Gracie, wonderful,"
Rob called back, and then frowned at Martin's piece of paper. Blimey. Do we know who gave him all this money? Are these individual people or companies?
"I haven't the faintest. That's all he's written down. Look at this one. KW2703145, £545,000. Who would have given him more than £500,000? I mean, what for? And what did he do with it? Did he spend it? Did he invest it? Did he bury it in the garden in a pickle jar?"
He didn't keep a diary, did he?
"There's racing diaries with all the GGs he bet on, but that's all. I don't ever remember him keeping one, and there was no sign of one in the library or in his bedroom."
"I thought he had accountants to do his tax returns. Maybe they would know."
"I think he used to, but from the look of his books, he was doing them himself for the past 9 years at least."
"Perhaps he has another bank account, one that he never told Margaret Walsh about."
"In which case, we bloody well need to find it," said Martin. "There's no way in the world I'm going to let $7.5 million go unclaimed. That's $2.5 million each. I know it's not the national lottery, but you and I could buy ourselves much bigger houses, and Grace could buy her first house, couldn't she?"
"Right at this moment, Martin, I'm not interested in whether I could buy a bigger house or not."
"Well, no, sorry, Rob, of course not. But I'll get to work on it. And if they don't find Timmy tonight, I'll be out there again tomorrow looking for him, I promise you."
"Thanks, Martin," Rob told him. One of the logs in the grate lurched and dropped downwards, and a shower of sparks flew up the chimney. For a split second, they looked like a glittering, demonic face. Chapter 11. They ate their supper in the kitchen in silence, too tired and too depressed to think of anything to say. Rob had cautioned Martin not to tell Vicky or Grace about the $7.5 million that he had discovered in Herbert Russell's accounts. There was no way of knowing if it actually existed anywhere, or if Herbert had borrowed it and paid it all back. And apart from that, Vicky could think about nothing but Timmy, and she would only find it insensitive if he started talking about some illusory inheritance. As for Grace, she never liked to speak about their father much, for some reason. She always gave a little shudder when they mentioned his name, as if they were talking about some food that she couldn't stand, like pickled herring. She had made it clear that she had only come to All Hallows Hall because Portia had insisted that she should lay claim to what was hers, and would be theirs when they had legally married. Just after 10:30, a short, broad-shouldered man with scruffy blonde hair knocked at the door. He was wearing a crimson anorak, and he introduced himself as one of the team leaders from Dartmoor Search and Rescue. He told them that his name was John Kipling. No relation to Rudyard, unfortunately. He and his volunteers would be searching the moor until 6 tomorrow morning, and unless they had found Timmy earlier, he would call again then. They all sat in the drawing room to finish their drinks, watching the fire die down. They had the television switched on but muted, in case any news item came up about Timmy, but there was little hope of that. Martin went outside for a cigarette, and when he came back, still wearing a cloak of cold air and the smell of tobacco, he rubbed his hands together and said, "I don't know about you, but I'm for bed." Rob fell asleep almost at once. Vicky stayed awake, reading a book she had found in the library called The Legends of Dartmoor. The book described the demon dogs that were said to roam the moor in packs, and the ghosts of wife murderers, and how the devil had demolished a local church spire with bolts of lightning. But it wasn't all about frightening apparitions. The chapter that had caught Vicky's attention told of friendly piskies who are supposed to flit around the tors at night, and who will guide any ramblers who find themselves lost, although they will do the opposite to anybody who upsets them, and deliberately lead them miles out of their way. The people of Dartmoor still call it being pisky-led. The piskies are appreciated most of all for the care they take of little children who have gone astray, drying their tears and taking their hands and showing them the way back to their anxious mothers. When she read that, Vicky closed the book, her mouth tightly puckered to prevent herself from sobbing out loud. She didn't want to wake Rob. She knew how exhausted he was, and how much his ankle hurt. He had taken 2 paracetamol before going to bed. She switched off her bedside lamp, snuggled down, and pulled up the quilt to cover her shoulders. Out here on the moor at night, the darkness was total, so they had left a light on in the hallway downstairs, in case any of them needed to get up to visit the bathroom. All she could hear was Rob's steady breathing, the weary ticking of the long case clock, and the soft, sibilant sound of the wind outside, like an old man whistling between his teeth. She tried to imagine where Timmy was now, and how he was keeping himself warm and dry. He had always liked to put up makeshift shelters at the end of the garden, under the hedge. It was usually one of Rob's raincoats draped over a framework of sticks and the handles of his wheelbarrow. He would sit there, cross-legged, while it was raining, singing songs he had made up himself, like "The Sheep Goes Beep." She desperately hoped he had managed to build himself some kind of shelter out on the moors, although by now he must be weak with hunger, and thirsty too, unless he had drunk water from a leat. "Dear God in heaven," she prayed under her breath, "please protect my Timmy wherever he is, and bring him back to us safe and unharmed." Her eyes closed, and she was almost asleep when she thought she could faintly hear a child crying. She opened her eyes and listened. A whole minute went by without her hearing it again. Rob stirred and made a waffling noise, but then he continued to breathe normally. No, she must have been thinking so intently about Timmy that she had dreamed it as she was dropping off. She closed her eyes again. She had never felt so tired in her entire life. She couldn't imagine the grief of losing a child forever. Funeral, the small white coffin. Then she heard the child crying again. It was so muffled and indistinct that she couldn't be entirely sure it wasn't a fox yelping somewhere outside, or one of the bedroom doors creaking in the draught. Dartmoor was the highest upland in the country, so it was almost always windy. She sat up, holding her breath. Another minute went by. Then, yes, she heard it again. What if it was Timmy, and he was stuck somewhere in the house in some cupboard or chimney or cranny where they hadn't been able to find him? She folded back the quilt and climbed out of bed, trying to disturb Rob as little as possible. She tiptoed to the bedroom door and eased it open. The corridor outside was dark, except for the faint glow of light from the lamp in the hallway, which was enough for Vicky to see that there was nobody out there. She waited, and then she heard it again. It sounded as if it were coming from the side corridor that led to the stained glass window of old Dewar. She crept along to the landing, stopped, and listened again. It was not crying so much as a repetitive and hopeless plea for help, in the same way that children in hospital call out endlessly for their mummies. even though they know it might be hours before they come to visit them. But it was definitely a child and not a fox or an owl. She couldn't be sure that it was Timmy, but what other children had come to All Hallows Hall lately? Holding her breath again, she made her way down the corridor to the stained glass window. In the dark, the design on the window appeared to have subtly altered, as if the hounds were cowering down low, and old Dewar himself was looking at her over his shoulder with one gleaming eye. Outside it was still pitch black, and there was no light shining through the coloured glass, so that it was difficult to tell for sure. Although it sounded so faint and far away, the child's voice seemed to be coming from the end bedroom, the one in which Rob and Martin had found nothing but 6 spare chairs and a wine table crowded with cobwebby candlesticks. She opened the door and strained her eyes to see if there was anybody inside. It was too dark, and so she reached around for the light switch. "Timmy? Are you in there?" She called out, but quietly. She waited, but there was no answer, and the crying had stopped. "Timmy?" She took a step into the bedroom, but as she did so, she heard a soft rushing noise, like the wind rising, and the wine table rocked as if somebody had knocked into it. 3 of the candlesticks toppled over and dropped onto the carpet, and then Vicky gasped in shock as what felt like 2 invisible hands were shoved into her chest to push her violently backwards into the corridor. She lost her balance, and her shoulder struck the mahogany dado behind her before she sprawled onto the floor. She looked up to see who had pushed her, but instantly the light in the bedroom was switched off, and the door slammed shut. She climbed to her feet and stood in front of the door, trembling and rubbing her shoulder. She was convinced that it had been a man who had knocked over the candlesticks and pushed her, but how could she have not seen him? Vicky stayed where she was for a few seconds, listening for the child, but all she could hear now was the wind and the first few patters of rain against the stained glass window. She didn't dare to open the bedroom door again. Her shoulder was aching, and she felt as if her breasts were bruised. She walked back quickly to her own bedroom, switched on Rob's bedside lamp, and sat down on the bed next to him. She shook his arm and said, Rob, wake up! Please, Rob, wake up!" Rob stirred and opened his eyes. "What is it? What's going on?" Then he propped himself up on his elbow and said, "Have they found Timmy?" "No, but I heard a child crying and I thought it might be Timmy, so I went to take a look." Rob now saw how shaken she was. He sat up and put his arms around her and said, What happened?" "I thought the child was crying in that end bedroom, so I went in and somebody pushed me out and slammed the door shut." "What? Who?" "I don't know who."
"Well, what did they look like?"
"That's the whole point. They didn't look like anything. It felt like a man, but he was invisible."
Rob stroked her back. "When you say invisible—"
"I couldn't see him, Rob. He pushed me so hard that I fell over, but there was nobody there."
Rob climbed out of bed, wincing as he put weight on his twisted ankle. He picked up his tweed jacket from the back of the bedroom chair and quickly tugged it on. "Right," he said, "let's go and take a look. If this is somebody playing some kind of stupid prank—" He limped along to the landing, with Vicky following close behind him. He turned down the corridor that led towards the stained glass window and went up to the bedroom door. "You're sure you heard the child crying from in here?"
"It was very faint, but I think so. I don't know where else it could have been coming from."
"Well, like I told you, I heard whispering coming from this bedroom myself. Martin said I was imagining it."
"I wasn't imagining somebody pushing me out of the room and switching off the light and slamming the door in my face."
"All right, let's find out who it was." Rob opened the door and switched on the light. There was nobody in there. He stepped inside and cautiously looked around. Vicky stayed by the door. "No, nobody here," said Rob. He circled all the way round the room, waving his arms from side to side. "Can't see them, and I can't feel them either, even if they're invisible."
"The candlesticks," said Vicky.
"What about them?"
"Some of them fell on the floor, but whoever it was has picked them up and put them back on the table."
Rob lifted one of them up. "Yes, these 3 don't have any cobwebs on them. But you don't have to worry, darling, I believe you. Something really weird is going on in this house, and we need to find out what it is." He paused and looked around the bedroom again, wondering if there was something he had missed. Then he said, "Do you know, I have a gut feeling that somebody may be doing all this spooky stuff on purpose, the whispering and everything. Maybe it's somebody who doesn't want us to inherit it, and they're trying to frighten us off by making us think that it's haunted." The long case clock in the hallway struck a dolorous 3. Vicky said, "Listen, there's nothing else we can do tonight. The search and rescue people will be back here at 6. Let's try and get some rest before then." She paused, still rubbing her shoulder, and then she said, "I think you could be right about somebody playing tricks on us. I don't believe in ghosts, especially ghosts that can push you over." Chapter 12. They were both still awake when they heard a Land Rover crunching to a halt in the driveway, and its door being slammed, and after a few seconds there was a knock at the door. Rob looked at his watch. 25 minutes to 6. The search and rescue team was early. He hurried down the stairs, with Vicky following close behind him. When he opened the front door, he saw that it was only John Kipling, in his crimson anorak and a black knitted bobble hat. Behind him it was still raining, although softly and quietly. "No luck?" asked Rob. John shook his head. "I'm sorry. We searched nearly 800 hectares. All we found was a broken-down Toyota and a dead sheep." "Why don't you come inside and have something hot to drink?" said Vicky. She looked over his shoulder towards the Land Rover in the driveway. "Are you alone, or is there anybody with you?" "No, I'm alone. And a hot cup of tea would go down a treat." He stepped into the hallway and pulled off his bobble hat. Although he must have been 45 or older, he looked as fit as a much younger man. He had high cheekbones and a snub nose that made him look Swedish or Polish. His accent, though, was pure Devon. He sat down and eased off his Wellington boots. "There's a hole in my sock, but my feet don't smell." "After what you've been doing all night, smelly feet would be forgiven, don't you worry about that." Vicky went through to the kitchen to make John a mug of tea, while Rob led him into the drawing room and switched on the lights. The fire had burned down to a heap of grey ashes, but Rob set about shoveling them out, and lighting a fresh fire with crumpled-up pages of the Tiverton Gazette that he had found in the scullery, and ash twigs. "Always comes out on Tuesday, the Tiverton Gazette," said John. "Unusual day for a weekly paper to be published, but it coincides with market day, when there's more people in town to buy it. It's been going since 1858, believe it or not. The fellow who started it was only 22, but he died 3 years later." "Well, you know your local history," said Rob, striking a match. "I do, as a matter of fact. I've lived here all my life, and it's a fascinating part of the world. There are so many legends and fairy stories about it, spooks and demons and witches. That's natural, I suppose, considering the landscape. You can go out on a foggy morning and imagine that you're the only human being in the world, but you can hear weird animal noises quite close by and see shadows flitting around behind the fog." "What do you think our hopes are of finding Timmy?" "Like I said before, we've never failed to find a missing person yet. Not if they're out on the moor. But it could be that your lad's wandered off somewhere else, or that somebody's seen him walking along the road on his own and picked him up." "That's what I was thinking. But surely if somebody had picked him up, they would have taken him to the nearest police station." "Perhaps they have, but then maybe your boy wasn't able to tell them where you are. But there's no point in speculating, Mr. Russell. That's one thing I always tell my team before we start searching. You can predict from experience which way your missing person is most likely to have strayed off to, but sometimes you find them in the most unlikely places. Last month, we were looking for a woman rambler who was trying to find her way back to Langston Manor Caravan Park. Eventually, we found her stuck down a crevice in the rocks at Pew Tor." "Maybe she was pisky-led," said Vicky, as she came in from the kitchen with 3 mugs of tea on a tray. "Oh, you know about the piskies?" said John. "I was reading about them last night in a book about Dartmoor. I was trying to see if it had any clues to where Timmy might have gone." "The king of the piskies is supposed to live under Pew Tor, but in all my years I've never caught sight of him, nor any other pisky for that matter." At that moment Martin came in, puffy-eyed and unshaved. He was wrapped in Herbert's brown check dressing gown and was still wearing his yellow socks.
I didn't realise it was 6 o'clock already. God, I feel rough. Any news?
Rob shook his head. John and his team have been searching all night, but there's still no sign of him.
I'll be checking in with Sergeant Billings in a minute, said John. Since we haven't been able to find Timmy, he'll be putting out a bulletin on the local television news and Twitter.
He blew on his tea to cool it and took 2 or 3 sips. Then he said, I know this might sound more than a bit condescending, but have you made a thorough search of the house?
Of course we have, Martin retorted. And the police have too. What, do you think he might be hiding under one of the beds and we haven't noticed?
Sorry, I didn't mean to imply that you haven't searched properly. But these houses have all kinds of funny little alcoves and recesses that you wouldn't find in a modern house. That's because they were built without plans, and sometimes the upstairs room didn't quite fit with the load-bearing walls, and so there'd be a niche left over, which was plastered over.
If it was plastered over, how could anybody get into it?
I don't know, but I do know that this house has a priest's hole, or priest's hide, as they're sometimes known. I've heard of those, said Vicky. Those were secret rooms, weren't they, where Catholic priests used to be hidden during the Reformation, so that the priest hunters couldn't find them.
That's right, said John. The Wilmingtons who built this house were Catholics, and when they were approached by a priest to give him shelter, they asked a fellow called Nicholas Owen to construct a priest hole for them. Nicholas Owen was a Jesuit lay brother. He was also an incredible craftsman. He'd already made priest holes in at least 5 country houses. In Harvington Hall, in Worcestershire, he made at least 7. And there could be more in the same house that nobody has been able to find because he concealed them so brilliantly. We never knew there was a priest hole here, at All Hallows Hall, said Martin. Surely it would have been mentioned in the title deeds, or the property information form, or whatever. I only found out about it 3 or so years ago, when I was researching the Wilmington family, said John. The existence of a priest hole would only have been known to the owner of the house and Nicholas Owen himself. And when I say they were brilliantly concealed, some of them were quite amazing. He would build them under staircases and over fireplaces and behind panelling, even down drains. He was caught eventually and tortured and executed, but he was canonized and became the patron saint of escapologists and illusionists. Did your research give you any idea where in the house this priest hole is? Rob asked him. No, only that there must have been one, because the priest hunters came here looking for a Catholic priest. Apparently, they were acting on a tip they'd been given by a local villager from Yelverton, who bore some kind of a grudge against the Wilmingtons. They searched the house without finding him. So, how did they know that there was a priest hole? Asked Martin. They'd got wise to their existence by then, and how difficult they were to discover. They went away, but the same afternoon, without any warning, they came back, and by that time the priest had come out of his hole and they caught him on the road to Yelverton. He was tortured to make him renounce his Catholic faith and pledge allegiance to the Church of England, but he refused, and they hanged him. The Wilmingtons could have been in serious trouble too, but they denied knowing the priest. Even though it was almost certain that they must have been hiding him somewhere in All Hallows Hall, the priest hunters still couldn't find a priest hole, and so they had no evidence to charge them with. By now, both Grace and Portia had appeared, wearing thick sweaters and jeans, Grace in pink and Portia in purple. Rob introduced them to John Kipling and quickly explained what he had just told them. If there is a priest hole, we weren't able to find it either, said Portia. Her studded denim jacket made her look even more boyish. And anyway, if we weren't able to find it, how could Timmy have found it? And even if he had, surely he would have come out of it by now. He could be stuck inside it and he can't get out, said Grace. But he'd be starving hungry by now. He'd be shouting out and banging on the walls, wouldn't he? Vicky was about to tell them about the childish cries that she had heard coming from the end bedroom, and the way she had been violently knocked over when she went to investigate. But Rob squeezed her hand and gave her a concentrated stare that cautioned her to stay silent. In the unlikely event that either Martin or Grace had somehow arranged for all this whispering and crying, he didn't want them to know that they had heard it, and that it had disturbed them, although he still couldn't understand how Vicky had been pushed. How do you go about finding priest holes? Asked Rob. I mean, if you take a look around the house, John, do you think that you might be able to work out where it is? I could try, John told him. I've seen 2 of them already, one at Grimstone Hall and the other in a house at Tavistock. The one at Grimstone Hall was under the staircase, and the priest had to pull out the riser from one of the stairs and slide himself sideways into the chamber that Nicholas Owen had built underneath. At Tavistock, a section of the wall over the fireplace was hinged upwards, and the priest's hole was a narrow space behind the chimney. But, like I said, Nicholas Owen was such an expert craftsman that they're very hard to find. And what if you can't find one here at All Hallows Hall? Asked Martin with a slightly aggressive tone in his voice. What then? Then we don't give up. We bring in one of our sniffer dogs, and if our sniffer dog can't find it, then one of our team works for a company that insulates cavity walls. He can drill a neat hole in any wall that he thinks might have a priest hole behind it, and take a look behind it with a bore scope. Very well, said Martin. But let's start with the dog first, shall we? Before we start turning the house into a sieve.
Chapter 13. After he had finished his mug of tea, John Kipling stood up, peeled off his crimson anorak, and started his search of the house. He went around the ground floor first, rapping with his knuckles on the dark oak panelling to see if it sounded hollow anywhere. Then he measured the walls in each room to compare them with the walls of the rooms next to it, to see if there was any disparity. Outside, the rain had eased off, and 3 fresh search and rescue teams had spread out over the moors in their continuing effort to find Timmy. Grace and Portia went out to help them, although Rob had to stay behind because his ankle was still swollen and he could only hobble on it, and Martin had to catch up with more than 20 urgent business calls. While John slowly tapped his way from the kitchen to the library, Rob and Vicky sat in the drawing room watching the television. The local BBC News had already shown a picture of Timmy, with an urgent request for anybody who had seen him or who had any information about his whereabouts to get in touch with the police at Crownhill. An appeal had also been posted on Twitter. "Do you think I should tell John about that child I heard crying and my getting pushed over?" asked Vicky. "Perhaps we should tell him about all that whispering too. He seems to know all the Dartmoor myths and legends." "Let's hold off until he's finished on the ground floor," said Rob. "We don't want him heading straight upstairs until he's made a thorough search down here. This priest hole could be anywhere, and we don't want him to miss it." "But we both heard something strange up in that inn bedroom. I heard that child, and you heard those people whispering." "We don't know if those noises came from a priest hole, do we? And if there is a priest hole, and Timmy somehow managed to get himself stuck inside it, well, maybe he's too weak to call out anymore, or I don't know." "Or what? You think he could be dead?" "Vix, I didn't say that. To be honest with you, I don't believe that he's here in the house at all. But we have to think of every place that he might have found himself, and everything that might have happened to him." John came into the drawing room, running his hand through his bristly blonde hair. He looked tired. "There's no sign of a priest hole down here. I'll be taking a look upstairs now, if that's okay." "We'll go up with you. We didn't tell you before, but we've been hearing some odd noises, and we think they come from one of the bedrooms." "Odd noises such as what?" "Like a child calling out and people whispering, but very faintly, so we couldn't quite tell for certain if that's what they really were, or if it was the wind or the plumbing or some fox outside on the moor making a mating call." John frowned, and then he said, "Okay, perhaps you'd better show me this bedroom. I mean, I know where they are, most of the priest holes around the country, but there's no record of anybody ever hearing voices out of them. Not even at Grimstone Hall, and that's supposed to be haunted by at least 3 ghosts." They went upstairs, with Rob grabbing at the banister rail so that he wouldn't put too much pressure on his ankle. "I've always wanted to take a look around All Hallows Hall," said John. "It has a fair old history, I can tell you. I'm only sorry that I've had to come here under such unhappy circumstances." Vicky led him along the corridor to the stained glass window of Old Dewar. John stopped and stared at it, and he was obviously fascinated. "The devil," said Rob. "One of the previous owners of this house had this window installed to keep him away." "Understandable," said John. "There's still a few folks believe that Old Dewar goes out hunting in the middle of the night. It's unbaptized babies he's looking for. Chrisimores, they call them around here."
Anybody else he chases to the top of the Dewstone so that they fall over the edge, plunge down into the River Plym and die. Yes, that's what we were told when we first came to live here. As if this house isn't creepy enough without stories like that. Rob opened the bedroom door. Nothing had changed since he had last looked around it. Here they were, exactly as before. The odd collection of spare chairs and the cobwebby candlesticks. None of them had been moved. John stepped into the middle of the bedroom, turned around and sniffed. Bit fusty, he said. I can smell something, but I'm not sure what it is. Rob sniffed too. I can't smell anything, but then All Hallows Hall has always smelled fusty. I suppose I'm used to it. No, there's something else. It's really familiar, but I can't put my finger on it. Cinnamon or oranges? Vicky sniffed and frowned and said, I can smell it too. Maybe it's just the leather seats of those 2 chairs. Rob shook his head. I still can't smell it, but then I can never smell toast burning either. John paced the length of the bedroom, toe to heel, to measure it, just as the priest hunters used to. Just over 12 feet, I'd say. Let me go next door and see what that room comes out at. He left the bedroom and came back a few seconds later. It's about the same. I thought there might be a hidden compartment at the end of this room, but it doesn't look like it. John went slowly around the room, tapping on each panel of the dark oak dado and shifting the stacked-up chairs beside the window so that he could reach the dado there. When he had gone all the way around, he came up to Rob and Vicky and said, I don't know, I couldn't hear any cavities. But that Nicholas Owen was such an ingenious bugger. He might have worked out a way of muffling the sound. My friend the cavity wall contractor could find out for certain with a borescope. Vicky looked around and shuddered. There's definitely something weird about this room, even if it doesn't have a priest's hole. I didn't just fall over, so something must be hiding here. I was pushed really hard. With that, she pulled down the neck of her sweater to show John the crimson bruise on her shoulder. You're right, said John. I don't reckon a ghost could have done that. They left the end bedroom, and John looked into the other 7 bedrooms, rapping at the dados and pacing out their dimensions. Rob knocked at the door of the master bedroom because Catherine was still in there. Catherine, are you decent? Of course I'm decent. What do you want? John from the search and rescue needs to take a look around your room. He's looking for hidden hidey holes. All right, if you must. They went in. Catherine was sitting at the dressing table, brushing her hair. Rob had never seen her without makeup before, and was surprised that she looked much younger than 42. It could have been the dim light in the bedroom, or the fact that he could only see her face in the mirror. Maybe the mirror was the opposite of the portrait of Dorian Gray. Your reflection always stayed young, while you grew older. We think there must be a priest hole somewhere in the house, Rob told her. John here knows all the local history, and everything points to the possibility that the Wilmingtons had one built in. Well, you're welcome to look, but surely your dad would have known about it, wouldn't he? Not necessarily, said John. Their existence was always kept a very close secret. The punishment for hiding a priest could be severe. You could forfeit your house and be sent to prison, and tortured on the rack or even hanged. Catherine said nothing to that, but went on brushing her hair, although harder this time, as if it had done something to annoy her. John went around the bedroom, knocking at the dado panels. The tester bed was still unmade, so he lifted the pillows away and took a close look at the carved wooden bedhead, which was elaborately decorated with fruit and flowers. He tried sliding it from side to side and then tugging at it, to see if he could dislodge it. If it could be removed, it would certainly have opened up a wide enough space for a priest to squeeze himself through. He tugged at it again and again, but eventually he put back the pillows and shook his head. Solid elm. Only a bedhead. Pity. Would have been quite ingenious, wouldn't it? He paced the length of the bedroom to measure it. 13 feet, the same as the room next door. There's no priest hole in here either. Turning to Catherine, he said, Thank you. Sorry if we disturbed you. Catherine shrugged. Personally, I think you're wasting your time searching the house. Timmy's probably miles away by now. Oh, we're still combing the moors. And if we haven't found him by lunchtime, we'll have at least 24 more volunteers out this afternoon, before it starts getting dimpsy.
Catherine said nothing, but put down her hairbrush and leaned forward to stare at her reflection in close-up. When John had finished checking all the bedrooms, he took a look in the bathroom. When All Hallows Hall was built, long before hot running water and flushing toilets, this would have simply been another bedroom, so it was possible that there might have been a priest hole built into one of the walls. But after tapping and measuring yet again, even climbing into the bath so he could knock on the wall behind it, he had to admit that he was unable to find one. Perhaps the priest that was caught here had simply been hiding in a wardrobe or under one of the beds, Rob suggested. I used to have nightmares about somebody hiding under my bed. Maybe that was why. As they made their way back towards the landing, John looked up at the trapdoor in the ceiling.
Is it easy to get up into the attic?
Reasonably, said Rob, opening the nearest bedroom door and showing him the old wooden stepladder that was leaning against the wall.
But Martin and I went up there yesterday, and we couldn't see anywhere that Timmy could have hidden. There's nothing but the water tank and a whole pile of old suitcases.
All the same, John told him, and I'll want to search that bedroom too. Rob dragged the stepladder out into the corridor and opened it up.
Just be careful. I'll hold on to it because the cord's broken and we don't want it doing the splits when you get to the top.
John warily mounted the stepladder, which creaked ominously with every step that he took. He lifted the trapdoor, reached around, and switched on the lights. Then he heaved himself right up into the attic and disappeared. Rob and Vicky waited in the corridor as they heard him walking from one side of the attic to the other.
Anything?
Called Rob after a while.
No, nowhere to hide a priest. And no sign of your little lad, not unless he's hiding under all these clothes.
What clothes?
All these clothes that are strewn all over the place. You said there were suitcases up here, didn't you? They're wide open, all of them. The whole attic looks like an H-bomb has been dropped on a charity shop.
You're joking, said Rob. He beckoned to Vicky and said, Can you hold the stepladder steady for me? I have to see this. He climbed up until he was high enough to see inside the attic. Carefully turning around, he saw John standing beside a knee-deep heap of sweaters, jackets, shirts, trousers and underwear, as well as wash bags and books, and several pairs of men's brogues. All of the suitcases he had seen when he had climbed up here with Martin were lying around, and as John had said, all of them were gaping open. Somehow, somebody had managed to gain access to the attic without being seen or heard by any one of them, open up all the suitcases and tip out their contents onto the boarded floor.
I'm stunned, said Rob. I'm totally baffled. I mean, this is seriously creepy. None of these cases was open when we saw them yesterday. I can't understand how anybody could possibly have got up here to do this, or why. Whoever it was, it could be that they were looking for something. Well, that's more than likely, although I still can't work out how they got up here without us being aware of it. But we'll never know what it was they were looking for, will we? If they found it, they'll have taken it away. And even if they couldn't find it, because it wasn't here, we still shan't know what it was.
John bent down and lifted up the label that was tied to one of the suitcase handles.
A mallet, HMP Dartmoor.
Yes, they're all prisoner suitcases, although I have no idea why my dad had them all stored up here in his attic.
Now that somebody's been rifling through them, I think we need to tell Sergeant Billings. Just like you say, we can't guess what they were looking for and whether they found it or not. Could have been anything, couldn't it? A gun, drugs, uncut diamonds, some incriminating piece of evidence.
He stood up straight again, taking a last look around the attic.
Whoever it was, they weren't hiding in a priest hole up here, because there isn't one.
They climbed back down the stepladder. What is it? Asked Vicky. You look like you've seen a ghost.
I think I'd feel better if I had seen a ghost, said Rob. At least that would have been some explanation.
He told her about the open suitcases and how their contents had been scattered around the attic floor.
John thinks we ought to tell the police about it, and of course I will. I still can't understand what all those prisoners' belongings were doing up in the attic anyway.
You don't think your father could have
stolen them?
No, why would he?
It's not as though there's anything valuable in them. Not as far as we know, anyway. Only clothes and toiletries and shoes. The sort of thing you pack when you're going away for a holiday or a business trip.
They walked back to the landing.
I'm going to call Sergeant Billings now, said Rob. Before he could start back downstairs, John caught hold of his sleeve and said, "Wait a moment, Mr. Russell." "What is it?" John pointed to the small latticed window on the left side of the landing. "Look how far away that window is, compared to the stained glass windows in the first 2 bedrooms. Hold on, let me measure it." He walked heel to toe towards the window and then turned around. 20 feet. More than 7 feet longer than the distance from the doors to the windows in the bedrooms. I never noticed that before. But it doesn't make any sense, does it? Those 2 bedrooms both have windows that look out over the garden. If you go down to the garden, you can look up and you can see them, both stained glass. Can you open them? No, but they both let daylight in. John knocked on the wall. He pressed his ear to the plaster and knocked again, harder this time. "I'm not sure, but I think there could be a cavity behind here." "Okay, but how would anybody manage to hide themselves in it? There's no door." "Let's check the bedrooms again. I was only tapping at the dado last time to see if it sounded hollow, which it didn't, but maybe the panelling can be opened up somehow. If there's a cavity there must be some kind of access to it." They went back to the first and second bedrooms. John switched on the bedside lamps, as well as taking out his own pocket flashlight. He inspected the dado panelling inch by inch, occasionally tugging at the beading in between the panels to see if it came loose, and trying to slide the dado rails right and left. "Nothing that I can see so far," he said, as they stepped back out into the corridor. "But I have the strongest feeling that there's a recess behind there." "I don't see how there can be," said Rob. "Those are outside walls." "But there's a 7-foot discrepancy between the length of the landing and the length of all 3 bedrooms. It could just be an optical illusion. I mean, the whole house is wonky. They didn't build them with plans in those days. A few inches out of line, yes, I can go along with that. But 7 feet?" Rob could only shrug in resignation. He was at a loss to explain how the landing could be so much longer than the bedrooms inside it. But the bedrooms had windows in them, so there was no possibility that there was any kind of priest's hole behind their end walls. John went back into the 3rd bedroom. Again, he went all the way around the dado, tapping and tugging and sliding. "This is driving me insane," he said when he had finished. Vicky had been looking around too. She lifted the lid of the window seat, even though she knew that Rob and Martin had already looked inside. She leaned over and picked up some of the rolled-up bundles of legal documents. Underneath them, she found a white pennant with a red cross on it, frail with age, like the pennant carried by Agnus Dei, the Lamb of God. When she lifted that up, she uncovered even more rolled-up documents, but she could also see something metallic glinting right at the bottom of the chest. She cleared aside more rolls of paper and saw that it was a mottled brass crucifix, a little less than a foot long, with an irritated-looking Jesus nailed onto it. "Anything interesting?" asked Rob, peering over her shoulder. "No, just a lot of old deeds and wills by the look of it. And this." She tried to pick up the crucifix, but the foot of the cross was hinged to the floor, and she could only swing it upright. It swung up quite easily, as if it had been oiled. "This is peculiar, Rob. Look," said Vicky. She folded the crucifix back down flat, and then swung it up again so that he could see. "Wow, I wonder why on earth it stuck to the floor like that." He was interrupted by a sharp scraping sound, followed by a series of plaintive creaks. He turned around to see that the 3 central panels of the dado at the end of the bedroom were slowly opening up, like the lower half of a stable door. Behind them was another room. John had been texting on his phone, but he stopped too, with his finger poised over the keys. "Well, bugger me," he said. "That Nicholas Owen. Even more cleverer than I thought he was." He dropped his phone back into his pocket and went over to the window seat. "Do you know what? This crucifix isn't a crucifix at all. It's a handle. It's probably attached to a lever, and when you lift it up, it must activate some arrangement of strings and pulleys and weights under the floorboards, and the dado opens up. There's a similar setup at one of the priest holes in Tavistock, a warming pan hanging onto the kitchen wall. You tilt the warming pan handle to one side, and a door opens up in the brickwork beside it. It's cunning, but not quite as cunning as this." "You mean to say This crucifix has been lying here for 400 years, and nobody has found out what it's for. The likelihood is that the Wilmingtons knew exactly what it was for. But All Hallows Hall was passed down from one generation of Wilmingtons to the next. Your father was the first to own it who wasn't a Wilmington. Vicky took hold of Rob's hand and squeezed it tight. Do you think there's anybody in there? You don't think that... She didn't say, Timmy's in there, unconscious or dead. One way to find out, said John. He went to the end of the room and crouched down by the opening in the dado. Anybody in there? He called out. Then even louder. Is there anybody in there? Because if there is, you best be coming on out as quick as you like. He waited, but there was no answer. He looked back at Rob and Vicky, and then, with his head down and his knees bent, he shuffled inside. When he stood up straight, they could see him only from the waist down. Everything okay? Rob asked him. Gobsmacking. That's all I can say. You both need to come in here and see this. You won't believe your eyes. Chapter 14. Rob and Vicky crouched down to enter the room and then stood up. The room had roughly plastered walls, and the floorboards were covered in coarse brown horsehair matting that felt as if it were 2 or 3 inches deep. The air was stale, but the faint hint of cinnamon and oranges was slightly more distinct, so that even Rob could smell it. At the far end of the room lay a heap of dirty wool blankets, as if several people had been sleeping there, but the room was empty. There was no sign of Timmy, and no sign of whoever or whatever might have pushed Vicky out of the bedroom. But it was the windows that caught their attention most of all. On the left-hand side of the room were the 2 stained-glass windows at the ends of the first and second bedrooms, with their multicoloured diamond patterns. On the right-hand side were 2 identical stained-glass windows, which must have been the ones that overlooked the garden. From the outside of the house, nobody would have realised that they weren't the same windows. So this is the priest's hole that the Wilmingtons had built, said John. It's extraordinary those priest hunters never found it. I mean, they were pretty canny. Pursuivants, they were called, and they were former spies and mercenaries. They could make themselves a fair bit of bounty if they caught a priest. We were certainly never aware that this room was here, said Rob. I can't believe the size of it. Yes, it's much larger than most priest holes, but that's the trick in a way. All 3 bedrooms along this corridor are the same length. You can imagine the priest hunters rushing upstairs to see if they could catch a priest up here and measuring the bedrooms. They obviously overlooked to compare the length of the bedrooms with the width of the landing. We only ever used the first 2 bedrooms for visitors, and the end bedroom we never used at all, except for storing stuff. I lifted up that window seat once, but when I saw that it was stuffed full of old papers, I didn't bother to look any further. Your father must have bothered to look, sometime after you left home. If not your father, somebody did. I wonder if he found this room but never told anybody about it. I don't see why he wouldn't. Then he was such a grumpy bastard. He wouldn't tell you what day of the week it was if he could help it. Rob, Vicky chided him. I know. I shouldn't speak ill of him now he's dead. I just hope they have spy cameras in hell so that he can hear what we've been saying about him. John stamped 2 or 3 times on the floor. Nicholas Owen would have laid down all this horsehair so that nobody downstairs could hear the priest walking about. And there's an extra layer of plaster on the walls by the look of it. He paused for a few moments, his eyes half closed, as if he were listening. Then he said, Do you feel something in here? There's that cinnamony smell, but something more than that. Vicky closed her eyes too. After a while, she said, I'm not sure. Rob, can you feel anything? Like what? Like, I don't know. It's almost as if there's somebody else in here with us, but we can't see them, and they're holding their breath too, so that we can't hear them either. That's exactly what I feel, said John. He went over to the heap of blankets and lifted up 2 or 3 of them to look underneath, but there was nothing there. Rob closed his eyes.
He listened hard, but all he could hear was the faraway sound of a tractor puttering its way up the lane towards Wormall's farm. "No," he said. But as he opened his eyes, he felt somebody brush against his left shoulder, only lightly, as if they were squeezing past him to get off a bus. He clapped his hand against his arm and turned around. But there was nobody there. "What?" said Vicky. I thought somebody touched me. That's what it felt like, anyway." It might have been. It could have been. "Somebody pushed me over, Rob, and I couldn't see them either." John looked serious. "It's not a joke, this. I think there's something real queer about this room. I don't believe in ghosts. Not the sort that go around in white sheets going woo, not that sort, anyway. But I do believe we all have spirits. And who's to say that those spirits don't outlive us when we're gone? You may be right and you may be wrong, but we found the priest hole and Timmy's not in it. So what are we going to do now?" "We'll carry on searching the moors, of course. And the cops will be doing everything they can. Putting out appeals on the telly and the radio, asking people for dashcam footage, knocking on doors." Vicky circled around the room, reaching out and gently touching the walls and the stained glass windows as if she could pick up clues about Timmy's whereabouts. Her eyes were filling up with tears again, and when she spoke, her voice was tight with pain. "I don't know, Rob. I know it's not logical, but I have such a strong feeling that Timmy's still here somewhere, here in the house." "Vix, darling, we've looked everywhere. He just isn't." "But I feel that he is. I don't know why, but I do." John glanced at Rob as if he were seeking his approval. Then he turned back to Vicky. "If you feel that, then I don't think there's any harm in my calling on Ada Gray." "Who's Ada Gray?" "Oh, she's well known around here. She lives in a cottage up at Rundlestone. Well, there's only 2 cottages at Rundlestone, and she lives in one of them. She does all that occult stuff. You know, tarot cards and all that. But some people say that she can talk to people who have passed over. If there's spirits in this house, and they know where your little lad is, she's about the only person I know who's got any chance of getting it out of them. She's a medium. She doesn't call herself that. She calls herself a charmer." "All right then, if you really feel that she might be able to help. I'm like you, and I have to admit that I've never believed in that kind of thing, not ghosts. But somebody pushed my wife over, and I definitely felt as if somebody brushed up against me. And even if it wasn't spirits, I'd like to know just what the hell is going on here." At that moment, there was a loud knocking at the front door, which made Vicky clap her hand over her heart. Chapter 15. Rob opened the front door to find Sergeant Billings standing in the porch, as well as a tall man in a brown trilby hat and a long brown raincoat.
"This is Detective Inspector Holly from Plymouth CID, said Sergeant Billings. "He'd like to have a word, if he may. Not about your Timmy, I'm afraid to say. We're still out looking."
"Of course, come in." D.I. Holly stepped into the hallway and looked around it this way and that, like a prospective buyer. He had a large, bony nose like a hawk and glittery, close-set eyes. Even though Rob didn't have the keenest sense of smell, he could tell that D.I. Holly was a smoker.
"And you're Mr. Robert Russell, I presume?" he asked Rob.
"That's right, and this is my wife, Victoria." D.I. Holly gave Vicky a peremptory nod, as if he had been asked to put a price on a Dartmoor pony, but really couldn't be bothered.
"Could you call Martin, please, Vicky?"
Rob asked her, and Vicky went through to the library where Martin was still hunched over his laptop, making Skype calls to his investors. Rob led D.I. Holly and Sergeant Billings through to the drawing room, and they all sat down. The wind had changed direction so that the fire was sulky and subdued, and kept puffing out little clouds of fine white ash. Martin came in, looking irritated.
"Yes," he said. "Is this about Dad?"
"Detective Inspector Holly," said D.I. Holly.
"And you're Mr. Martin Russell?"
"Yes."
"This is indeed regarding your late father, Mr. Herbert Russell. Earlier this morning, I received the final results of the autopsy that was carried out to ascertain the cause of his death. There is no question at all that he was struck a severe blow on the back of his head by a hammer. This fractured his skull and caused a fatal cerebral hemorrhage.
I see, said Martin, although he still didn't sit down.
We thought it was something like that.
As you're aware, a hammer was located in the back garden of this house, and forensic tests have shown beyond doubt that it was indeed the same hammer that was used to kill your father. Rob said, My God, do you have any idea yet you might have killed him?
We're working on several theories, Mr. Russell. The front door of the house was open when your father was found. His car was unlocked, and there was an overnight bag in the boot, and we know that he was booked in to stay for 3 nights at the Marine Hotel in Paynton.
Yes, he did that every month without fail, although we never knew why.
It's possible that he could have been about to leave, but returned to collect the accounts book and receipts that were found scattered on the staircase, as if he had dropped it. An intruder could have followed him into the house and attacked him. If he was attacked in the hall, however, it's hard to understand how he could have dropped the accounts halfway up the stairs.
Yes, I see the problem.
In my opinion, Mr. Russell, it's far more likely that his assailant was already on the premises and attacked him at the top of the stairs, after which he fell down and dropped his accounts during the descent.
I see what you're getting at, yes.
Do you have any idea who that might have been?
He was Governor of Dartmoor Prison for 19 years. I imagine there are quite a few former lags who might bear a grudge against him, for one reason or another. We'll be visiting the prison and going through their records to see who the most likely suspects might be. Perhaps it was somebody he shut up in solitary confinement, something like that. If it was a former lag, though, it's questionable that your father would have invited him into the house voluntarily, and our examination of the doors and windows on the premises showed no indication of a break-in.
So where do you go from here?
Asked Martin. Don't take this the wrong way, but a considerable percentage of homicides are committed by relatives. As a formality, we're going to ask both of you and your sister to take DNA and fingerprint tests, only to eliminate you, and so as not to confuse any other tests that we might be carrying out.
Rather pointless, don't you think? Said Martin. None of us were anywhere near here when Dad met his maker.
It's only a formality, said D.I. Holly.
But we have to make sure that we've covered every possibility,
even the remotest possibility.
I understand, Rob told him. I've no objection to that. A forensic team will be here shortly to carry that out. Meanwhile, do you have any questions you want to ask me? Or has any further information occurred to you that might conceivably be of use to us in this investigation?
I was going to call you about this anyway, said Rob. When we were searching the house, we found a number of suitcases in the attic, maybe as many as a dozen, all of them packed full of clothes. Every one of them was tagged with a label with the name of a Dartmoor prisoner on it.
Really?
Said D.I. Holly, and then he turned around to Sergeant Billings.
Your officers searched the house too, didn't they, Sergeant? Didn't they see these suitcases?
We didn't check the attic, sir,
on account of there was no way that a 5-year-old boy could have climbed up there and shut the trapdoor after him. Not without leaving the step-ladder under it anyway.
Fair enough, said D.I. Holly, and turned back to Rob.
But, Mr. Russell, do you have any idea why your father would have been storing all those prisoners' suitcases?
No idea at all, I'm afraid.
They weren't up there when my brother and sister and I were living here. But there's something more. We looked up in the attic again today with Mr. Kipling here, because he was trying to find a priest's hole.
Really?
I've heard of those. You think there's one here?
There is one here, and we found it, said John.
It's the largest I've ever come across. Just over 6 meters by 2, behind 3 of the upstairs bedrooms. Very cunningly done, too, with duplicate stained glass windows.
Oh, you found it, said Martin.
Well, thanks for telling me.
Martin, we were still up there when D.I. Holly here knocked at the door.
Nobody in it, though, I presume?
Asked D.I. Holly. John looked across at Rob as if to say, let's not tell him about the priest hole's spooky atmosphere. Not yet. Not just yet, anyway. He'll probably think we've got a screw loose. Rob looked at Vicky, and he could see that she had got the message too.
No, nobody in it, he said. But when we went up in the attic, we found that all the prisoners' suitcases had been opened, and the clothes inside them had been tossed around all over the place. And you've no idea who might have done it? Absolutely no idea at all. Totally baffled. We haven't seen or heard anybody breaking in, and we can't understand how they could have got up into the attic or why they should have emptied all those suitcases out. They might have been looking for something, but of course we don't know what. D.I. Holly said nothing for a few moments, frowning as if he wished that Rob hadn't told him about the suitcases, because it further complicated the mysteries of Herbert Russell's murder and why Timmy had disappeared. At last he said, "You didn't disturb any of the clothing? Good. When forensics come up here, I'll ask them to examine it. And you say that all the suitcases are labelled with the names of Dartmoor inmates?" "We assume that's what they are. They're all addressed Dartmoor Prison." "Okay then. We'll make a list of the names, and when we visit the prison, we'll see if we can match them. Perhaps that might even give us a lead to whoever it was who assaulted your father. Meanwhile, do you want to show me the attic? And while we're up there, you might let me take a look at this priest's hole that you found." "Yes, of course." They all stood up. John said, "Listen, if you've no further need of me, I have 1 or 2 errands to run and things to do at home. I can come back later, though, about 5-ish, depending on, Rob gave him the thumbs up. He knew that when John came back, he would be bringing with him Ada Gray, the self-styled charmer. Martin said, "I wouldn't mind seeing this priest's hole too. Seeing as how I do have an interest in this property, no matter how tenuous." Rob was about to tell him not to be so shirty, but he decided against it, not in front of 2 police officers. He didn't want D.I. Holly to suspect that there was any resentment between them about the inheritance of All Hallows Hall. People had been murdered for far less. Martin and D.I. Holly had much the same reaction to the priest's hole. They were both deeply impressed by the mechanics that opened up the hidden panel in the dado, and by the way in which the stained glass windows had been placed to conceal the room's existence. But neither of them could see that it was any more than a historical curiosity. It was empty, and there was no indication that it had been occupied recently, even if the crucifix lever lifted so easily, as if it had been lubricated not too long ago. D.I. Holly bent over the window seat and sniffed it and said, "WD-40. If he picked up the scent of cinnamon and orange, he didn't mention it. 4 forensics experts turned up 2 hours later, and Rob helped them to climb up into the attic to examine the suitcases and the scattered clothes. They were still up there 3 hours later, clumping about and taking pictures. With the help of 2 more uniformed officers, they removed all the clothing and the suitcases from the attic, carried them downstairs, and loaded them into a police van. Then they took fingerprints and DNA swabs from Rob and Martin, as well as Vicky and Catherine, although Catherine made it clear that she thought it was preposterous. "Can you seriously see me driving 200 miles down here to hit my father-in-law over the head with a hammer? I ask you." Before the forensics officers left, Grace and Portia returned from searching the moors with the DSR team, and they were able to give their fingerprints and DNA samples too. Portia didn't mind. She thought it was quite erotic that she should be suspected of being a murderer, so that her lover could inherit her father's 16th century mansion. Chapter 16. It was nearly 7 o'clock by the time John Kipling arrived at the house with Ada Gray. Martin had taken Catherine to Taylor's restaurant in Tavistock, because she had told him that she was becoming increasingly stressed and claustrophobic in All Hallows Hall, and needed an evening away to calm herself down. Grace and Portia were snuggled up together on the sofa in the drawing room, watching a film about a domineering male lawyer being prosecuted for sexual harassment. They were murmuring together and kissing occasionally, and sharing a bedraggled spliff. Rob had imagined that Ada Gray would be middle-aged, if not elderly, with her hair fixed up in a fraying grey bun, and a shapeless ankle-length dress, and about a dozen silver chains and pendants around her neck. He had guessed right about the silver chains and pendants, but that was all. Ada Gray couldn't have been more than 32 or 33 years old. She was tall, with glossy black hair that was cut straight across her forehead in a severe fringe, but then spread wide over her shoulders like a cape. She had dark blue feline eyes, a short straight nose and full sensual lips, which looked as if she had just finished blowing somebody a parting kiss. Underneath her long black overcoat, she was wearing a short grey velvet dress and shiny black leather boots. She had very large breasts,
so that all her chains and pendants and magical talismans were arranged across them like a display on a jeweller's tray. She smelled strongly of some floral perfume.
"This is Ada," said John. "She says she can't wait to see this priest soul that we've found." "I'm Rob," said Rob, "and this is my wife, Vicky. Thanks for coming. We could do with somebody who knows about ghosts and spirits and stuff like that. This house is beginning to give us the heebie-jeebies." "You've heard things?" asked Ada. "Seen things, have you? Felt things?" "Yes and no. Heard things and felt things, but not actually seen anything. Come on in and we'll show you the priest soul and tell you all about it. Here, let me take your coat." Rob lifted Ada's coat off her shoulders, and as he did so, Vicky raised her eyebrows as if to tell him, "Just watch it, Russell, with this bosomy witch. I've got my eye on you." "John tells me you call yourself a charmer," said Rob as he led them all upstairs. His ankle was still tender, so he had to bite his lip and cling onto the banister rail. "I'm a witch, really, but most folks have totally the wrong idea about witches," said Ada. She had a soft Devon accent, slow and breathy. Rob almost felt as if she were breathing in his ear. "What I do mostly is tell fortunes and talk to hunky-punks." "Hunky-punks?" asked Vicky as they reached the top of the stairs. "What are hunky-punks when they're at home?" "That's what we call fairies or piskies, but also the spirits of folks what's passed over to the other land. Children, mostly, who went before they ever had the chance to be baptized." "And you can really talk to them?" "Of course. Anybody can. Folks still say that their late loved ones are looking down on them from heaven. But these days, hardly any of them really believe that's true. And they're right. Because you don't go to heaven when you pass over. Or hell, for that matter. You go to the other land, that's all." "And where is it, this other land?" "It's here, close by. Only it's not here. It's like Alice, stepping through the mirror. It's like seeing your reflection in the window. Standing in your garden late at night, except that's all you are, just a reflection. And there's no you standing in the room looking out. Not anymore." "I think you're giving me the creeps already," said Vicky. "In this end room, right here, I felt somebody pushing me. In fact, they pushed me right over so that I banged my shoulder. I felt them, but I couldn't see anybody." Ada had been staring at the stained glass window of old Dewar. But when Vicky told her that, she turned and looked into the bedroom. "Somebody actually pushed you? But what, they was invisible?" "I felt somebody brushing up against me too," said Rob. "Again, there was nobody there. Nobody that I could see, anyway." Ada seemed puzzled. "That doesn't sound like nobody from the other land. I've never known one act aggressive. Mostly they're sad. They tell you how much they miss the folks they loved and the life they used to enjoy. When you hear them talking, it's more like voices whispering inside your head. And if you see them, which isn't often, they're almost transparent. I felt 2 or 3 of them touch me, but it's not much more than stroking your hair or kissing your cheek. None of them never pushed me nor hurt me. Nothing like that, never." "Anyway, come and see this priest hole for yourself," said Rob. He led Ada into the bedroom and opened up the window seat. "See this crucifix? Well, watch." He swung up the crucifix and the panel in the dado creaked open. "Golly, that's gert amazing," said Ada, shaking her head. John said, "I'll tell you, I could hardly credit it when it first opened up. I've seen some incredible priest souls built by Nicholas Owen, but this one really takes the cake. Come and have a look inside." They all ducked down under the dado rail and then stood up inside the room. Ada slowly padded around the thick horsehair carpet, stopping now and again to close her eyes and take deep breaths. "There's someone here," she said after a while. "What do you mean, a spirit?" "Oh, there's spirits everywhere around Stamford Spinney. Spirits and piskies. There's a famous poem about it. For maybe 'tis a lonesome road, or heather blues, or peaty ling,
or nobbut just a rainy coom, the spell that makes 'ee tick and sing. And this I know, the lil tods be ever calling silver faint. There be piskies up to Dartmoor, and tidden good you say there bain't.
You're not trying to say that there's piskies in here?
No, not piskies, said Ada, but there's somebody here. In fact, there could be 2 or 3 somebodies. I can feel them. Possibly more. And I can smell at least one of them.
We could smell something too, John told her. Sort of like cinnamon and maybe oranges. Is that what you're getting?
I think it's a toilet water, said Ada. She breathed in again and held her breath for at least 10 seconds. Then she breathed out again and said, No, it's an aftershave, and I think I know which one. My father used to wear it. Old Spice.
Old Spice? Asked Rob. Are you serious? There's a spirit in here and he's wearing Old Spice.
What's so unbelievable about that?
I don't know, it's so naff.
Would you have believed it more if it had been Dolce and Gabbana? Spirits often carry their smell with them to the other land. And it's not only Old Spice in here. There's other smells. But what's most interesting is that none of them are dead smells.
I don't get you.
Spirits who get into contact with me from the other land mostly don't smell of nothing at all. Usually they're too faint and distant, and all I can hear is their voices right inside the back of my brain. Now and then, though, they're closer than that, especially the ones who have only just passed over. I can see their outlines sometimes, shimmering, and I can smell embalming fluid or smoke, rotten flesh sometimes. That's what I mean by dead smells.
But these aren't dead smells.
Ada closed her eyes again and breathed in. No. And that's what makes it so strange. There are definitely presences in this room, multiple presences, but I wouldn't call them spirits.
What are they then? Asked Vicky. Ghosts?
No, they're not ghosts neither. Ghosts are supposed to be the souls of dead people who come back to haunt us because they still had unfinished business when they died, or because they want to get their own back on folks who have done them wrong. But there's no such thing as ghosts like that.
So what are these presences? Rob asked her. We've heard people whispering at night outside our bedroom door. Could that have been them?
I don't know, Shag, to be honest with you. I'll have to do some reading about this and then come back and do a few tests. I have some suspicions, but I don't want to start meddling until I know for certain what it is I'm up against. If there's a presence here that has the strength to push you over, even though you can't see it, then, well, I think we need to be wary.
Rob said, Just a minute, Ada. If I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that these presences aren't dead people. They're not spirits and they're not ghosts. So does that mean they're alive? How can they be alive when we can't see them?
That's why I need to do some looking into it, said Ada. There's a wizard I know in Monk's Cross, Francis Code. He doesn't call himself a wizard, the same like I don't call myself a witch. A gleaner, that's how he describes himself. Because most of his time he picks up the spiritual bits and pieces that people have left behind them when they cross over unexpected. You know, just like farmers used to let poor folks pick up the bits and pieces in the fields after a harvest was over. He knows more about this kind of thing than I do. Folks appearing to be dead, but not dead. Gone, but not gone, if you follow me.
I can't say that I do. But please, by all means, get in touch with this wizard, this gleaner. Because Vicky thinks she heard a child crying, as well as whispers, and if there's any chance that was Timmy.
Of course, said Ada, tilting her head sympathetically and giving him a little smile. I'll try to get over to see Francis in the morning. Once I've talked to him and set up 1 or 2 experiments, I promise I'll be back to you directly. After John and Ada had left, Rob and Vicky went into the drawing room. There was still a faint smell of weed,
but the logs in the fire were blazing strongly and had carried most of it up the chimney. Rob could hardly complain. He had smoked joints regularly when he was at Worthington Art School, and at one time he and his friends had solemnly lowered more than 30 deck chairs into the boating pool, chanting all the while, in the belief that they were carrying out a solemn religious ceremony.
"That was a rather gorgeous-looking witch," said Portia. "She calls herself a charmer rather than a witch," Rob told her.
"I don't blame her," said Portia.
"She is a charmer."
Grace gave her arm a petulant slap, but Portia blew her a kiss. "Don't worry, Gracie," she said and sang, "Nothing compares to you."
"What did she say, anyway?" asked Grace. "Did she think that priest's hole is haunted?" "Not exactly haunted, but she said that she can feel something there. Presences, that's what she called them. She doesn't think they're ghosts or spirits or anything like that. She's not at all sure what they are. She's going to do some research and talk to some fellow she knows in Monk's Cross who's a wizard." "Oh my God, this gets more unbelievable by the minute."
There was a knock at the door, and Vicky went to answer it. It was a woman member of the search and rescue team. Apart from her crimson anorak, she was wearing a bulbous grey bobble hat and huge grey knitted gloves that looked like characters from Sesame Street. Rob came into the hallway to join them.
"There's still no sign of your Timmy, I'm afraid," the woman told them. "We've had over 150 volunteers out this afternoon, plus 3 dogs. The dogs are usually brilliant at picking up trails, even in bad weather, but there's nary a trace. We'll still be searching tonight and again tomorrow, but we have to be realistic. Wherever he is, we don't think he's out on the moor."
"Thank you," said Rob. "I can't tell you how much we appreciate everything that you've been doing. You've been extraordinary." The woman lifted one of her gloves and looked at it as if it were a faceless puppet.
"We always say that God created the moor for its beauty and its wildlife, but he also created it to test how much we care for our fellow human beings."
Chapter 17. That night, the wind began to rise again, until it was whistling and shrieking through every gap in the window frames and moaning down the chimneys like a choir at a funeral. Rob and Vicky were both worn out, so they went to bed at 10:30, and Vicky took a unisom to see if she could manage to get some sleep. Rob wished he could have taken one too, but he wanted to stay alert in case there was any more whispering. He had not only closed the panel in the dado, but also locked the bedroom door. If there really were any presences in the priest's hole, dead or living, they would have to knock it down to get out. Grace and Portia went to bed soon after them, both slightly stoned. They knew that with Timmy still missing, this wasn't a time to be giggling, but they couldn't help themselves. Rob could hear them stifling their laughter as they crept along the corridor to their bedroom. He forgave them. Even at its most tragic, he thought, life never stops being ludicrous. He couldn't stop thinking about some sinister presence that smelled of that most dated of aftershaves, Old Spice.
"Did you believe that witch?"
Vicky murmured with her back turned to him. "You mean, do I believe that there are some kind of living people in that priest's hole, people we can't see?"
"I believed her. I'm sure that I can feel them and smell them."
"I don't know. She could be right. But even if she is, I wonder if these presences have any connection to Timmy disappearing. I'm beginning to think more and more that somebody's picked him up and driven off with him. I mean, they can't find him on the moor and the dogs can't pick up a scent. He's not here in the house, and he couldn't have flown away, could he? He's not a pisky." Vicky was silent for a long time, and then she said emphatically,
"I'm sure he's not dead."
Rob didn't answer. He had a catch in his throat, and he didn't want to sound as if he were losing hope. Vicky turned over and laid her hand on his.
"You don't think that he's dead, do you? We'd know, wouldn't we, if he was dead? I think we'd feel it."
Rob nodded and then shook his head, but he still couldn't draw in enough air to speak. They heard the front door slam. Martin and Catherine were back from Tavistock. Martin called out, "Hello? Hello? Anyone at home?" And then Rob heard him stumble against the chair in the hallway. He was obviously drunk. For a minute or two, Martin and Catherine banged around downstairs. Martin went into the kitchen and Catherine snapped,
"What are you doing in there? For God's sake, Martin, you don't need any more to drink."
Rob couldn't hear Martin's reply, but then Catherine demanded,
"Come to bed. God, you made such a fool of yourself. They'll never let us back into Taylor's again, ever. Come to bed."
Catherine's voice rose as shrill as an opera singer's falsetto, and she sounded almost as drunk as Martin. Martin came out of the kitchen and said something to Catherine. Rob couldn't make out what it was, but it sounded like a string of expletives. Eventually, after almost 10 minutes of arguing and pacing around, Catherine clawed her way unsteadily upstairs and tottered along the corridor to the master bedroom, bumping into the panelling all the way along. She closed the door very quietly behind her, but Rob heard a crash from inside the bedroom that sounded as if she had knocked over a bedside lamp. He waited, listening hard, but he didn't hear Martin follow her up to bed. Vicky was asleep now, and breathing evenly, although every now and then her lips moved as if she were talking to somebody in a dream. He was finding it hard to keep his own eyes open, and he lay back on the pillows and switched off the lamp. "Dear God," he said quietly, "please keep Timmy safe, wherever he is. And please let us find him tomorrow. I know I didn't believe in you before, God, but I promise you that I believe in you now." He was woken up by whispering outside their bedroom door. Sharp, persistent whispering, as if the whisperer were anxious or afraid. He groped his hand across to his bedside table and picked up his watch. The luminous dial told him that it was 2:37. The whispering went on, and after a few minutes, the first whisperer was joined by another, and then another. Rob lifted his head up from the pillow and strained his ears, but he was unable to make out what they were all saying. He didn't want to switch on his lamp in case he woke Vicky, but the darkness inside the bedroom was total. There was no light shining under the door, so the corridor must be in total darkness too. Even if anybody was out there, would he be able to see them? If they were anything like the presence that had pushed Vicky over, or the one he had felt brushing up against him in the priest's hole, they would be invisible. He took several deep breaths. Then he eased himself out of bed and shuffled as quietly as he could towards the door, his hands held out in front of him like a blind man. The whispering persisted, and it sounded increasingly urgent. He reached the door and pressed his ear against it. It was still difficult to make out what the whisperers were saying, but he thought he caught one of them hissing, "It's no use. You know it's no use. Not before then. And what's going to happen once we get out? Have you thought about that?" Another whisperer replied, and even though Rob couldn't hear what he said, it sounded angry and dismissive. "Right," he thought. "I'm going to open the door and confront them, even if I can't see them. I want to know who they are and what they want, presences or not. And most of all, I want to know if they're hiding Timmy, or at least if they have any idea where he is." He put his hand on the cold brass door handle, but before he could open it, he heard another whisperer, and he froze. He felt as if 1,000 chilly woodlice had been poured down his back inside his shirt. This whisperer was inside the bedroom with him, and so close that he could feel his breath against his cheek. "If I was you, mate, I'd keep myself to myself and leave our business to us. You with me?" The voice was harsh, with an East London accent, and there was no mistaking that this was a warning. Rob felt as if he were being threatened from beyond the grave by one of the Cray brothers. He was so frightened that he couldn't move, but stood with his shoulder against the door, still holding onto the ice-cold handle, staring wide-eyed into the blackness for any faint flicker of light that would show him who had entered the room and was now standing so close to him. And how had this man entered the room? He hadn't come through the door or climbed in through the window. He couldn't have walked through the wall. "Who are you?" he said quite loudly. There was no answer, but he could still feel that breath against his face. "I said, who are you? What are you doing in this house? You're trespassing, do you know that?" After a long pause, the whisperer said, "Trespassing? You can't trespass if you don't have no choice.
And you know what it says in the Lord's Prayer. Forgive them nasty bastards what trespasses against us.
Vicky stirred and mumbled. Rob? Rob, what's going on? Rob yanked down the door handle and tried to pull the door open, but he felt somebody throw their whole body weight against it, and it slammed shut again. He was thrown violently backwards, losing his balance and toppling sideways over the end of the bed and onto the floor. He tried to get up, but then he was kicked in the hip by what felt like a leather boot, and then a second time, even harder, just below his kneecap. "Rob!" screamed Vicky, and switched on her lamp. Rob rolled over and managed to climb up onto his hands and knees like a beaten dog. But when he lifted up his head and looked around, there was nobody else in the room. Nobody that he could see, anyway. He listened, and the whispering had stopped. Vicky was sitting up in bed, looking terrified. "Rob, what's happened? What on earth are you doing on the floor? Are you all right?" Rob climbed to his feet. He limped over to the door, opened it, and looked out into the corridor. By the light from Vicky's bedside lamp, he could see that there was nobody there. He closed the door and went back to sit down on the edge of the bed. "I'm okay, darling. But you know how somebody pushed you over? That just happened to me. And I was kicked, too. Look." He lifted up his knee, and it was already red and starting to swell up. Vicky pulled back the covers and came across the bed to sit beside him. "I heard whispering," he said. "Right outside the door, at least 3 people whispering by the sound of it. When I went to see who it was, somebody came right here into the room and wouldn't let me open the door. Then he pushed me over and kicked me." "I don't understand. He actually came into the room. How?" "Don't ask me. I can't think how the hell he got in, and after he'd kicked me, I can't think how the hell he got out." He looked around the bedroom, holding his knee and wincing. "He could still be in here for all we know. He could be standing right here in front of us." "Oh, don't say that, please. Whatever it is in this house, Rob, whether it's ghosts or spirits or demons or God knows what, we need to get out." "But how can we? If there's any possibility that Timmy's still here? Supposing he's here and he can see us and hear us, but we just go and leave him behind?" "We could go and stay at one of the local hotels and come back and search for him during the day. All this whispering, it's much too scary. And now we've both been pushed and you've been kicked. Supposing it doesn't stop there? What if they throw us down the stairs? What if they strangle us when we're asleep? Or cut our throats? What if it was one of them who murdered your father, and they come and hit us with a hammer?" "It's scary, Vix, I agree with you. I mean, it's more than scary. But there has to be an explanation. Even Ada doesn't believe in ghosts, and she's a witch. She's coming back in the morning to do some tests to try and find out what these presences actually are. I think we should wait and see what results she comes up with before we decide what to do next." "Rob, I can't get over you sometimes. You're so bloody pragmatic. You've just been pushed and kicked by some invisible person who couldn't possibly have got into the room, and you're still saying that there has to be an explanation." "Our only son has disappeared, Vix. There has to be some explanation for that. If he's disappeared the same way that these presences have disappeared, we need to find out how they do it." Vicky closed her eyes and lowered her head. "You're right. I don't want you to be right, that's all. This house terrifies me and it confuses me, and I wish we'd never come back here. I wish I'd never even heard of All Hallows Hall. All I want is to hold Timmy in my arms again." Rob held her close and hugged her and kissed her hair. Then he said, "Listen, I'm just going to do a quick tour of the house. I don't think I'll find anything, but I won't be able to go back to bed until I do." "Oh, God, do you have to? Supposing he's out there waiting for you?" "Well, this time I'll be ready for him. Or it. Or whatever the hell he is." "All right. But shout out if anything happens, and I'll wake up Martin." "I think Martin could still be downstairs. I didn't hear him come up to bed. Mind you, I did drop off for a bit. Maybe he came up later. But he sounded like he was pissed as a newt, didn't he?" "I know. So aggressive." She paused and took hold of his hand. "Sometimes I find it really hard to believe that you and he are brothers." Rob tugged his jeans back on and pushed his bare feet into his tan leather shoes, although he didn't bother to tie up the laces. He went out into the corridor and switched on the light. As he had expected, there was nobody there. Nobody visible, anyway. He walked along to the landing, where he stopped and listened. No whispering. Only the thin, persistent whistling of the wind, and the faint rattling of a door somewhere downstairs, and the low, sad moaning of the chimneys. He went along to the end bedroom door, next to the stained glass window. He tried the handle, just to make sure that it was still locked. It was so dark outside that he could hardly see the figure of old Dewar in his black cloak, with his back turned. But he couldn't help thinking of the words the presence that had somehow entered their bedroom had whispered to him. "Trespassing. You can't trespass if you don't have no choice." What he meant by that? That he couldn't leave All Hallows Hall even if he wanted to? That he was trapped here? That was what it sounded like. He walked back to the landing and paused for a few seconds at the top of the stairs, listening. He thought he had caught the sound of somebody whispering down in the hallway, but it could have been the wind, which seemed to have changed direction. The flap of the letterbox in the front door had started to clap intermittently, as if there was somebody outside in the porch who wanted to be let in. Somebody old and tired, who barely had the strength to knock. Rob went downstairs and switched on the light in the hallway. Catherine's boots were lying where she had tugged them off, and her coat was slung awkwardly over the back of the chair. The letterbox clapped again, twice, but Rob resisted the temptation to go and open the front door to see if there was anybody there. All reason told him that it was only the wind. He went into the drawing room. Fine white ash from the fire had blown across the hearthrug, but the fire itself had died out. Martin's navy blue overcoat was spread out on the sofa, as if he had been lying on it, its blue satin lining creased, but there was no sign of Martin. He must have sobered up enough to stagger up the stairs and go to bed. Rob looked into the kitchen and the scullery, and then he went through to the library. He even checked the downstairs lavatory, with its high, old-fashioned cistern and its framed postcards by the saucy seaside artist Donald McGill. Herbert Russell had collected these postcards for years and found them hilarious. Hardly anything else made him laugh so much, except seeing other people accidentally spill their drink into their lap, or stumble over and hurt themselves, or scald their hands under a boiling hot tap. Before he went back upstairs, Rob went over to the bricked-up door to the cellar, which was next to the door to the library. The oak door frame was still there, but the bricks had been plastered over and papered and painted. From the state of the plaster, this had clearly been done a long time ago, maybe more than a century, but there was no record in the deeds or local history as to exactly when or why. Rob stood in front of it for a while, although he didn't really know what he was expecting to see or to hear. He even pressed his ear to the plaster, in case there was whispering on the other side, but there was nothing. Since the cellar was sealed up, nobody could have come out of it, or gone back in. But then nobody could have entered their bedroom through a closed door either. He switched off the lights and went back upstairs. As he climbed in next to her, Vicky said, "Anything?" "No," and Martin must have managed to get himself to bed. "Maybe there's something in this house that makes us hallucinate. My grandmother was almost blind by the time she was 80, but she used to see people and animals who weren't there. Charles Bonnet syndrome, that's what they call it." "But that's only seeing things, isn't it? It's because you're nearly blind. She never heard anything, did she? She didn't get pushed over and kicked." "No, I don't think so. If she did, she didn't tell me about it. But I'm only trying to be like you, Rob. I'm only trying to think of some rational explanation. Even if there isn't one." Chapter 18. Rob tried to keep his eyes open, but after about half an hour he fell deeply asleep. He dreamed that he was outside on the moor, completely naked, with an icy wind slicing against his skin, stiffening his nipples and shrinking his scrotum, and bringing him up in goose pimples. He was desperate to find his way back to the house before anybody saw him like this, and he was cursing his own stupidity at having forgotten to put on any clothes before he came out. He had reached the front driveway, and he could feel the sharp gravel underneath the soles of his feet. But then he heard Timmy calling out to him. from somewhere far beyond the Grimstone and Sortridge Leat. He stopped and listened, and it was definitely Timmy. He didn't know if he ought to go into the house and quickly get dressed, or run out into the wind to rescue Timmy, still naked.
"Timmy!" he shouted. "Hold on! Daddy's coming!"
He hurried back to the house and was relieved to find that the front door was unlocked. As he entered the hallway, he could hear a phone ringing. It sounded as if it were coming from the drawing room. He wondered if he ought to find it and answer it, but then it stopped. He was about to climb the stairs when it started ringing again. He sat up in bed. For a moment, he couldn't think where he was. But it must be morning. He could see a wan, grey light between the curtains, and when he turned over and picked up his watch, he saw that it was 8:17, and that phone was still ringing, although it was very faint. He recognised the ringtone. It was that irritating up-and-down plinking waves, which meant that it was Martin's phone. But why didn't he answer it? The ringing stopped. Rob rubbed his face with his hands and yawned and swung his legs out of bed. Vicky stirred and murmured, and he stayed still for a few moments in case he woke her up. She needed all the sleep she could get. He quietly got dressed. If they needed to stay here at All Hallows Hall for yet another night, they would have to drive over to Tavistock sometime today and buy themselves some fresh clothes. There was the Farley menswear shop and Bridget Foley, the women's boutique. They had washed and tumble-dried their underwear and socks yesterday evening, but this was the third day that Rob had been wearing the same plaid shirt. At least his father had left some spare razor blades in the bathroom. He would have found it too eerie to shave with the same blade his father had used on the day he had been murdered. He went to the bathroom. It was unrelentingly chilly in there, and the taps dripped, and when he pulled the chain, the plumbing let out its usual groaning like a slaughtered pig. As he came out, he met Grace, all wrapped up in their mother's pink candlewick dressing gown. "My God," he said, "where did you find that?" "It was hanging behind our bedroom door. Dad must have missed it when he got rid of her clothes." "He didn't only get rid of her clothes, did he? He got rid of everything that belonged to her. Her sewing basket, her music box, all of her books. All those things you would have thought he might have kept, for sentimental value. It only occurred to me yesterday that there isn't a single picture of her anywhere." "Dad didn't have a sentimental bone in his body, Rob. You know that. Except for himself, of course. The only person that Herbert Russell felt sentimental about was Herbert Russell." "How did you sleep?" "On and off. I heard Martin and Catherine come in, and I heard you going downstairs." Rob paused. Grace's auburn hair was tousled, and her green eyes were puffy. But this morning she looked so much like their mother rather than their father, and it wasn't only the dressing gown that gave her that appearance. Rob guessed that it was coming to All Hallows Hall, and realising she would never see her father here again, ever. She was free of him. "You didn't hear any of that whispering again, did you?" Grace shook her head. "Our window was rattling all night because of the wind, and apart from that, Portia snores like somebody sawing up logs. But for goodness sake, don't tell her I told you. Anyway, I must go to the loo." As Grace closed the bathroom door, Rob heard Martin's phone again. The ringing wasn't coming from the master bedroom, but from somewhere downstairs. He hurried down to the hallway, and it was then that he realised it was coming from the drawing room. He went in, lifted Martin's overcoat up from the sofa, and found the phone in his side pocket, still ringing. He took it out and said, "Hello?" "Oh, hi, Martin. For a minute there I thought you weren't going to pick up. It's Ted, about that Regis investment. Sorry, but this isn't Martin. This is his brother. Martin's tied up at the moment. I'll have to ask him to call you back." "I see. Okie dokie. But can you ask him to make it ASAP? I've had a tip-off about Regis, but once it goes public, the price is going to go up like a fucking rocket." "I'll go and tell him right away. Thanks. There's a good chap." Rob went back upstairs. He knocked at the master bedroom door and called out, "Martin? Martin, there's a phone call for you. Business." He waited, but there was no answer, so he knocked again. "Martin? There's someone called Ted on the phone for you about some investment. He says it's urgent." There was still no response, so Rob opened the bedroom door and cautiously looked inside. It was dark, because the heavy velour curtains were still drawn, and there was a strong smell of stale alcohol and cheesy sick. When he opened the door wider, Rob saw the lamp lying on the floor where Catherine must have knocked it off the bedside table. Catherine herself was lying on her side on top of the patchwork quilt, fully dressed, a skirt hitched up at the back. For a moment, Rob had the terrible thought that she might have choked on her own vomit. But as he came around the bed, he heard her breathing, even though she sounded clogged up. She had brought up sticky yellowish lumps all over her pillow, which he guessed was half-digested hominy pie. She was alive, but she was lying there alone. There was no sign of Martin, not even when Rob lifted up the overhanging quilt and looked under the bed. He and Catherine had been arguing when they came in, so he had probably decided to sleep in another bedroom. Rob left Catherine asleep and closed the door quietly behind him. He went into all of the other bedrooms, except for the bedroom that Grace and Portia were sharing. Martin was in none of them, not even in either of the 2 bedrooms with the stained glass windows. The door to the end bedroom, next to the old Jewer window, was still locked. The key was on the outside, so Martin couldn't have gone to sleep in there, quite apart from the fact that it had no bed. So where the hell is he? He wasn't anywhere downstairs, because I checked every room last night, even the toilet. Don't tell me he went back out. It was pitch dark last night and cold enough to freeze the balls off the proverbial brass monkey, and he had left his overcoat in the drawing room. Apart from that, Martin never goes anywhere without his phone. Ever. All the same, Rob looked into the drawing room again, and the library, and the kitchen. He even opened the larder door, though he knew that was ridiculous. When he was sure that Martin was in none of the rooms downstairs, he shrugged on his coat and opened the front door. Ragged grey clouds were hurrying across the sky like old Jewer's hounds, and there was still a biting breeze blowing. He prayed to his newfound God that he wouldn't find Martin lying in the garden somewhere, dead of hypothermia. He crossed the courtyard to the larger of the 2 granite barns, wrenched the door open and went inside. The smell of damp hay seemed to be stronger than ever. "Martin? Mart? You're not in here, are you?" He circled around the barn, kicking at one of the heaps of hay to make sure Martin hadn't covered himself with it to keep warm. He didn't think it at all likely that Martin had come in here to spend the night, no matter how fiercely he had argued with Catherine. Martin relished his comfort too much, just like their father. Besides, he would have been too drunk to lift up the half-collapsed door. He went into the smaller barn, but there was no sign of Martin in there either. Then he walked around the back of the house and into the kitchen garden. It was starting to rain again, and the weedy vegetable beds looked more dismal and neglected than ever. Back in the house, he found Portia in the kitchen, in a mustard-coloured sweater and tight denim jeans. She had lit the fire under the range and was boiling the electric kettle. "What were you doing outside, Rob?" "I've been looking for Martin. He seems to have gone missing, like Timmy." "You're kidding me." "No. I heard him come back from Tavistock last night and he sounded like he'd had a few. He didn't go up to bed, and I thought he was kipping down on the sofa in the drawing room. But when I came down this morning, he wasn't there, and I can't find him anywhere." "Huh. Perhaps he thought he'd had enough of this house and decided to leave. I don't mean this personally, but I've had quite enough of it myself. It's the spookiest house I've ever slept in, bar none." "Oh, come on. His Range Rover's still in the driveway, and there's no way he would have left on foot. He's not hiding in that priest's hole, is he? The door's locked and the key's on the outside, so he couldn't be in there." The kettle started to whistle, and Portia poured boiling water into the coffee percolator. "Would you like a coffee? You look frozen." "Thanks, yes." He watched her taking 3 mugs down from the kitchen cabinet. Then he said, "You don't have to stay here, you know. There's scores of police and volunteers out looking for Timmy, and they keep showing pictures of him on the news. I don't know what else we can do." "Grace wants to stay and support you and Vicky. And if that's what Grace wants, that's what I want. I know I'm a bit of a bossy boot sometimes, but you have to be it when everybody at school calls you Leslie or Dyke, and your parents disown you because they wanted you to marry some drippy estate agent called Malcolm." Rob couldn't help smiling. Portia said, "Grace loves you, you know. She says you always stood up for her when she was little, and your father shouted at her for being clumsy. And then when she was older and he began to suspect that she was attracted to girls more than boys. She loves you. And she loves Vicky and Timmy just as much, and she's not going to let you down. And I love her more than I can tell you,
So as long as she wants to stay, I'll stay too.
Catherine came into the kitchen. Her face was white and her eyes were bloodshot, and she had put on her red roll-neck sweater backwards, so the collar came right up under her chin.
"Oh my God," she said. "Jack Rat scrubbed me. Never again. I feel like I've been sat on by a horse."
"Catherine," Rob began.
"Is that coffee? I'd love some. I think I'd better drink some water first. I've been sick, and I'm so dehydrated."
Portia poured Catherine a large glass of water, which she drank in huge gulps, her eyes swivelling around, as if she had been crawling for 5 days across the Sahara. When she had finished, Rob said, "Did Martin give you any idea where he might be going off to?" Catherine wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and stared at him, baffled.
"What do you mean? He slept here downstairs, didn't he? We had a row. I can't even remember what it was about. But he didn't come up to bed. At home he usually sleeps in his study if we've had an argument about something or other."
"He didn't sleep downstairs, Catherine. I don't know where he slept. I've looked all around the house for him, and outside too. I can't find him. He's disappeared."
"What? Martin isn't the kind of man who disappears. Well, not without reason. And not for long, anyway, although sometimes I wish he would."
Rob showed her Martin's phone. "Wherever he's gone, he's left his phone behind, and that's not like him at all. He had a call this morning from somebody called Ted wanting to talk to him urgently about business." Catherine suppressed a hiccup and held onto the kitchen counter to steady herself.
"You say you've looked everywhere?"
"All around the house. Every bedroom, and I've even checked the barns. He's not here, Catherine. And he can't have driven off anywhere because your Range Rover is still here." Catherine scraped out a wooden chair and sat down.
"Oh, he's sulking, that's all. He'll be back. He always has to be the centre of attention. And at the moment it's all about your Timmy. And he's very angry about this house too, and your father's will. Not just angry. He's seething about it. And I mean seething. Being the oldest, he always thought the house would come to him."
"Has he done this kind of thing before?"
"Once or twice. Usually after he's been drinking. We were on holiday in France once, and he disappeared for 2 whole days. When he turned up again, he expected me to apologise."
"Well, if that's the case, I'm not going to report him missing just yet. The police don't normally log an adult as missing for at least 24 hours, not unless there's special circumstances. But if he's not back by the end of the day, I'll call that Sergeant Billings."
Catherine stood up. "I'll be back for my coffee in a minute. I have to change the bed, and I think I might need to be sick again."
When she had left the kitchen, Rob shook his head and said, "Martin can be such a dick sometimes. I only hope he hasn't done anything stupid, like got his foot wedged in some crevice up on Pew Tor, or fallen into the Grimstone Leat and drowned himself." Chapter 19. At 9 o'clock, John Kipling knocked at the door to report that last night's specialist team of volunteers had still found no trace of Timmy. During the daylight hours today, they would widen their search area as far as Willsworthy and Wistman's Wood, both about 8 miles away. But if they couldn't find him by the time it grew dark, they would have to consider calling off the full-scale search.
"It's the dogs that make me think he's not in the area anymore," John told them. "They haven't picked up so much as a sniff of him. But we'll extend the search for as far as a 5-year-old could feasibly walk, and a bit further."
"I'm afraid to tell you that we have another missing person," said Rob. "My brother, Martin. He came home from Tavistock last night a little the worse for wear, but we haven't seen him since."
"We're not panicking yet,"
put in Catherine, her voice sharp and steady like a schoolmistress.
"He's pulled this kind of trick before. But your people might keep an eye open for a rather bedraggled middle-aged man. They'll be able to recognise him, because he'll be wearing a navy blue blazer with gold buttons, and he'll look as if he's suffering from a crushing hangover. If they do come across him, they might be so good as to suggest that he returns here to All Hallows Hall as soon as he finds it convenient."
John looked at Rob as if to say, "Gosh, she's angry with him, isn't she? If and when he eventually turns up, I'll bet he's in for the roasting of a lifetime." As he turned to go, he snapped his fingers and said, "Nearly forgot to tell you. Ada called me first thing this morning. She's dropping over to Monk's Cross to see Frank Code around 10, so she reckons she'll be here around 11:30. She would have called you, but she forgot to make a note of your number." "Okay, fine. And, Rob,
Please don't give up hope of us finding your Timmy. Children don't just vanish off the face of the earth. The rector and his partner are going to be joining us today, so maybe we'll have some divine assistance." Rob was about to say that he didn't believe in God, but then he remembered that he did, at least for the time being. But if Timmy were never to be found, he knew that he would instantly go back to being a committed atheist. No god of any denomination would allow a dear little boy like Timmy to be lost to his parents forever. Ada arrived at noon. It was lashing down with rain, but strangely the sun had come out from behind the clouds so that the courtyard and the garden were dazzling. She was wearing a black boat-neck sweater today and very tight black jeans, and she was accompanied by an elderly man in a hooded khaki raincoat. When he stepped into the porch and took his raincoat off and shook it, Rob saw that he looked almost saintly, like medieval paintings of Joseph, the stepfather of Jesus. His white beard was neatly trimmed, and although his crown was bald and mottled, he had 2 wings of long white hair. His eyes were bright, but the irises were so pale they were almost colourless, giving him the appearance of being blind, although he clearly wasn't, and didn't even need to wear glasses. He was wearing a 3-piece suit in purplish herringbone tweed, with padded shoulders and wide lapels, which suggested it must have been at least 25 years old.
"Rob, Vicky, this is Francis Code I was telling you about, the gleaner. I hope you don't mind, but after I described your priest's hole to him, he was itching to come and see it for himself."
"How do you do?" In a thin, raspy voice, with an accent that sounded more Cornish than Devon. "I gather your priest's hide is really quite something." "Well, it's pretty big as priest holes go," Rob told him. "When you consider how long we've lived in this house, I really don't know how we failed to realise it was there. But it's disguised really cleverly. The windows on the inside are identical to the windows on the outside, so that you wouldn't immediately guess there was another room in between them." He led the way upstairs. As he followed close behind him, Francis said,
"I've seen many a priest's hide around this part of the world, a dozen at least, because of course St. Mary's Church was Catholic when it was built, around 1250, long before the Reformation. Most, if not all of those hides were constructed by Nicholas Owen.
"John Kipling thinks he built this one too. It's so well hidden that we only found it by accident."
It's interesting that it's so large. Nicholas Owen's closets tended to be tiny, stifling some of them, so that the priests who were hiding inside them would sometimes suffocate. He made 2 at Stoke Climsland House, and they were concealed inside the pillars in the entrance hall. There was only enough room inside each pillar for a priest to stand up straight, with his arms by his sides, and he may have had to stay shut up inside it for hours, if not days. Nothing to eat, nothing to drink, and nowhere to relieve himself.
Rob unlocked the end bedroom and opened the door. Before he went in, Francis stared at the stained glass window and said,
"My God, who has a window with a devil in it? And his pack of whist hounds, too."
"Whist hounds?" Vicky asked him.
"Whist means weird or eerie," said Ada. "Anything that gives you the willies." "It was the whist hounds that gave Conan Doyle his inspiration for that Sherlock Holmes story, The Hound of the Baskervilles," added Francis. "Old Jura's pack, though. They were supposed to be 50 times more ferocious than that. So the legend goes they used to run around the villages all about Dartmoor, sniffing out unbaptized babies, dragging them out of their cribs and tearing their lungs out so that they could never breathe a word of devotion to God."
"Timmy's been christened," said Vicky. She realised as soon as she said it how fatuous that sounded, because the whist hounds weren't real. But Rob put his arm around her shoulders and gave her a comforting hug. He understood that Timmy being baptised had given her one less threat to worry about, even if that threat was supernatural dogs. They went into the bedroom. Francis looked around it, breathing deeply, his blind-looking eyes flicking from the ceiling to the floor to the wine table with all its cobwebby candlesticks.
"I can distinctly smell something. Something tangy."
"We could too. We reckon it smells like that aftershave, Old Spice."
"I can feel something too. Some kind of atmospheric disturbance. It's hard to put my finger on it. It's not like the usual resonance you can feel in a house that's supposed to be haunted."
When I was in there, I was sure I could feel someone brushing past me.
Said Francis. He looked around some more and then he said, "The hide's behind that panelling, I presume."
Yes, said Rob, and lifted the window seat. And this is how it opens.
Francis leaned over so that he could watch Rob lifting up the crucifix. The dado creaked back, revealing the hidden room behind it. Because the sun was shining so brightly through the stained glass windows, the horsehair floor was dappled with red and green and yellow diamond patterns.
"That's an ingenious bit of engineering, that," said Francis. "But I doubt if it was made by Nicholas Owen." "Really? Why's that?"
"Nicholas Owen may well have built a priest's hide here. But like I say, his hides tended to be tiny and very cramped." He bent down under the dado rail and stuck his head into the hidden room.
"It's an amazing piece of trompe-l'oeil, I have to admit."
"But apart from its size, there's his crucifix. Nicholas Owen would never have risked installing a lever in the shape of a crucifix. Those priest hunters weren't only searching for priests. They were searching for any kind of paraphernalia to prove that people were holding the Roman Catholic Mass illegally, such as statues of the Virgin Mary, or rosaries, or crucifixes like this one. They were relentless. That's because they were awarded a generous bounty for every priest they winkled out and every Catholic worshipper they discovered. Even a share of their property." He crouched down under the dado rail and entered the hidden room. Ada and Vicky and Rob followed him, although Catherine held back. "This is too scary for me. I'm going back downstairs. I don't know, perhaps Martin will come back in a minute." Once inside the hidden room, Francis looked around intently. Up at the ceiling, down at the floor, out of the windows. He ran his fingertips all the way along the walls, and then he lowered himself down on one knee and rubbed the horsehair matting between his fingers. "What do you think, Frankie?" said Ada. "There's some presence here, isn't there? Or even presences, plural. I'm sure I can sense them even now. And I don't feel as if they're at all friendly. It's almost like this room itself resents us being here." Francis stood up straight again, letting the stray horsehairs drift from between his fingertips. "Do any of you have a match on you?" "A match? No," said Vicky. "But there's a box in the kitchen. I'll fetch some for you." While they waited, Ada lifted up her shoulder bag and said, "This is my conjure bag. I've brought 2 tests with me, a mirror test and a powder test."
"Why don't you try them now?"
Francis suggested.
"I have my suspicions about this room, but at least your tests might be able to give us some idea of what these atmospheric disturbances actually are."
Ada took an oval hand mirror out of her bag. Its brass handle was cast in the shape of a fairy, and its frame was formed by her wings curling up behind her. She didn't look like a good fairy, though. She had narrow, cat-like eyes and a gleefully malevolent grin. The mirror itself was polished and highly reflective, but it wasn't glass. Instead, it was totally black. "This is a scrying mirror," said Ada. "It's made of obsidian, from Mexico. Obsidian allows you to see through it into the other land. I often use it to find out if there's a spirit still wandering around somebody's house."
"I remember you showed me that before, over at the Channings' place," said Francis. "We didn't see anything in it, though, did we?"
"That's because Mary Channing wasn't being haunted. She was suffering from early-onset dementia, and you can't see that in a scrying mirror. But I think there's much more chance of seeing something in here." She held up the mirror and started to walk slowly around the room, angling it repeatedly from side to side. "Nothing so far," she said as she passed the outside windows. Rob was tempted to say, "If they're invisible, these presences, they're going to be just as invisible in a mirror as they are in real life." But even if they couldn't be seen, both he and Vicky had experienced how violent they could be and how solid they felt, and if there was the slightest chance of discovering what they were, he was prepared to go along with it. Once Ada had completed a circuit of the room, she stopped still, lowering the mirror and closing her eyes. She started to murmur something under her breath, although Rob couldn't clearly make out what it was. He thought he caught words that sounded like evocare lemures de mortuis, but that was all. She was silent for a few more seconds. Then, abruptly,
She lifted up the mirror so that she could look over her shoulder.
"I see them!" she screamed. "I see them!"
At that instant, with a sharp crack, the obsidian in the mirror exploded, and splinters of glittering black were scattered onto the horsehair floor. Ada flung away the broken mirror as if it were red hot and turned to Francis, her eyes wide. She pointed towards the far corner of the room, so terrified that she opened and closed her mouth several times before she could speak.
"They're there, Frankie! I saw 3 or 4 of them at least. Jesus Christ, they're actually there!"
Francis gripped her arm and said, "Come on, steady. What do they look like?"
I don't know. I only caught a glimpse of them before the mirror broke. They were all shadowy, but they looked like men. 3 or 4 men.
"Maybe we should get out of here," said Rob. No, said Francis. "We need to find out who they are. They haven't done anything to harm us, have they?" "Oh, not much. They've only pushed me and Vicky over and kicked me in the leg. Who knows what else they're capable of? The one who kicked me told me that I needed to mind my own business, if I knew what was good for me. Rob, I have a strong suspicion about what's going on here. If I'm right, this could be the answer to where your son has disappeared to." "So what is it, this strong suspicion?" Rob asked him. He couldn't take his eyes off the corner of the room where Ada had said that she had seen 3 or 4 men. He couldn't make out anybody there at all, not even the faintest wavering in the air. He couldn't even see the impressions of any feet in the horsehair matting. "Let me test it out first," said Francis. "Ah, look, here's your good wife now, with the matches." Vicky came into the room and immediately realised that something had happened. "What's wrong? You haven't felt any more of those presences, have you?" "Ada's seen them," said Rob. "She had this special mirror that lets you see spirits, and she saw some standing in the corner over there."
"Oh my God, you're joking. They're not still there, are they?"
"That is what we are going to try to find out," said Francis. He held out his hand and she passed him the box of matches. "I don't know whether this will prove my suspicion, but if it does, it will go a long way to explaining what has been going on here at All Hallows Hall. If I'm mistaken, well, we'll have to try some more tests, such as Ada's powder test, although I'm not at all sure that will tell us anything we don't already know." He took out one of the matches and struck it. It was a long kitchen match, which Herbert Russell had used to light the range. When it was burning, he wedged the end of it into a narrow split in the oak of the nearest windowsill, so that it stood upright. "Right, now let's all get out of here," he said. "That's a bit dangerous, isn't it, leaving that there?" asked Rob, nodding towards the match. "Not if I'm right about this room. Come along, let's get out as quick as we can. Chop, chop." They all crouched down under the dado rail and went back into the bedroom, closing the panelling to seal the room behind them. Francis took a pocket watch out of his waistcoat and held it up. "Let's give it 5 minutes," he said. "That should prove it beyond any question." "Either that or the house will start to burn down. Trust me." Rob said nothing but thought, "How am I going to explain this to the insurance company if the house does burn down? Oh, I allowed a wizard to stick a lighted match in a wooden windowsill in a room carpeted with dry horsehair. And why did you do that, Mr. Russell?" "What do you think? We were trying to find out if there were any ghosts in there, of course." Vicky said, "These presences, Ada, did they look human?" "As far as I could tell. I only saw them for a split second before my scrying mirror broke. They looked like ordinary men, though. No horns or wings or anything like that." 3 minutes, said Francis. "Are you going to tell us what we're waiting for?" Rob asked him. "If I'm wrong about this room, it won't matter. But if you're right, then I'm not at all sure what we're going to do. I've heard about these rooms, but I've never actually come across one before. Not in the flesh, so to speak." "But what? Are they evil, these rooms? Are they dangerous? Are we going to need an exorcist?" Francis gave a shake of his head that was almost imperceptible, and the faintest of smiles. "You only need exorcists when a person or a house is possessed by Satan, or one of the 72 demons listed in the Lesser Key of Solomon." "But you don't think that's what we have here?" "No, because Satan doesn't exist, and neither do any of his demons. The only evil in this world is in the minds of men,
And women, of course. I don't want you accusing me of sexism.
He lifted up his pocket watch again.
There. 5 minutes. That should do it. Let's all go back in.
Francis ducked under the dado rail first, and the rest of them followed. The sun had gone behind the clouds now, and the room had become colourless and gloomy. When they stood up straight, though, they saw that the match stuck into the windowsill was still alight, and that it hadn't burned down even a fraction since Francis had wedged it there. Rob went over to examine it closely. It continued to burn, but it still stayed the same length.
This is a conjuring trick, right? You rub some grease on it or something like that so that it burns like a candle.
I did nothing to it. And it isn't a trick. What you're seeing is a natural phenomenon.
Matches that last forever. I never heard of those before.
Francis looked around the room again. His expression was different now, more wary than it had been before. He leaned forward slightly and stared with his eyes narrowed at the corner where Ada said she had seen the presences.
Ada, do you want to try your powder test?
They're there, aren't they? Ada asked him.
I don't know. They may have left when they saw me lighting the match. I have no idea if they're restricted to this room only, or if they're free to roam around other rooms too. Judging by what happened to Rob and Vicky here, they can wander about the whole house.
All right, but let's hope it doesn't annoy them, this powder test, and they decide to attack us. Ada reached into her conjure bag and took out a hexagonal green glass bottle with a silver cap. This is battlefield dust, she explained. It was originally used by bereaved relatives who had lost a soldier in battle, but the body had never been found. They would go to the battlefield long after it was over and collect any bones they could dig up from where their loved one was thought to have fallen, or as near as they could tell from what their surviving comrades had told them. Then they would take these bones home and grind them into powder, rather like they do in crematoriums.
So what would they do with this powder? Bury it? Scatter it?
No. They would blow it up into the air in the rooms that their loved one used to frequent, usually their bedrooms. They hoped that if he was still haunting the house where he used to live, the powder would settle on his ghost. In that way, they would at least be able to see his outline.
But we're not related to these presences, are we?
That doesn't matter. Battlefield dust works for all spirits, not only relatives. I've used it myself twice now and seen the outline of 2 people who were long dead. One was a grandmother in Cadover Bridge. I distinctly saw her sitting in front of her fire in her parlour, and as far as I could make out, she was knitting. The other was a young farmer in Belliver, who had been run over by his father's tractor. I saw him in his bedroom sitting on his bed, and even though I couldn't hear him, his shoulders were shaking like he was crying. She unscrewed the cap of the green glass bottle and held it up. This particular dust is supposed to have come from the Battle of Leipzig in 1813. I bought it 3 years ago when I went to a spiritualist's fair in Germany. It's supposed to have enormous spiritual potency, because over 90,000 soldiers died in that battle, and hundreds of their bodies were never recovered. There were so many skeletons left on the battlefield that more than 15 years after it was over, tons of bones were collected up and shipped to Scotland for fertilizer. However, she stopped and glanced uneasily over to the far corner of the room. I don't know. Even if these presences are still there, Frankie, I'm not at all sure now that I really want to see them.
Ada, we have to. Most of all, we need to know if they have anything at all to do with Rob and Vicky's little boy disappearing. And even if they don't, we can't just leave them trapped in this house forever. They need to be laid to rest, and when you've carried out this test, I'll tell you why.
All right, then.
But don't give me a hard time if I scream. Talking to spirits in the other land, that's one thing. They're never threatening. Almost every one of them is sad to have died, and some of them are not even aware that they have.
She padded her way cautiously down to the far end of the room, until she was facing the corner where she had seen the figures in her scrying mirror. She stood there for over half a minute, her back turned, not moving, not speaking. Eventually she looked over her shoulder for reassurance from Francis.
Go on, love. You can do it, he urged her. We're here. We'll protect you.
I don't know. I was much more confident about this before I actually saw them. I mean, I've seen spirits before, but these didn't look the same as spirits. It's up to you, Ada. But Rob and Vicky here, they're counting on you.
People like us who have the gift of communicating with the spirit world. We have a duty to share that gift, don't you think so? No matter how much of a risk it might be. You wouldn't refuse to help a blind man cross the road now, would you? Just because you were scared you might get run over by a truck.
From the look on Ada's face, it was plain that she wasn't entirely sure what Francis was talking about. But all the same, she turned back and faced the corner again. She held out her left hand and carefully tipped the green glass bottle until her palm was heaped up with pale grey powder. In a high, piercing voice, she sang out, "Poudre, poudre, envole-toi, montre-moi les visages que je cherche aujourd'hui." She sang that 3 times, and then she bent her head forward and carefully puffed on the powder in her hand until it flew up and filled the air above her in a fine cloud. Nothing happened at first. But as the powder slowly began to sink down from the ceiling, it appeared to be settling on something the shape of a man's head. And after that another, and another, and yet another. Then it settled on their shoulders and their backs, and on their arms, and they could gradually discern that there were 4 men standing in the corner, even though they were nothing more than shadowy outlines formed of dust. "Christ almighty," said Francis under his breath. "I've seen some weird things, I can tell you. But this..."
"Ada, do they know that we can see them?"
Rob called out. "I can't tell. Their faces aren't clear enough."
"Do you think they might be able to hear us? Can you ask them questions?"
"I'll try."
"Can you ask them if they know where Timmy is?"
Vicky was clinging onto the sleeve of his jacket. "Rob, they won't know his name, will they? Just ask them if they've seen a small boy." "Oh God, I've never been so frightened in my life. Supposing they do know where he is, what then?" The 4 men were still only dimly visible, despite all the fine grey powder that had drifted down onto their heads and their shoulders. All the same, Rob could see that at least 2 of them looked broad-shouldered and bulky. One of them had his hair brushed up in a point, while another had curls. The other 2 looked as if they were bald, or at least shaven-headed. "Can you hear me?" Ada called out to them. "Turn around and look at me if you can hear me." 3 of the 4 men slowly turned to face her. Rob could make out their foreheads and their cheekbones and the tips of their noses where the dust had fallen, but that was all. Their eyes were empty. He could see the wall behind them through their eye sockets. "We haven't come to disturb you," said Ada, her voice rising up a pitch. "We're looking for a lost boy, that's all. 5 years old. We think he may be somewhere hidden in this house, but we can't think where." The men looked at each other, although with every move they made, more of the powder fell off them onto the horsehair matting, and it was increasingly difficult to see them distinctly. They started to whisper. The same conspiratorial whispering that Rob and Vicky had heard in the corridor outside their bedroom. It sounded almost like a chant. "What are they saying, Ada? Do they have any idea where Timmy is?" "I can't hear, Rob. I'm just hoping that..." "Ah! Let go! I said, let go of me!"
"Ada, what are they doing?"
"They're pulling my arms! I said, stop it! Let go of me! Let go!" Both Rob and Francis immediately hurried towards her. Even though the 4 men had all but vanished, Ada was jerking and kicking and thrashing her arms, and it was clear that they were dragging her further down the room towards the end wall. They were kicking up the horsehair matting all around her, and Rob could hear them grunting and swearing to each other in tense, hissing whispers. He reached Ada and seized her shoulders. He couldn't believe how violently she was flinging herself around, as if she were dancing to some frantic disco music. He tried to wrench her towards him, but then he was pushed hard on the side of his head, an inch above his left ear. He had never been hit so hard in his life, and he pitched backwards, stunned, his brain singing, and collapsed onto his back on the floor. He managed to sit up, even though he was so disorientated and his vision was blurry. Almost at once, with a loud thud, Francis dropped onto his hands and knees close beside him, shaking his head like a dog that had been swimming in a lake. Ada screamed. and her scream was so high-pitched that it was almost beyond the range of human hearing. Rob blinked and tried to focus on her. He could see that she was kicking and frantically flailing her arms, but she wasn't strong enough to resist the 4 men who were pulling her away. By now they had shaken off all the battlefield powder, and so they were invisible again, but he could still hear them sharply whispering to each other. "Pull her. Pull her, for Christ's sake. Pull the bitch harder." Rob managed to heave himself up on one knee, gripping the nearest windowsill to give himself support. But it was then that he saw Ada rammed up against the end wall, still furiously struggling to get herself free. Yet she wasn't just rammed up against the wall. She began to disappear into it, swallowed up by the plaster as if she were being dragged behind a thick white curtain. It happened in seconds. Rob saw her right arm waving in a last desperate appeal to be saved. And then she was gone. There was nothing he could do but stand and stare at the wall in disbelief. Francis stood up too and said, "My God, I was right. But I never thought, oh my God, I never realised that could happen." Without a word, Rob went back and ducked under the dado rail. He crossed the end bedroom, knocking over 2 or 3 candlesticks with a brassy clatter, and then he ran along the corridor to the landing so that he could look at the other side of the wall through which Ada had disappeared. There was nobody there. The house was silent. He listened, but he couldn't even hear any whispering. He walked back and rejoined Vicky and Francis. Vicky was pale with shock, and she caught hold of his arm. "I can't believe it," she said. "How could she go through the wall like that? You don't think she's dead, do you? You don't think they've killed her?" "No," said Francis. "I don't think they've killed her. I think they've done something worse than that." Chapter 20. "Do you think we should call the police?" asked Vicky. "I don't know," said Francis. "I really don't know. What are we going to say to them if we do? From what Ada told me, the police are already beginning to wonder if you're all a bit doolally. And even if they do believe us, what can they do about it? What's happened to Ada isn't criminal, it's metaphysical." "But where has she gone?" "It's this room," said Francis. He went up to the end wall and pressed his hand flat against it. "It's solid, see? Perfectly solid. But only in this time." "What do you mean, in this time?" Vicky asked him. "I don't have conclusive proof, but I don't think that this is a priest's hide at all. Well, it might have been to start with. In fact, it's quite likely that it was. These duplicate stained glass windows, they could well have been fitted by Nicholas Owen. They're just the kind of optical illusion that he excelled at." He looked around the room, thoughtfully rubbing his bruised right elbow. "Like I said before, though, Nicholas Owen would never have used a crucifix as a switch to open the dado. Far too risky. That would have been fixed in much later. I'd guess even centuries later. And probably the whole pulley mechanism was installed then too. Before that, who knows? To get into this room originally, the priest might have had to lift the floorboards in the bedroom and slide underneath the floor. That was a typical Nicholas Owen trick. So if this room isn't a priest's hole or hide or whatever you want to call it, what is it? To my mind, this match proves it. Look, it's still burning. I believe that this is what in the 16th century they used to call a witching room. I've read quite a bit about them. There are all kinds of different names for them in different cultures. The Scandinavians used to call them frozen rooms. In Slovenian, I think they're called something like ageless chambers. In Greece, chronovores tafi, which roughly means tombs that eat time. From what I've read, an alchemist will have mixed various elements into the plaster, so that after the plaster dried, the room was kept suspended in time. If you entered the room and somebody recited a particular incantation, that incantation would trigger a metaphysical reaction from the walls, and you would become trapped in the moment that it was spoken to you forever. You would never age from that moment. Your physical body would remain in that exact second, like an insect in amber, while the rest of the world carries on. The room itself is timeless. That's why that match will burn and burn, but it will never go out, ever. We could come back here in 20 years' time and it will still be there, burning. So those men who took Ada, those presences, what are they? If they're stuck in the moment when they first came into this room, how can they walk about the house? How can they walk through walls and pull Ada through a wall? It's not them you saw, Rob. It's their energy. They're still here in this room. Or somewhere in this house, anyway. I don't understand. Where? Let me put it simply. Supposing on Monday you're standing on a street corner by a letterbox. If I go to that same street corner on Tuesday, you won't appear to be there, will you? But supposing you're still stuck in Monday. Time will have moved on, but your physical existence won't have moved on with it. You'll still be there. But those presences, those men we saw, they're what people mistakenly call our souls, or our spirits. We all have an incredible amount of electrical energy that makes up our physical being and our personality. That energy can leave our bodies, usually when we're asleep, and roam around. That's why we dream. Occasionally, somebody's energy can become visible, or partially visible, and that's what we call ghosts. Although ghosts are never the energy of dead people. When you die, your energy dies with you. Those men we saw just now when Ada threw that powder over them. Yes, I suppose you could call them ghosts, but they're not dead yet. They're still here, in this house, in what you might call suspended animation. In the same way as I described you still standing by the letterbox. The only reason we can't see them or feel them is that they're not here now, not in today. They're all still back in the very hour, the very minute, the very second when they were first trapped here. For all we know, some of them could have been here for 100 years, maybe even more. But Ada says she sees the spirits of dead people, doesn't she? Said Vicky. What Ada sees is the resonance that people sometimes leave behind after their death, especially in the walls of the houses in which they used to live. She calls it the other land, although I like to think of it as more of a spiritual echo. It fades, eventually, this resonance, like all echoes fade. There is no afterlife, no heaven, no hell. Even though all the atoms that once made us, what we were, will go on milling around the universe for all eternity. Matter can neither be created nor destroyed. Do you think that these presences could have taken Timmy too? Asked Rob. I mean, is it possible that Timmy could be stuck right here in this room, except we can't see him, because he's still back in Wednesday afternoon when he disappeared? I don't know, Rob. I simply don't know. This is the first witching room I've ever found myself in. As I say, I've read a fair amount about them. It was when I was studying to be a gleaner, and I found a translation of an essay written by Nicolaus Copernicus, after he studied medicine under Girolamo Fracastoro in Padua. Its title in Latin is Stat ad hoc tempus, or Time Stands Still. Just as Copernicus theorized that the Earth goes round the sun instead of the other way around, he suggested that certain combinations of chemicals could stop people growing old so quickly, or even stop time in its tracks. But honestly, I need to find out so much more. I have no idea how these witching rooms were made, or who made them, or exactly what for. I have no idea what chemicals were mixed into the plaster, or what incantation has to be spoken to suspend a person forever in the moment when they first entered. Without being flippant, I suppose it's a bit like those incantations to raise a specific demon, such as Asmodeus, or Barbatos, or like saying Alexa and immediately hearing the tune you want. I can't believe this, said Vicky. This is completely doing my head in. But I saw those men and I heard them whispering, and I saw Ada go right through that wall. We have to do something, don't we? That's Timmy gone and Martin gone and now Ada gone. Who's going to be next? We'll have to tell the police, said Rob. After a while, somebody's going to come looking for Ada, aren't they? Does she have family around here, or a boyfriend? She did have a boyfriend. Bill, or Will, I think his name was. But I think they split up 2 or 3 months ago, and he went back to wherever he came from. Australia, as far as I remember. And I think she has a brother in Plymouth. Well, let's look around the house first. If she disappeared into one wall, maybe she's reappeared out of another. Or maybe there's some trace of where those men have taken her. They looked around the room one more time. Rob went across to the window and blew on the match, which was still burning. He blew again, harder, but it didn't even flicker. Francis picked it up and took it out of the room with them, and once they were back in the bedroom, he nipped it out between finger and thumb.
Stat ad hoc tempus, he said, but nihil jurat in aeternum. Time may stand still, but nothing lasts forever.
They found Catherine in the kitchen. She was sitting at the table staring into space. She had a mug of tea cupped between her hands, which she had obviously forgotten about because the tea bag was still floating in it, and it had steeped to the colour of mahogany. She looked up when Rob and Vicky and Francis came in.
Has something happened? I thought I heard that Ada shouting.
She paused and blinked, and then she said,
Is Ada not with you? Is she gone?
Vicky pulled out a chair and sat down beside her.
Ada's been... Well, there's only one way of putting it. There were men in that room. It looked as if there were 4 of them. But they were like ghosts.
Ghosts? Are you serious?
Ada threw some of this special powder in the air, and it fell on them and we could see them. But then they grabbed hold of her and they...
Vicky stopped. She couldn't bring herself to say it.
They what? They what? They pulled her into the wall and she vanished, said Francis in his throaty voice.
Catherine looked at him with her eyes narrowed as if he were totally deranged.
Is this a joke? I know it sounds absurd, but that's what happened. It's that room. It has what you could call a particular charisma. If you enter it and certain words are spoken, you become trapped in time. You don't die, but you disappear, because you're no longer in the same time as all the rest of us. The train pulls away, but you're left behind on the platform, so to speak.
Catherine turned to Vicky.
Do you believe this?
Vicky nodded.
Yes, Catherine, I do. Francis is going to do some more research into it, but at the moment we can't think of any other explanation. We all saw those men, and when Rob and Francis tried to stop them pulling Ada away, they knocked both of them down onto the floor. And we all saw poor Ada disappear into that wall. 1 second she was there, the next she was gone.
Catherine frowned.
You don't think the same thing could have happened to Martin, do you? I know he's gone off in a huff before, but apart from leaving his phone behind, he hasn't made any attempt to get in touch. He hasn't even rung me from some pub to tell me what a bitch he thinks I am. And Timmy, you don't think these men could have pulled Timmy into a wall, do you? Perhaps that's why we can't find him.
She hesitated and then said,
No, it's all too ridiculous. It's like some fairy story. Are you absolutely sure that's what you saw? It wasn't some trick of the light, something like that?
Catherine, she disappeared into the wall, said Rob. We're going to search the house again. I was wondering if there might be some cavities behind the walls and she's trapped in there. It could be that Timmy's trapped in there too. I know it all sounds like madness, but they have to be somewhere. Even if Timmy is still stuck in Wednesday and Ada's stuck in, 5 minutes ago. Catherine looked at her mug of tea and then she stood up, walked over to the sink and tipped it down the drain.
I'll help you look. We need to find out what's going on in this house for good and all. And I need to find out where Martin's disappeared to. Just like you need to find Timmy.
They searched the house again, room by room, as thoroughly as they had searched it twice already. They looked in the wardrobes and under the beds and tapped on the walls. Rob climbed back up into the attic, and Francis went back into the witching room. Nothing there? Rob asked him.
Nothing visible. But there's no question that feeling's still there. That tension, that frisson. Otherwise, no.
They went back down to the drawing room. The fire had burned right down to the grate, so Rob jabbed the glowing ashes with the poker and stacked 3 fresh logs on top. Vicky said,
You're right, Rob. We'll have to call the police, even if they do think we've all gone barmy.
She turned to Francis, who was still ruefully massaging his elbow.
I know you're going to try and find out how that witching room works, Francis. But 3 people have disappeared now, and how are we going to explain it? If we don't tell the police, they're going to start suspecting that we've got something to hide, aren't they? That we made them disappear. Remember that case of those 2 young girls who were murdered in Soham? What were their names?
And before the police realised it was him who had killed them, that Ian Huntley went out and helped to look for them.
I don't think that the police have a better chance of finding them than we do, said Francis. In fact, I don't think they've got a hope in hell, to be honest with you. My bicycle was stolen last month, and they never caught the fellow who took it, even though I had him on CCTV. But I'm inclined to agree with you. It would look suspicious if we didn't report them missing. The difference between us and Ian Huntley is that we didn't have anything to do with their disappearance, so we don't have anything to worry about. Hopefully, anyway.
Chapter 21. They were still talking when there was a loud postman's knock at the front door.
Grace and Portia, said Rob. I'll get it.
When he opened the door, he found Grace and Portia standing in the porch in their muddy Wellingtons, looking exhausted. But standing close behind them was D.I. Holly, as well as another detective in a raincoat, and 2 uniformed officers.
Mr. Russell, said D.I. Holly, all right if we come in?
What's wrong?
You haven't found Timmy, have you?
Still no sign of him yet, Mr. Russell, I'm sorry to say. But we need to ask you a few questions about another matter.
Really? What other matter?
If we can come inside and you can find us somewhere to talk in private.
Yes, of course. Come on in.
Are you all right, Grace? You look knackered. Grace was wiping her nose on a crumpled tissue. Oh, God. I don't know how many hills we've climbed up and down, and it's freezing out there. I'm just about ready to drop.
Thanks, anyway. You too, Portia. Thanks.
Why don't you 2 go into the drawing room and get yourselves warm? We will, yes. Just let us pull these boots off.
Rob said. Come into the library, Detective Inspector. We won't be disturbed in there.
He led the way into the library, and D.I. Holly and the other detective followed him, while the 2 uniformed officers remained in the hallway. This is Detective Constable Cutland, by the way, said D.I. Holly. Rob gave him a nod. He thought he looked more like a local farmhand than a detective. He had jet-black, short-cropped hair, bulging eyes, and a chin as deeply cleft as a stag's hoof. He also smelled faintly of stale sweat. Rob closed the door, and the 3 of them sat down around the library table.
Is your brother here?
Asked D.I. Holly.
You might want him to sit in while we talk to you.
Martin?
No, he's not here just at the moment. But what's this all about?
I need the answer to 1 or 2 questions, Mr. Russell. But if you lead me to believe that you're being evasive or non-cooperative, then I may be forced to give you a formal caution.
Why? What am I supposed to have done?
Can you account for your whereabouts between the 28th and the 29th of last month?
The 29th? That was the day my father was found dead, wasn't it?
Yes. And I'm asking you if you can tell me where you were on that day, as well as the day before it.
Where do you think I was?
At home, in Hersham. Number 15 Larkwood Close. I'm an animator and I work at home. I was finishing off a commission for Lancaster Home Insurance. Have you any way of verifying that?
You can check my phone. You can check my PC.
You can ask my next-door neighbour, Nigel Pardo. I met him in the local shop when I went to buy a paper that morning. Simpler still, why not go through to the drawing room and ask my wife? It's more than likely that we'll be taking you up on all of those suggestions, Mr. Russell. You see, the thing is that we've had the preliminary results back from the DNA samples that we took from you and your other family members.
And?
Our forensic examiners found numerous fingerprints on the handle of the hammer that was discovered by our GP dog in the garden here on these premises. Unfortunately, they were too smudged to be able to make a positive identification. However, they were able to collect a DNA sample, and it turned out that it's an exact match for your DNA.
What? That's impossible.
No question about it. It's a 98.9% match. And our forensic experts in Exeter have now conclusively established that it was that very hammer that was used to strike Mr. Herbert Russell a single blow on the back of his head, resulting in a fatal brain hemorrhage. This is insane. I didn't even know of that hammer's existence until your police dog found it, and I certainly never touched it. Quite apart from the fact that I was 200 miles away when my father was killed. Nevertheless, Mr. Russell, the preliminary DNA test does appear to show beyond any reasonable doubt that it was you who was the last person to be holding that hammer.
Wait a minute. Surely my brother and sister have the same DNA. Although I'm not suggesting that either of them killed our father.
Your sister wouldn't have the same DNA, no, put in D.C. Cutland. He may have looked like a farmhand, but the way he spoke was dry and technical, with little licks of his lips and sideways rolls of his bulging eyes in between sentences. Humans have 23 pairs of chromosomes, and when you compare the first 22 pairs, you can't tell the difference between males and females. But when it comes to the 23rd pair, the sex chromosomes, males have an X and a Y chromosome, but females have 2 X chromosomes and no Y. And as far as your brother is concerned, well, we're still waiting on a final report from the lab, but their initial analysis showed that you and your brother don't share identical genomes.
Meaning what exactly?
In your case, you both had the same mother, apparently, but not the same father. Rob stared at him. Suddenly he was 13 again, hearing his father shouting at his mother outside his bedroom window.
Of course he's nothing like me, and we both know why that is.
D.I. Holly cocked his head to one side, in that hawk-like way of his.
I'm sorry, Mr. Russell. Did you not know that?
No.
I mean, yes, of course I did. It's just never been tested before. You've thrown me, I'm afraid. I never expected...
You never expected what?
This accusation that I killed my father. Of course I didn't kill him. As I've told you, I wasn't anywhere near here when he was attacked. I never laid a finger on that hammer. And in any case, why would I kill him?
There's this house to be inherited after his demise.
Oh, come on. You don't seriously think I'd murder my own father for this dump? A Grade 1 listed building like this is more trouble than it's worth. In any case, his solicitor has told us that it's not going to be passed directly to any of us, neither to me, nor to Martin, nor to Grace. It's going to be held in trust for our son, Timmy.
Your son, Timmy, who is sadly still missing. Rob was growing angry as well as confused. His father might have been accusing his mother that night of conceiving him during an adulterous affair, but he had never heard either of them mention it again. Over the years, he had grown to accept that his father must have simply been having one of his rages, which were frequent and boiling, and usually bizarre. When she was only 11, he had shouted at Grace for waiting by the gate for the postman so that she could snog him. The postman had been about 50 years old, with hair like a scrubbing brush and no front teeth. Yet this DNA test seemed to have proved that Herbert Russell had been right, and that he was his mother's love child by another man. He suddenly felt as if he shouldn't even be sitting in this house, answering questions about a father that he certainly hadn't killed. A father who wasn't even his real father. He suddenly felt like a stranger.
What are you trying to suggest about Timmy? That I murdered him, too, so that I could have the house to myself?
Children have been done away with for far lesser reasons than that, Mr. Russell, and I speak from experience.
That's an outrageous thing to say to me. Who's your superintendent? I'm going to make a complaint.
D.I. Holly appeared to be unruffled by this. He rubbed his hands together, as if he were Pontius Pilate absolving himself of all legal responsibility. As D.C. Cutland here has told you, we're still waiting for a confirmatory autosomal test on your DNA, Mr. Russell. We expect to receive that later today or tomorrow. Until then, I won't be taking this investigation any further.
Oh, I see. You're not going to arrest me? Not yet, anyhow.
No. But I'm requiring you to remain here in this house and not attempt to evade any further questioning.
In other words, you're telling me not to do a runner?
If you want to put it that way, Mr. Russell. Also, I would recommend if you have a legal representative to contact him or her without delay. Rob sat back with his hands flat on the table and stared at the two detectives in disbelief.
Do you honestly, seriously think that I drove all the way down here from Hersham one night so that I could hit my father over the head with a rusty old hammer? Or should I say stepfather?
D.I. Holly gave him a one-shouldered shrug. If I've learned only one thing from my 20-year career in the force, it's that impossible is only a word. Rob saw the officers out and then went into the drawing room. My God, you look serious,
said Vicky. "What was all that about? You told them about Ada and Martin." Rob shook his head. "No, I'm under enough suspicion as it is. I didn't want them to start thinking that I did for Ada and Martin as well as Dad. They even hinted that I might have killed Timmy so that I could inherit the house." "That's ridiculous. But what do you mean, as well as Dad? They don't suspect that you had anything to do with him being murdered, do they? They can't." "They can and they do. They've proved that hammer they found in the flower bed was used to kill him, and they found my DNA on the handle." "How on earth could they have done that?" said Grace. "They showed it to us in a plastic bag, and you never touched it." Frances said, "Conceivably you held it years ago when you lived here, and that's where your DNA came from. But I don't think that's likely. DNA that could be 1,000,000 years old has been found in fossilized insects, but it breaks down quite quickly if it's exposed to sunlight or water. Even if your DNA was still on it, whoever used it to kill your father might have worn rubber gloves." "Well, they seem to be pretty sure about it. They're doing some extra tests to make certain, but they've told me not to leave here until they do." "We weren't going to go anyway, were we?" said Vicky. "Not until we found Timmy and Ada, and Martin showed up." Rob went to stand in front of the fire. His mind was churning over and over. If only his mother was still alive, and he could ask her outright. "Who was it, Mum? Why didn't you ever tell me? If Herbert Russell wasn't my father, why did I have to come down here to All Hallows Hall and lose our Timmy? Who's that whispering? What in the name of the bloody imaginary God that I don't believe in am I doing here?" Vicky came up to him and laid her hand softly on his shoulder. She had that concerned, searching look in her eyes, and he knew why. She could tell that he was holding something back. "Yes," he said, even though she hadn't said a word. "But not here. Later." Portia stood up. "I think we could all do with some lunch, don't you? Pizza, anybody? And I don't know about anybody else, but I could do with a drink. Francis?" The long case clock chimed, and Francis looked at his watch. "I'd love to, but the best thing I can do is go back home now and see if I can dig up more about witching rooms. I'll call John Kipling, too, and tell him about Ada. It could be that he has some ideas about what might have happened to her, how she could have disappeared into the wall like that. I don't think there's anybody in the country who knows as much about priest holes and secret hideaways as he does." Chapter 22. Ada opened her eyes. She felt as if she had just woken up from a deep and wine-saturated sleep, and at first she couldn't focus. She was sitting upright on the floor of a dimly lit room, her back against the wall, and she could hear rain stippling the window close beside her. Her spine ached, and her right shoulder felt sore. Gradually the room began to take shape. It was the witching room, with its stained glass windows and its thick brown horsehair matting. The same room from which she had been dragged through the wall. Yet here she was, back again. And as she turned to look around, she could see that she wasn't alone. Halfway down the room, 7 men were sitting or standing. One of them had flowing white shoulder-length hair and a sallow face, and he was bony as a clothes horse beneath a black ankle-length cassock. A heavy silver crucifix was hanging on a chain around his neck. The man standing next to him was broad-shouldered and russet-bearded, with a countryman's rugged features, and he was wearing a long brown doublet and knee breeches, as if he were rehearsing for a 17th-century play. The others were all scruffily dressed in grey or blue sweatshirts and tracksuit pants or jeans. 3 of them were bald. 2 had short tousled hair. 1 had the sides of his head shaved, but his black hair greased up into a shark's fin. One of the bald men realized that Ada had opened her eyes and nudged the man standing next to him. "Here, look. She's come to," he whispered in an East End accent. They all turned to look at her, and then the bony priest walked across and crouched down next to her. He was handsome in a sad-looking way, with a long nose and large dark eyes like an abandoned mongrel. Ada could smell stale incense on his cassock, and when he leaned close to her and whispered, she could smell his bad breath too. His lips were crusted with cold sores.
I hope you forgive us for taking you, he told her. He was whispering so softly that she had to read his lips to understand everything he was saying to her. We had no choice, I'm afraid, because we have to protect ourselves. Ada was so frightened that she was finding it difficult to breathe. The priest reached out and laid his hand on hers, and his long, thin fingers were so cold that she felt as if strips of raw fish had been draped across her knuckles. Our incarceration here is not of our doing, the priest whispered. We cannot be blamed for our predicament. But we have the right to save ourselves from oblivion. Oblivion, you see, is our only alternative. Who are you? Ada asked him. What are you? The priest pressed his fingertip against his scabby lips. Shh, my dear. Some of us are still in the land of Nod. He pointed down to the heap of dirty blankets at the end of the room. Out from under the blankets, a man's hand was protruding, like a dead crab. I'll talk as loud as I like, thank you. In fact, I'm going to shout for help. It will be futile, I'm afraid. The pilgrims won't hear you. Pilgrims? What are you talking about? What pilgrims? All I want to know is who you are and how you managed to get me in here. And why. The pilgrims are those outside this chamber. Those who are free to continue their journey through one year after another until they finally reach the end of their days. Unlike us. He gave her a small, regretful smile. My name is Thomas. I have been here the longest. I was alone for so long that I believed I would remain alone for all eternity. But eventually my companions appeared. Bartram first. Then, after many more tiresome years had rolled past us, all of these others. And here we are, exactly where we were, going nowhere. The other 6 men had now crossed the room and were gathered in a semicircle with their arms folded, staring down at her. Apart from the bearded man in his knee breeches, Ada had rarely seen such hard-looking characters since her brother had taken her down to visit his bodybuilding gym. Their necks were thickly corded, and their biceps bulged, so they had obviously been taking steroids and regularly working out. The man with the shark's fin hair had a snake tattoo on his neck that curled up to his left ear. Blimey, you're a gift from God and no fucking mistake, he said, grinning at her. What's your name, love? Mine's Ron, but you can call me Jaws. Everybody else does. Ada said nothing, but drew up her knees and squeezed her thighs defensively together, making herself as small as she could. So what was you and them 2 geezers and that other bint all doing in here? You was trying to catch the sneaky butchers at us in that mirror thing, wasn't you? Don't say he wasn't. And then chucking all that fucking dust all over us. What was that all about? Ada still said nothing, but Thomas leaned close to her again. I quite understand your reticence, my dear. But I think you fail to understand the transformation that you have undergone. Most of all, its permanence. What are you talking about? What transformation? All I know is that 1 second you were all dragging me down the room, and the next I hit the wall, and then I woke up here. What time is it? Time is no longer of any consequence. Not for any of us here in this chamber. And that includes you. Jaws hunkered down close beside her, so that she could strongly smell his Old Spice aftershave. He was handsome in a dark, untrustworthy way, with a permanent look of self-satisfaction, as if he knew something that nobody else could guess at, but was never going to say what it was. He cupped one hand over Ada's left knee and said, Let's put it this way, darling. There's no point in you asking what the time is, because it's the same time as when we pulled you through the wall, and always will be. You want to know what the time is? Look at your watch. Take your hand off me, Ada told him. He grinned again and said, Make me. The police are coming back here soon. I can have you arrested for indecent assault, not to mention threatening behaviour. No, you can't, love. Look at your watch. You're still stuck in that second when we fetched you in here. But those coppers are hours ahead of you already. Tomorrow there'll be a day ahead of you, and next week there'll be a week ahead of you. Then they'll retire, and then they'll die, and you'll still be here. There's no way they can come back in time to find you, and there's no way you can go forward in time to whinge that I've been touching you up, which I'm not, am I? Only being friendly. Ada looked at Thomas for support and for some kind of rational explanation. But all Thomas could do was give her a beatific smile. "I don't believe you," she said. She lifted up her right hand and squeezed her wrist between the fingers of her left. "There, look. I'm solid. I can feel myself. I'm not stuck in time. I'm real. Now, whoever you are, if you'll just take your hand off me and get back out of my way, I'm leaving." "Look at your fucking watch," said Jaws. "I don't have to look at my watch. Maybe my watch has stopped. I'm getting out of here and that's all there is to it." Jaws lifted his hand from her knee and stood up, still giving her that knowing, secretive look. "Go ahead, love. Try. I've done a whole lot of things in my life that I'm less than proud of, but if there's one thing I'm not, it's a pork pie merchant." The 7 men all stood back and watched Ada as she climbed to her feet. She went over to the panel in the dado that had opened to let her in, along with Francis and Rob and Vicky. It was closed now, and there seemed to be no lever on this side to open it. No crucifix, nor any other kind of switch. She ran her hands under the dado rail to see if she could feel a gap where she could get a grip on it and pull it open, but it was seamless. "See?" said George, making no attempt to hide his satisfaction. "You're trapped, love, same as we are. Rats in a trap, all of us. You included." Ada slapped on the wall hard, first with her right hand and then with both hands. "Frankie!" she shouted at the top of her voice. "Frankie, I'm stuck in the priest's hide. I can't open the panel. Can you hear me, Frankie? Frankie, get me out of here." She stopped and listened, to hear if she had any response. Jaws watched her, still smiling. "Go on," he said. "They can't hear you. I told you to look at your watch, didn't I? That's when you were here. They can't hear something that's happened in the past." "You're not making any sense," Ada snapped at him. "I'm banging the wall, aren't I? And I'm doing that now. And if you hadn't been here at the same time that I was here, how did you manage to pull me out of here and knock my friends over?" She clenched her fists and started thumping the wall again and again, as hard as she could. "Frankie!" she screamed. "Frankie, I'm stuck in the priest's hide. Get me out of here. Frankie! Rob, get me out of here." She waited almost half a minute, but there was still no answer from the other side. Ada started to knock on the wall again and call out miserably, "Frankie, Frankie, please." But then she stopped and started to cry. Thomas came up to her, put his arm around her shoulders, and gently pulled her away from the wall. "It's of no avail, my dear," he whispered. "You will have to accept your destiny. All any of us can do is make the best of our lives in this room, and in this house." "You shouldn't have come looking for us, love," said Jaws. "That was your mistake. You and your mirror and your magic dust. You should have left well enough alone. Do you know what I mean?" The russet-bearded man in the long brown jacket came up to Ada too. She smeared the tears out of her eyes with the sleeve of her sweater and looked up at him. Close up, she could see that he had a deep diagonal scar across his forehead and his left cheek, as if he had been cut by a sword, and that his left eye was milky white and blind. "Our lives as pilgrims have been stolen from us," he whispered. "But we have to safeguard the lives that we still have left to us, if only to outlast the rest of humankind." He had a strong, slurred accent that sounded more French than West Country, and every word ended in a strange, airy whistle, so that Ada could barely understand what he was saying. "When all the other men and women who have walked on this earth are rotting in their graves, when the sun dims and winks out for the final time, when total darkness and icy cold swallow everything, we shall still be here, we few, to greet that darkness and that cold, and beyond. We shall be here for eternity, so that we can see what God has planned for the universe after the disastrous failure of humanity." Ada took a deep breath to steady herself, and then she said, "I'm not interested in eternity, whoever you are. I just want to get out of here. Now, tell me how I can do that." "You can't," Jules whispered. "Don't you understand what we've been telling you, me and Father Thomas here?
He stuck back in 16-something or other. Bartramere, he stuck back in 1735.
May the 9th, 1735, at 9:01 in the evening to be precise, Bartram put in. The clock had just finished chiming.
Me, 5 to 5 on Sunday, June the 10th, 1979. Jaws went on. The day after Derby Day. Back then I didn't have a fucking clue what that was all about. But it didn't take me too long to work that out, did it? Not after Billy here got pulled in too. Fucking Russell had lost a packet betting on the wrong horse. What a muggins I was. And there was me thinking I was the sharpest chisel in the box.
Ada said, I can't stay here forever. I can't. As I told you, my dear, none of us has a choice, said Thomas. We cannot take our own lives. We cannot cut our wrists because our circulation stopped at the moment of our entry and we would not bleed. We cannot starve ourselves because we never need to eat, or to drink for that matter. We can breathe, yes, and we can talk. But every breath we take is the last breath we took when we were trapped, breathed over and over again, ad infinitum.
Recycling, you might call it, grinned Jaws.
Wait a minute, Ada protested. You keep saying you're trapped in this room, but you're not, are you? That family who've been staying here, they've heard you walking about the house. They haven't been able to see you, but they've felt you. You pushed that woman when she came looking for you, and you pushed that man over too, and kicked him. That didn't happen. Yes, it did. I've even seen their bruises.
No, love, that didn't happen. That was all a dream.
Chapter 23. Rob and Vicky had been planning to go out in their car that afternoon and drive around the Tamar Valley, or even to the south as far as Plymouth, way beyond the area that was being covered by the search and rescue teams. They were hoping that by some chance Timmy had been picked up by a stranger and then abandoned miles away. They knew that it was a remote chance, millions to one, but it would have been better than sitting in All Hallows Hall, listening to the rain clattering outside in the courtyard, and watching the logs lurching in the drawing-room grate. Now that Rob had been ordered by D.I. Holly to stay in the house, they had to give up on that plan. Grace and Portia made some sandwiches with a sharp and rustic cheese, and they all sat around the fire, drinking Herbert Russell's jail ale out of the bottles, and saying very little. Catherine was still feeling hungover and tired, so she took herself upstairs to bed. There had still been no word from Martin, and they agreed that if they hadn't heard from him by the time it started to grow dark, they would report him missing. Rob sat on Herbert's throne, prodding at his phone to see if he had any messages, and to catch up on the latest news on the Devon Live website. A teenage girl had been found naked and dead in the River Tavy, under Harford Bridge. It was not yet known if she had been sexually assaulted, but a pentagram had been carved into her back with a knife. Vicky was sitting on the floor next to him. She poked at the fire and then she looked up at him and said, Perhaps we should take another look in the witching room. I still can't believe how Ada disappeared into the wall like that.
You think she might have come back? If she has, she would have shouted out to us, wouldn't she?
I don't know. If she went through the wall one way, maybe it's possible that she's been able to come back through it the other way. But maybe after doing that, she's too weak to shout out.
10 out of 10 for imagination, darling.
You joking? After those ghostly men we saw, pulling Ada through the wall, and all that whispering, and both of us being pushed and kicked by people we couldn't even see. For God's sake, Rob, who needs to have an imagination?
All right, you win. Let's go and look. But I don't think we're going to find it that it's any different.
Grace said, I'll come with you. Portia? Portia was sitting on the sofa with her feet up, playing a game on her phone. No thanks, you go. I'm trying to de-spook myself. They climbed the stairs and walked along the corridor to the end bedroom. Grace said, This witching room, there's no danger that we could be pulled into the wall, is there?
We're only going to take a quick look, just to make sure that Ada hasn't managed to come back, Rob told her. Those men we saw when she threw that dust all over them, I think they grabbed her because she upset them. They were only whispering, but they sounded furious, didn't they? He lifted the lid of the window seat, reached down inside and pulled up the crucifix. For some reason it was stiffer than it had been before, and the dado opened more slowly, with an anguished creak that sounded like a grieving grandmother,
and a dry clanking of cogs. They bent down and went inside. The room appeared to be empty. There was no sign of Ada, nor anybody else who was visible. Grace inhaled and said, "Yes, you're right. It's Old Spice, isn't it? That's so creepy. I can really smell it. Ooh, can we go now?" "Wait a second," said Vicky. "What's happened to those blankets? They were all piled up before, weren't they? Now they're all folded back."
"Yes, but Ada was kicking them about like mad when she was trying to stop herself from being pulled through the wall."
"I know, but after she disappeared, they were still lying in a heap. It was almost like there was somebody hiding underneath them."
"John looked, there wasn't."
"Can we go now?" Grace repeated. "I'm sure I felt somebody breathing against the back of my neck."
"Hold on," said Rob. "I'll take another look."
He went down to the end of the room, picked up the blankets one after the other, and shook them. They were heavy and damp and dirty, and woven out of coarse, unwashed wool. Gingerly, he lifted up the corner of one of the blankets and held it under his nose. It had the lard-like reek of sheep's grease, but also the musky odour of stale human sweat. Grace, by now, had already crouched down so that she could back out into the bedroom.
"Go on, Gracie," said Rob. "But I'm taking one of these blankets with me. It smells like somebody's been sleeping in them. I'll ask Sergeant Billings if we can get one of his police dogs to sniff it."
"What good will that do?"
"I'm not sure. But maybe they can identify whose scent it is, and where in the house we can find them, even if they are invisible."
Catherine had drawn the curtains so that the master bedroom was dark, taken off her skirt, and climbed under the heavy embroidered quilt. She thought she could still faintly smell cheesy vomit on the pillows, but she had changed the sheets and the pillowcases, and she guessed that it was just her guilty imagination. She had tried to appear nonchalant about Martin's disappearance in front of the others, even cynical. There were many times during the course of their marriage when it had taken only the slightest of provocations for him to lose his temper and storm off for hours or even days. But she had learned that he had inherited these bursts of rage from his father, both genetically and from the way that Herbert had brought him up. He may have appeared to be domineering and full of himself, but she had come to realize that his anger was set off by frustration and a lack of belief in his own self-worth, and an irrational feeling that everybody was demeaning him behind his back. She knew that he loved her, and even more than that, how much he depended on her. He would never have been such a success in the city without her business and social contacts, and because she had pushed him to go for some highly risky investments. He was terrified of bankruptcy, because he had seen how much his father's life had been blighted by debt, even if he had never guessed the scale of it. She loved him, too, although sometimes she never fully understood why. She used to see him staring out of the window and wonder what was going on inside his mind, and if she would ever be able to find out. She had given up asking him what he was thinking about, because he always says, "Oh, nothing much." She closed her eyes. She felt hungry, but her tongue felt as if it were coated with fine sand, and she didn't think she would be able to swallow anything. She was starting to slide into darkness, when she felt fingers gently touching her hair, and a voice whispered, "Kathy." For a second, she thought she was dreaming. But then the voice whispered, "Kathy, are you asleep?" And she jerked her head up off the pillow. It had sounded like Martin, but there was nobody there. She sat up, her eyes flicking from one side of the master bedroom to the other. It was still raining, and the water that was gurgling in the gutter outside the window sounded like a child choking. "Kathy, it's me. I know you can't see me, but I'm here." "Martin? Am I dreaming this? Where are you?" "You're not dreaming it, Kathy. I'm still here in the house." "Where? I don't understand. We looked everywhere for you." There was a long silence, and then it sounded as if Martin had crossed the room and was standing next to the door. "I have to be careful. I don't want the others to hear me. I don't know how many of them are sleeping." "What others? What are you talking about? How can I hear you but not see you?" "Kathy, you have to find a way to get me out of here. That witch woman that Rob was talking about, maybe she knows how." Martin, if it's really you, you're doing my head in. How can I find a way to get you out of here if you're not here? I am here. I'm shut up in that priest's hole, along with the rest of them. You have to get me out, Cathy, or else I'll never get out, and I mean never. I'm begging you. Martin, this is scaring me to death. Shh.
Catherine was about to ask Martin how he had become trapped, when she heard whispering outside in the corridor. Sharp, persistent whispering, between at least 3 or 4 people. She sat up in bed and drew back the quilt as quietly as she could. The whispering went on, and it sounded like an argument.
So where is he? How should I know? I'm not his keeper. You could have fucking waited, both of you. Stop fretting, will you? It's the first of the fullness tomorrow. If we don't find him tonight, we'll find him then.
The whispering continued, although the whisperers must have been walking away along the corridor, because Catherine could no longer distinguish what they were saying. Eventually their voices faded altogether, and apart from the rain and the sibilant whistling of the wind down the chimneys, All Hallows Hall was quiet again.
Martin?
Said Catherine. She began to wonder if she was asleep and having a nightmare, although she could feel the bobbly stitching on the quilt and the lumpy mattress that she was sitting on, and she could make out the looming mahogany wardrobe and the outline of the door. She hesitated to reach over and switch on the bedside lamp in case she saw that Martin really wasn't there, or in case he suddenly appeared. She didn't know which would frighten her more.
Martin? Say something.
There was no answer. She waited a little longer, and then she clicked on the lamp. Even if Martin had been nothing more than a watery outline, she couldn't see him. She said,
Martin, are you still there?
But he didn't reply. Suddenly she felt deeply cold, all the way down her spine, and she started to shiver. She tried to say,
Martin,
again, but her teeth were chattering, and she couldn't even pronounce his name. After a minute she stood up, went to the window and drew the curtains. Outside over the moor, the sky was beginning to clear. She went back to the bed and sat down again, still shivering. She had never felt so hopeless in her life. Chapter 24. Rob called Sergeant Billings at Crown Hill Police Station, but was told that he wouldn't be back for at least an hour because he was attending a serious car accident on the A388 at Floorboards. He had only just put down his phone, though, when there was a brisk knock at the door. Vicky went to answer it and found John Kipling standing outside, brushing the rain off his crimson anorak.
John, come in, said Rob. Has Francis been in touch?
John entered the hallway and prized off his Wellingtons. It had stopped raining now, and 3 DSR volunteers were standing outside in the courtyard having a smoke. A black and white border collie in a waterproof dog parka was sitting patiently beside them, its tongue lolling out, next to the headless cherub.
Yes, said John. I was halfway up the side of Cock's Tor when he called me. I don't know what to think. I gather there's been no sign of her.
No. We've searched the house all over again. Every nook and cranny, believe me, but she's totally vanished. And I'm supposing that there's no trace of Timmy either.
Sorry, no. We've had 3 drones circling all around for most of the morning, but nothing. Only a few stray sheep.
He paused and then he said,
Francis told me all about that hammer that was used to kill your dad, how the police found your DNA on it and everything. I mean, how weird is that?
He paused again.
Have you told them about Ada yet? I think I'm still in shock about that. Not yet, but we'll have to. And about my brother Martin too, if he doesn't show up. Listen, you know those blankets that were lying on the floor in the witching room, or whatever you want to call it? It looked as if somebody had disturbed them, so I've brought one down. I was going to ask Sergeant Billings to send a police dog up here to see if it could pick up a scent from it. But since you've got one of your search dogs here already, maybe he could have a sniff. Well, yes, sure, why not?
John was about to call to his companions in the courtyard when Catherine appeared halfway down the stairs. Her blonde hair was sticking up as if it had been lifted by static electricity, and her face was as pale as oatmeal.
Catherine, what's wrong? asked Vicky, going over to the foot of the stairs. "You haven't been sick again, have you?" Catherine came slowly down the last remaining stairs. "It's Martin. He came into the bedroom and he whispered to me. But he wasn't there." "What? Come and sit down. I'm sorry, but you look terrible." They went into the drawing room. Grace and Portia stood up so that Catherine could sit down on the sofa. She was shaking uncontrollably, and Vicky sat beside her and took hold of her hands. "My God, Catherine, you're freezing. Rob, would you fetch a coat for her?" Catherine looked at her in desperation. "I was nearly asleep, and then I felt him touch me. He said that he was trapped in that priest's hole and he didn't know how to get out. He pleaded with me to help him. I don't know how he could have been trapped in that priest's hole, but yet he was whispering to me in the bedroom at the same time. I thought for a moment that I must be having a bad dream or going mad, but, Vicky, I felt him. And I heard him, I swear it. I heard him as clear as anything. And then I heard more of them whispering outside the door, and it sounded as if they were looking for him." Rob came back in with Catherine's overcoat and draped it around her shoulders. She clutched it tightly around her, still shaking as if she had Parkinson's. Vicky looked up to Rob. "Martin's still here in the house, Rob. I know it's crazy, but he must be. And if he's still here, what are the chances that Timmy's still here too, and Ada?" John said, "After what Francis was telling me, I believe now that there's a very good chance of that. And I'm not saying that because I believe in half the stories that folks around here tell about hobgoblins and piskies and ghosts and old Dewar. I'm saying that because the DSR have never conducted a search as thorough and wide-ranging as the one we've been carrying out for your Timmy, and never found not the slightest trace at all. We always find something, a footprint or a fragment of wall that's got snagged on a brimble. But this time, nothing at all. Even supposing somebody drove right past the front of the house here and collected him, the dogs didn't pick up even the faintest scent going out from here to the road. But, Jesus, we couldn't have gone through the house more thoroughly if we demolished it stone by stone," said Rob. "What I can't work out is how these people can be here and yet not here. Francis said they might be nothing but energy. All right, supposing they are. How do we find them, and how do we get them back to reality? That's if it's even possible to get them back." John raised both eyebrows. "Right now, your guess is as good as mine. And Francis didn't seem to have too much of a clue either. But there are so many stories about Nicholas Owen and the priest's holes he built. There are still at least a dozen of them that have been written about in the histories of the various houses where he fitted them, but which nobody has ever been able to find. What I'm asking myself now is, why can nobody find them? Is it because his carpentry was so clever? Or did he discover some way of installing them in what you might call a different dimension? You know, like a sort of parallel universe. That's what Francis was trying to explain to me, more or less, although he was pretty sure that the priest's hole in this house might have been changed into a witching room later on, by somebody else. Yes, he told us that Nicholas Owen would never have used a crucifix," said Rob. "He reckoned that whoever did it mixed some kind of strange chemicals into the plaster, so that if somebody went into the room and they said this special incantation, that person would get stuck in time forever. It sounds bonkers, doesn't it? I mean, it sounds utterly and completely bonkers. If Timmy and Ada and Martin weren't missing, and if Vicky and me hadn't felt and heard those whispering people for ourselves, I think we'd turn ourselves into the local mental hospital and beg to be sectioned. Catherine too, after what she's just been through." "Let's make a start anyway," said John. "I'll have Bazzer bring his dog in, and he can have a good snuffle at that blanket." He went back to the front door and Rob followed him. The volunteers out in the courtyard were flicking their cigarette ends away, and they looked as if they were getting ready to leave. John called out, "Bazzer, do you want to fetch Pluto into the house here for a moment?" "Okay, but I warn you, John, his paw's a proper gacky." "Don't worry about that," said Rob. "This is a lot more important than a few muddy footprints." "So long as you're not bothered." Bazzer looped Pluto's lead twice more around his fist and started to walk the collie towards the house. He'd only gone 3 or 4 steps, though, before Pluto stopped and was completely rigid, his legs as stiff as pokers.
Come on, Plutes. What's got into you, you mackerel?
Buzzer tugged at Pluto's lead again and again, and whistled and clucked and snapped.
Come on, will ya?
But the collie refused to budge. When Buzzer began to drag him across the courtyard, he started to bark, not just angrily but hysterically, almost as if he was screaming and wouldn't stop.
What the devil's got into him, Buzzer?
Called John.
I don't have a notion. He's never behaved this way before. Normally, like, he's not scared off by nothing. You could drive a tractor straight at him and he wouldn't flinch an inch.
Look, there must be something about this house that gives dogs the willies, said Rob. There was a police dog here the other day and he wouldn't come near it either. Perhaps it has a smell to it that puts them off, even though humans can't smell it. I'll bring the blanket out and he can have a sniff of it outside. He went back inside and returned with the blanket over his arm, which he carried over to Buzzer and Pluto. The other two volunteers were watching, half in interest and half in amusement.
You've lost control of him there, Baz, just like your missus. You shut your cake-hole,
Buzzer retorted, although Pluto was barking so furiously now and straining on his lead so hard that he was having trouble keeping his balance.
For Christ's sake, Plutes, you gurt gawk. Hold still, will you?
Rob patiently waited, but it was obvious that Pluto wasn't going to calm down.
It's no use, John told him. Whatever's got into Pluto there, it's spookified him good and proper. Bazza, why don't you take the poor fellow away before he barks his head off?
Bazza took Pluto off down the shingle driveway, although it was Pluto who was doing all the pulling, as if he couldn't put enough distance between himself and All Hallows Hall. When he reached the road, he stopped barking, but he turned his head around to look back at the house, and Rob could see that his eyes were bulging as if he had been seriously frightened. Rob and John went back inside. Rob dropped the blanket down behind the elephant's foot umbrella stand and sniffed his fingers. I don't know about this blanket. I can smell grease and dried sweat, but nothing else. Obviously, poor old Pluto picked up some smell that really scared him. He looked around the hallway and said, This house only smells musty to me, but for some reason dogs hate it.
Yes, but a dog's sense of smell is 40 times keener than ours, isn't it? Said John. And they've done some recent tests that show that when dogs pick up a scent, they can actually create a mental picture of it, like a ball or a toy or even a lost child. Whatever it is that scares them about this house, they can actually see it. It's a pity they can't talk, and they could tell us what it is.
Vicky was waiting for Rob by the fire. Catherine was still hunched up on the sofa, bundled up in her coat, and Grace had made her a mug of tea to warm her up. Portia was standing in front of the painting of the pagan mass with its gathering of hooded figures. She was studying it with such concentration that Rob could have imagined she was trying to pick out the face of somebody she knew. What happened? Asked Vicky. I heard barking.
Barking?
Said Rob. I think that just about sums up the whole of these past few days. He clamped his hand over his mouth for a moment and squeezed his eyes tight shut to hold back the tears. When he took his hand away, he said miserably, All I want is Timmy back, safe and sound. That's all I want. And I want to know that Martin's safe too. But how do people bear it when they lose their children? How do they bear it? How can you keep on going into the future when you've left your child in the past? Vicky came up to him and put her arms around him, and Grace came up and embraced him too. John could only stand there looking grave, while they hugged each other and wept. Portia turned round from the painting and said, Just look at this picture. It's like everything that's been happening in this house. If you ask me, it's all the devil's work. Chapter 25. Ada felt overwhelmingly tired, and she would have done anything to lie on her side on the horsehair matting and close her eyes for an hour or two. But she stayed sitting upright. She was all too aware of the men gathered at the far end of the room, and how they were glancing in her direction from time to time, as if they were checking that she was still awake. She had read dozens of books by mediums who had made believable claims that they had encountered spirits and departed souls. Even more convincingly, she had seen and felt for herself the resonance of more than 30 people who had left this world and gone to the other land. She had never agreed with Francis that their resonance was nothing more than an emotional echo of the life they had recently left, and that it would eventually fade altogether, in the same way that an echo eventually dies. She had seen the spirits of at least 3 people who had been deceased for more than 5 years. The most memorable had been a widow, standing on the beach at Haybrook Bay, waiting for a drowned husband who had never returned to her. This widow had been visible only intermittently, nothing more than a darker shadow that flickered in the persistent sea breeze, a scarf flapping behind her. But Ada had been able to see her twice. Once, she was sure she had heard her calling out her husband's